When the group of people from Moon Illumination sect looked at the harmless-looking purple-clad young girl, all of them a hint of dread on their faces. Nobody dared to approach her at all. "I wonder how we should address you, young miss?" Bai Li Hong took a deep breath before he looked at the purple-clad young girl and forced a smile on his face. "Zier," the purple-clad young girl replied. At the same time, she looked at Duanling Tian and winked, rendering Duanling Tian speechless. "I don't really know you that well, right?" At this moment, Duanling Tian was even more curious about the purple-clad young girl's identity. "I wonder if she's related to that Qi Mei. If not, all of these are just too coincidental," Duanling Tian thought to himself. "Why did you help me earlier?" Duanling Tian could not help but ask the purple-clad young girl through voice transmission. "Well, you're the only one wearing purple among these people." The purple-clad young girl's reply made him speechless. That's all? Just because of this, you helped me vent my anger." Duanling Tian really did not know what else to say. Initially, he had thought this purple-clad young girl was related to Qi Mei since the moment she appeared, she had taken the initiative to speak to him. However, he just found out it was because he was wearing purple. Among the people from Moon Illumination sect, he was indeed the only one wearing purple. He had no other clothing apart from his purple clothes. Whether it was in his past life or now, he only had eyes for the color purple. "So it's actually young Miss Zier." Bai Li Hong did not notice the young girl winking at Duanling Tian, since he did not dare to look her in the eyes. She was a saint stage saint beast after all. Young Miss Zier. At this moment, the other two inner court elders of Moon Illumination sect also politely bowed at the young girl. They were afraid they would offend her if they were not courteous enough. Seeing how the three inner court elders were bowing toward the young girl, the group of inner court disciples, naturally, did not dare to slack. Even Xianxia, who had been beaten into a pulp by that young girl, also led He Zhong to bow at her after he had slightly recovered. Although he was humiliated, he did not harbor any enmity in his heart at all. What a joke! She was a saint stage saint beast after all. Even if he had already entered the saint stage, he would still not be a match for her, let alone he was only at the imminent saint stage now. If she dared to create a scene in the Moon Illumination sect, it was obvious she was very confident in her strength. Otherwise, she would not act so recklessly. "Junior brother." When Bai Li Hong saw how Duanling Tian did not bow at the young girl and stood head and shoulders above the others, horror dawned on his face immediately. He quickly gave him a reminder. At this moment, other people had also begun to notice this. Young Miss Zier. Duanling Tian felt a little moved in his heart when he saw how anxious Bai Li Hong was. In order to not make him worry, he nodded at the purple-clad young girl as a greeting. Bai Li Hong's face turned horrified when he saw how casual Duanling Tian was. The others, on the other hand, especially Xianxia, the vice-sect leader, were taking pleasure in the situation since he felt Duanling Tian was doomed. However, the young girl's response left them completely dumbstruck. Not bad. We have the same taste. I love wearing purple as well. Purple is the best color in the world. As for green, it's really too ugly." The young miss smiled and nodded at Duanling Tian before looking at Xianxia, who was dressed in green, frowning. "Why is there such a tasteless person in this world? I can't believe you're actually wearing green." The people were immediately rendered speechless. Wearing purple was equal to having a good judgment, but wearing green was tasteless. The moment Duanling Tian heard this young girl's words, the corner of his mouth twitched violently. Other than the fact he had glanced at Xianxia earlier, who would think she also disliked him because he was wearing a green robe. At this moment, people began to return to their senses. The eyes that were looking at Xianxia contained hints of pity. Xianxia almost spat out blood when he heard the young girl's words. He had made up his mind to burn every single green clothing he owned when he returned to the sect. He finally understood why the young girl had chosen him. As it turned out, it was because he was wearing the color she hated. An almighty vice-sect leader of Moon Illumination sect had been brutally beaten by a saint stage saint beast just because the clothes he wore was not right. The inner court disciples could just tell how much of a commotion this news would raise when it spread in the sect. All of them were not surprised the young girl loved purple. After all, her true form was that of a gigantic purple bird. She was covered entirely in purple feathers. On the other hand, the fact that the young girl hated green made everyone feel that Zhonghua was really unlucky. He became a victim just because of this. Whether it was Zhonghua, Bai Lihong, or the others, all of them were thinking about throwing out all the green clothes they owned when they returned to the sect. Otherwise, it would only be a matter of time before something happened. Zhonghua was a prime example of that. Zhonghua did not expect the incident today would remain in the Moon Illumination sect for many years. Even after 100 years, it would still be mentioned all the time. Naturally, it had turned into a joke. This incident accompanied Zhong Hui his entire life. Even at the moment when he was about to die of old age, he still lamented about wearing green today. However, all these happened much later in the future. Just like this, the group of Moon Illumination sect's people brought the young girl, Xia, back to the sect. If they had another option, naturally they would not bring her back. However, what other option did they have? When the people almost arrived at the Moon Illumination sect, Qi Mei had also arrived at the nest of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in the 9 Sect Alliances district in a faraway land. The moment she arrived, she immediately went to look for the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch. The Mountain Shade Black Markets leader lived in a standalone mansion in the middle of the mountain. When Qi Mei entered the mansion, she acted without restraint and descended directly from the sky to the mansion's backyard as though she owned the place. It was as though the formation in the sky above the backyard had no effect on her at all. In the backyard, a majestic-looking middle-aged man who was dressed in a black robe with golden trim was originally cultivating cross-legged. However, the sudden movement caused him to open his eyes abruptly. Since he was disturbed by the movement, naturally, his face did not have an expression of joy. However, the moment he saw the source of the disturbance, the annoyed expression on his face vanished without a trace and was replaced with respect instead. "Miss Mayer," the black-robed, middle-aged man stood up abruptly and bowed at Qi Mei respectfully. The courtesy he showed Qi Mei was sincere. If this scene was witnessed by the people from the Mountain Shade Black Market, they would be shocked and find this hard to believe. The leader of their Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in the 9 Sect Alliances district, the person with the highest position, actually showed such a manner in front of Qi Mei, a quasi-4-star assassin? At this moment, facing Qi Mei, the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch's leader acted as though he was facing his superior. In the face of the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch, Qi Mei's gaze was cold as she said nonchalantly, "Call off the mission regarding the Moon Illumination sect's disciple Duanling Tian. I have some use for him." "Sure." Upon hearing her words, he did not ask any question and immediately agreed to it. Moreover, he immediately walked out of the mansion to pass down his order as soon as she left. 1 hour later, the operation center of Mountain Shade Black Market in Han River City received this order. "Call off the mission of killing the Moon Illumination sect's disciple, Duanling Tian?" When Yin Yang received this order, he thought he had heard it wrong. He only realized he did not hear wrongly after confirming it twice. Not only that, but the order was personally issued by the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch. "Don't tell me Qi Mei has also failed?" Tai Wu frowned. "It's possible." Yin Yang nodded before a hint of doubt appeared on his face again. "However, even if Qi Mei has failed, there's no reason for leader to pass down this order at all. Qi Mei is merely a quasi-4-star assassin. We have many 4-star and even quasi-5-star assassins in our branch. Moreover, leader's strength is equivalent to a 5-star assassin." Yin Yang found the entire thing strange. Perhaps there's some powerhouse supporting Duanling Tian in the dark, and leader's giving that powerhouse face. Tai Wu speculated. "This seems like the only plausible reason." Yin Yang nodded. Apart from this, he could not come up with another plausible reason. Tai Wu's eyes gleamed as he said, "Right now, I'm really curious about this Duanling Tian from the Moon Illumination sect." Tai Wu's strength was at the quasi-5-star assassin stage in the Mountain Shade Black Market. "Tai Wu, you can't be reckless. This is an order given personally by the leader. You should know his temper. Everyone who dares to go against his order will not have a good ending." Yin Yang quickly reminded when he heard Tai Wu's words. "Relax. I only said I'm curious about him. I don't have any intention of making a move," Tai Wu replied. When he thought of the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch, a hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. When he had just come to the branch, he had defeated most of the Saint Stage powerhouses. Only one of them came to a draw with him. However, in the end, the other person made such a mighty move and defeated him in just a blow. He was defeated to the point that he willingly accepted it. The person who defeated him in just one blow was none other than the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in the 9-Sect Alliances district. Soon after, the mission that Lu Huan had given to the Mountain Shade Black Market was called off. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and the others had also arrived at the Moon Illumination sect. When the young girl with the true form of a Super Saint Beast Purple Cloud Thunder Rock left Duan Lingtian's sight, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although the young girl was friendly toward him, he felt a hint of dread whenever he remembered the fact that she could easily kill him with her strength. I wonder if the few Saint Stage powerhouses in our sect will be able to defeat her. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. His heart was filled with curiosity. Duan Lingtian was curious what kind of chaos the young lady who was Purple Cloud Thunder Rock would create in the Moon Illumination sect. However, the sect was peaceful as usual. There was no commotion at all. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little disappointed. He initially thought he would be able to watch a good show and witness a fight between Saint Stage powerhouses if the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock created a ruckus in the Moon Illumination sect. However, Duan Lingtian's attention soon shifted somewhere else. The reason was the opening of the storehouse. Since he was the champion of the Moon Illumination sect's inner court's hunting assessment, naturally, he was given the right to enter the storehouse and pick the things he wanted in there. One's ranking in the hunting assessment affected the number of things one would be able to take. Junior brother, initially, you're only allowed to take 5 items from the sect's storehouse. However, I've spoken to the sect leader, he has given you permission to take 10 items. I'm sure he has informed the elder watching the storehouse about this, Bai Li Hong said to Duan Lingtian before he headed toward the sect's storehouse. Thank you, senior brother. Duan Lingtian thanked Bai Li Hong as his eyes brightened. If it was not for Bai Li Hong, he would only be able to take 5 items from the sect's storehouse. The items he could bring back with him had doubled now. We're brothers. Do we need to thank each other? I'll be mad if you're still so courteous in the future, Bai Li Hong said, feigning anger. Duan Lingtian nodded. You should go now. You have the entire day to yourself. Come look for me when you return from the storehouse. There's something I need to tell you, Bai Li Hong said. Duan Lingtian responded before he left for the storehouse. The sect storehouse would be open for a few days. As the person who ranked first in the hunting assessment, he was allowed to enter on the first day to pick the items from the sect storehouse. The second day would be given to the person who ranked second and so on. The sect storehouse was located in the north of Moon Illumination sect's inner court. It was secluded and it looked like a dilapidated mansion from far away. It was obvious it had been around for a long time. The person guarding the storehouse was an ordinary-looking old man dressed in a tattered robe. He was sweeping the floor when Duan Lingtian arrived. The dirt on the floor was swept in the same direction in every single sweep. Such powerful cultivation base. The way the old man swept proved that he had a powerful cultivation base. Caused Duan Lingtian to turn solemn. Thus, Duan Lingtian did not dare to slack when he faced the old man. He greeted him, Elder, you're Duan Lingtian? The old man lifted his head slowly and looked at Duan Lingtian. However, he did not stop sweeping. He continued to sweep while the direction of the dirt did not change at all even though he was distracted. Duan Lingtian was inwardly shocked by the man's control. Yes, Duan Lingtian did not dare to hesitate when faced with the old man's question. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed the way the old man was looking at him changed. His clouded eyes lit up suddenly, making Duan Lingtian feel as though he was a deer caught in the headlights. He felt as though he would not be able to hide anything from the old man. Just when Duan Lingtian beginning to feel a little anxious, the old man continued sweeping after he calmly said, You may go in. As soon he was done speaking, the door to the sect's storehouse suddenly opened on its own. Duan Lingtian then made a move to enter the storehouse. As he was passing the entrance of the storehouse, he subtly glanced back at the old man. He discovered the old man was hovering in the air with each step he took. It was as though he was floating. Could this elder be a saint stage powerhouse? Even Duan Ling Tian had no idea why that thought popped up in his mind. Whether the old man was a saint stage powerhouse or not, he had left Duan Ling Tian with a deep impression. As he walked into the sex storehouse, the first thing Duan Ling Tian did was to contact Elder Hua in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Elder Hua, see if there are any materials suitable to restore the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in here. The items in the Moon Illumination Sex storehouse were passed down from the previous generations. Some of the items were left there for a long time due to their ordinary appearance. Inner court disciples fortunate enough to enter the storehouse usually overlook them. Duan Ling Tian was not worried he would miss out on a great item with Elder Hua here. You can pick 10 items. A voice transmission suddenly entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian instantly recognized the voice. It belonged to the old man sweeping by the entrance. Duan Ling Tian very quickly picked out 7 items with Elder Hua's sharp eyes. The 7 items were materials to restore the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Those were also the best materials available in the sex storehouse. Although there were many other materials that could be used to restore the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, they were not as good as the 7 items he picked out. Choose the 3 items for the remaining 3. Duan Ling Tian picked up 3 items that looked like feng shui compasses as Elder Hua advised. Naturally, they only looked like feng shui compasses. The patterns on them were completely different from a feng shui compass. The difference was like heaven and earth. What are these? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. They're formation compasses, Elder Hua said. Formation compasses? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. It was his first time hearing about this. What is it? If you don't know what a formation compass is, I'm sure you know what a formation is at least? Elder Hua asked. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was no stranger to formations. On the mortal continent, the cloud continent, he had inherited the rebirth martial emperor's memories so he could set up inscription formations easily. Inscription formations were also a type of formation. Meanwhile, a formation was divided into 3 categories in the Dao martial saint land. One was Dao talisman formations, the second one was saint inscription formations, and the final one was a combination of Dao talismans and saint inscriptions. It was a formation that complemented each other. Among these 3 types of formations, the last one was the best. With these formation compasses, you can personally activate formations, Elder Hua said. Usually, it takes quite some effort for one to set up a formation, and the person would need to be experienced. Meanwhile, formations created by a formation compass relies fully on the formation compass. Even people who had 0 knowledge in formation can activate the formation in the formation compass. Duan Ling Tian was stunned by Elder Hua's words. It took him a while to regain his senses. Formation compass? It can activate formations? Duan Ling Tian's face was filled with excitement. He regained his senses and realized he had discovered a treasure. However, Elder Hua's next words were like cold water being splashed on him, causing him to calm down. Although these 3 formation compasses are great, they're all broken and can't be used to set up formations. Elder Hua, since they're broken, won't it be useless for me to take them? I can only pick 3 more items. Do you really want me to pick these 3 broken things? Duan Ling Tian said with a forced smile on his face. Although the formation compasses were really attractive, broken formation compasses that could not be used to set up formations were useless. Who says they're broken things? Elder Hua said. I can fix these 3 formation compasses. However, I'll need a longer time to fix 2 of them since they're more damaged. I can fix the final formation compass within 3 months at the most. You can fix them? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up again when he heard Elder Hua's words. Naturally, it's unlikely for ordinary people to be able to fix them. However, it's easy for me. Moreover, these 3 formation compasses aren't that great anyway, Elder Hua said. They aren't that great? Duan Ling Tian was a little disheartened again when he heard that. They're really not that great to me, but it'll help you immensely for now. Even Sant stage powerhouses here might not be able to break the formations contained in these 3 formation compasses, Elder Hua said. Even Saint stage powerhouses here might not be able to break them? Duan Ling Tian's emotion was akin to a roller coaster, going up and down. At this moment, he remembered where Elder Hua came from. Formation compasses might seem like nothing to Elder Hua, but it did not mean it's nothing in the Dao Martial Saint land. However, even if the formation compasses are in perfect condition, the power depends on the force that's inserted into them. Elder Hua continued to speak. Duanling Tian nodded. He understood that. Just like the inscription formations he had set up back on Cloud Continent. The power depended on the force contained in the origin stones he had used. Then I'll pick them. Duanling Tian trusted Elder Hua, so he took the 3 formation compasses. Those were also the only 3 formation compasses in the Moon Illumination Sect's storehouse. Although the 3 formation compasses were placed in an insignificant corner, they were placed together. It was clear it was from the same collection of a Moon Illumination Sect's elder. Since he was done picking the items, Duanling Tian did not plan to stay any longer and left immediately. He did not forget to greet the old man who was sweeping the floor when he left. Meanwhile, the old man who was sweeping the floor did not check his spatial ring at all. However, Duanling Tian was not surprised. With the old man's powerful cultivation base, he would definitely notice it if Duanling Tian tried to play a trick in the storehouse. On the way back, Duanling Tian could not contain his curiosity and asked Elder Hua, "Elder Hua, do you know what kind of formations are in the 3 formation compasses?" Among the 3 formation compasses, one of them can set up a hallucinogenic formation while other 2 can set up an offensive formation and a defensive formation. Elder Hua said after he heard Duanling Tian's question. 3 different types of formations? Duanling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard Elder Hua's words. He was worried the formations contained in the 3 formation compasses might be the same type of formation. It seemed like he had been overthinking it. Elder Hua, I wonder which formation in the formation compass is the one you can fix the fastest? Duanling Tian asked curiously. He was eager to find out the answer, hoping it would be the offensive formation. He believed that an offensive formation activated using his true energy would be more powerful than the power of all techniques he had combined at full force. Therefore, he hoped the formation compass that could be fixed the fastest contained the offensive formation. Unfortunately, a dream is infinitely more beautiful than the cruel reality. The hallucinogenic formation. Elder Hua's response disappointed Duanling Tian greatly. It would still be great even if it was the defensive formation, but must it be the hallucinogenic formation? The hallucinogenic formation was similar to the illusory formation on Cloud Continent. It could be used to cast illusions on others. Duanling Tian's disappointment gradually disappeared as he thought about it. Hallucinogenic formation isn't too bad since it can make my enemies hallucinate, and I can strike at the critical moment. Duanling Tian became excited about the formation compass that would be fixed soon. No matter what, it could be considered that he gained a lot today, so Duanling Tian was in a great mood. However, his great mood did not last long. This was because of what Bai Li Hong told him upon his return. Teacher was almost killed by Lu Huan? Duanling Tian's face turned solemn as his eyes flashed fiercely. That Lu Huan went for teacher since he can't do anything to me? Junior brother, I suspect it's also Lu Huan who approached the Mountain Shade Black Market to assassinate you. Bai Li Hong speculated. It's very likely, Duanling Tian said in his deep voice as he nodded. The fierce gleam in his eyes was still shining brightly. Humph. I thought Lu Huan will behave himself after I confronted him. I didn't think he would only do so on the surface but became even more ruthless inside. I won't let him go this time. Bai Li Hong scoffed coldly as a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Perhaps even Lu Huan did not expect Duanling Tian to have such a high place in Bai Li Hong's heart. It was to the point that Bai Li Hong wanted to kill Lu Huan, just because he made an attempt on Fang Hui's life and suspected he was the culprit behind the Mountain Shade Black Market, trying to kill Duanling Tian. If Lu Huan knew, he would not have returned to the Moon Illumination sect after he left Mound Hill City. Senior brother, I would like to deal with this myself, Duanling Tian said with his deep voice. His voice was cold and emotionless. Lu Huan had crossed the line. I understand. Seeing the determination on Duanling Tian's face, Bai Li Hong knew he had made up his mind, so he nodded. Also, Fang Hui is currently in the outer court. Do you want to see him? Bai Li Hong said to Duanling Tian. Teacher's here. Duanling Tian's eyes lit up. He bade farewell to Bai Li Hong immediately and went to the outer court to look for Fang Hui. When Duanling Tian saw Fang Hui once again, He addressed him as teacher like he normally did. "You're elder by Li's junior brother now. You can't be calling me teacher anymore. People will think you're a good-for-nothing if they hear this." Fang Hui was smiling ear to ear when he saw Duan Tian again. "I don't care what they have to say about me. You're my teacher now, and you're my teacher forever," Duan Tian said solemnly. "The two things that I, Fang Hui, am most proud of is accepting you and Su Qi as disciples," Fang Hui said, happy. "Su Qi?" Duan Tian frowned. He had a confused expression on his face. Did Su Qi not betray his teacher? Why did he say accepting Su Qi as his disciple was something he was proud of? Naturally, Fang Hui could guess what was going through Duan Tian's mind when he frowned. Subsequently, he recounted what happened with Su Qi, his fake betrayal, and his intention to avenge him. He also told him about Su Qi being killed by Lu Huan. Duan Tian's heart jolted when he heard Fang Hui's words. He had no idea Su Qi had done so much for his teacher. At this moment, he was gravely ashamed of himself. Duan Tian looked toward the west and muttered softly to himself, "Su Qi, please rest in peace in heaven. I'll avenge you." He made this promise as a man. "Teacher, maybe you shouldn't go back to Mount Hill City. I'll look for Elder Dongfang and ask him to give an order for you to stay," Duan Tian said to Fang Hui. The Elder Dongfang he mentioned was, naturally, the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court Grand Elder Dongfang Quan. "That's unnecessary." Fang Hui rejected Duan Tian's kindness as he shook his head. "I've gotten used to Mount Hill City throughout these years. You don't have to worry about my safety. I'll be safe with the people that Elder Bai Li Hong sent to protect me." Duan Tian nodded and asked subsequently, "Teacher, when do you plan to return to Mount Hill City?" "I plan to come along as well. I'm here mainly just to see you. I can go back now that we've met each other," Fang Hui said. "Then let's leave tomorrow. I'll come with you," Duan Tian said after thinking to himself for a moment. Duan Tian had a plan. He would return to Mount Hill City before going into closed-door cultivation to see the people he had not seen in a long time. He would then return here to go into closed-door cultivation to break through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. As soon he broke through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage, he would leave Moon Illumination Sect and head over to Half Moon Island. "All right," Fang Hui immediately agreed. The next day, there was an extra person following Duan Tian and Fang Hui back to Mount Hill City. It was none other than Bai Li Hong. Naturally, Bai Li Hong only tagged along because he was concerned about Duan Tian's safety. With Bai Li Hong with them, it was only natural their journey was smooth sailing without any obstacles. While Duan Tian and Fang Hui made their return to Mount Hill City, Lu Huan had a terrible expression on his face. What's wrong with those people from the Mountain Shade Black Market? How can they miss such a great opportunity during the hunting assessment? I hope they won't disappoint me this time. Lu Huan was under the impression the people from Mountain Shade Black Market did not attack. That was why Duan Tian was still alive. It made one wonder what kind of reaction Lu Huan would have if he found out the Mountain Shade Black Market canceled the mission to kill Duan Tian. Duan Tian felt time flying by quickly during his journey back to Mount Hill City. The reason for his trip back to Mount Hill City this time was mainly to see his big brother Hong Yu and the little girl Zizi. A few days later, Fang Hui brought Hong Yu and Zizi into the city governor's estate when Duan Tian left. Hong Yu, whose position had risen, was now presented with an opportunity to meet the high officials in Mount Hill City. He knew it was all due to Duan Tian that he had received such a treatment. Otherwise, something like this would not happen to a city guard like him. Meanwhile, the little girl, Zizi, had great talent in being a beast tamer, so Duan Tian had spoken to Fang Hui before he left. He wanted Fang Hui to train and cultivate her talent in that aspect. Naturally, he agreed immediately. He was very fond of this adorable little girl too. A silhouette appeared in Duan Tian's head when he left Mount Hill City with Bai Li Hong. It was a young girl who entered the Latent Dragon camp in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City with him back then. She was heroic and more than a match for most men. However, he did not look for her during this trip. All he did was speak to Fang Hui, asking him to take good care of her. Duan Tian was different now. Fang Hui did not dare to hesitate when responding to his request. Although he was Duan Tian's teacher on the surface, He knew very well of how important Duanling Tian was to him. After returning to the sect with Bai Li Hong, Duanling Tian went into closed-door cultivation to break through to the perfection Saint Rudiment stage. Naturally, there were many obstacles on each level when it came to raising one's cultivation base. Therefore, Duanling Tian would pause to cultivate the Saint Grace martial tactic techniques whenever he encountered obstacles. As time passed by, Duanling Tian, who was cultivating on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, had already cultivated the Aerolite Shower technique from the Saint Grade martial tactic Colossal Aerolite Arrow to its highest level, which was the Impeccable stage. The Aerolite Shower is finally at the Impeccable stage now. Since I've achieved this, it means I can officially begin cultivating the only defensive technique in the Colossal Aerolite Arrow, the Colossal Arrow Bell. Duanling Tian was a little emotional. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time after all. The Colossal Arrow Bell was superior to ordinary human rank Saint Grade martial tactics defensive technique since it was the only defensive technique in the Colossal Aerolite Arrow. Naturally, it was difficult to cultivate. After cultivating for a while, Duanling Tian finally understood why one must cultivate the Aerolite Shower to the highest level, the Impeccable stage, before cultivating the Colossal Arrow Bell. This was because the Colossal Arrow Bell was formed by the Aerolite Shower that had been cultivated to the highest level. The arrows that were like aerolites would rotate around Duanling Tian's body continuously, creating a tough shield. Although he had just begun to cultivate it, its defensive strength was far superior from ordinary high-level human rank Saint Grade martial tactic. Since the Colossal Arrow Bell was the technique Duanling Tian had been waiting for a long time for, and its power was remarkable, he cultivated it diligently from the beginning until the end. However, he did not forget to cultivate his cultivation base as well, even though he was diligently cultivating the Colossal Arrow Bell. Finally, after spending 20 months, which was equivalent to 4 months outside, on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duanling Tian finally got over the last obstacle of the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage and successfully broke through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. I've broken through. Duanling Tian opened his eyes after his breakthrough. There was a subtle smile on his face. It's time to leave the sect and return to Half Moon Island. I'll be able to use the True Energy Consolidated Beast technique since I've broken through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. Duanling Tian felt emotional again as he thought about this. He wanted to try the True Energy Consolidated Beast technique immediately. However, nothing happened even after he tried for a long time. I almost forgot. Since the True Energy Consolidated Weapon can't work in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it makes sense that the True Energy Consolidated Beast can't work as well. I'll have to try it outside, Duanling Tian thought to himself. He left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and returned to his room as soon as he thought about it. However, he did not stay there and went out instead. After he left, he arrived at the courtyard and attempted to cast the True Energy Consolidated Beast technique. A surge of rumbling true energy rushed out of Duanling Tian's body. It shot into the sky quickly, emitting an obvious blood energy and a terrifying aura. After a while, the extended true energy transformed into a majestic divine dragon that was tens of meters long. Upon closer inspection, one would discover it had 5 sharp claws on each of its hands and legs. It was a 5-clawed divine dragon. Moreover, the blood energy surrounding the 5-clawed divine dragon's body was so clear because it was not consolidated through imagination. It was a true energy consolidated beast formed using blood essence. Such a true energy consolidated beast was even more powerful. To avoid creating massive commotion, Duanling Tian subsequently left after consolidating the 5-clawed divine dragon with his true energy. I should go outside and see how powerful it is. Although Duanling Tian consolidated a 5-clawed divine dragon with the True Energy Consolidated Beast technique, he had no idea how strong it was. What he knew was a True Energy Consolidated Beast consolidated from blood essence was more powerful than ordinary True Energy Consolidated Beasts. He had no idea how much more powerful it would be. When Duanling Tian left, he did not notice someone hovering high above the sky. It was obvious the person had seen everything had just transpired. That person saw the 5-clawed divine dragon Duanling Tian had consolidated with the True Energy Consolidated Beast technique. It was the divine dragon phenomenon. Blood essence consolidated beast, and he consolidated a 5-clawed divine dragon. Is he related to the dragon clan? Otherwise, how's it possible that he has the blood essence of a five-clawed divine dragon? A hint of doubt and shock could be heard in the voice. The voice belonged to a purple bird perched on the shoulder of a black figure. Blood essence consolidated beast was the formation of a true energy consolidated beast using blood essence as its foundation. Although the five-clawed divine dragon Duanling Tian had consolidated earlier was also a true energy consolidated beast. To be more precise, it was a blood essence consolidated beast. Maybe. The black figure was a woman completely garbed in black. She had a beautiful body that could arouse any man in the world. The black-clad lady was none other than the assassin from Mountain Shade Black Market, Chimei. Apart from herself and the purple bird on her shoulder, the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch's leader might be the only one who knew about her identity in the entire 9-sect alliance's area. Sister, when are we going to leave this place in the middle of nowhere? Apart from the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch, who's a little powerful, the others are too weak. The few Saint Stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect can't even endure 3 hits from me, the purple bird said, slightly upset. We'll definitely leave when we're done with our job, Chimei said. Let's go. Let's follow him, Chimei said and went after Duanling Tian. She completely disregarded the flight prohibition formation that covered the entire Moon Illumination sect. At the same time, Duanling Tian left by Li Hong's mansion by foot. He left the inner court and the Moon Illumination sect's estate. Although he was alone when he left the Moon Illumination sect's estate this time, he was not afraid at all. With his current ability and techniques, he was not afraid even if he was to encounter people at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Naturally, he did not dare to say he could defeat everyone at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. After all, there were also people at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage who were on the verge of breaking through to the Saint stage. Those people were at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage, and they were considered the best Saint stage powerhouses aside. If they were to use the unpredictable territory, even Duanling Tian did not have the confidence to defeat them. Duanling Tian had many things to rely on. He was even confident he can immediately get rid of people at the imminent Saint stage with his current ability. Therefore, he was fearless when he left the Moon Illumination sect. Naturally, he was aware he would not know if a Saint stage powerhouse was following him. However, if a Saint stage powerhouse really wanted him dead, there was no need to follow him. That person could just easily kill him in the Moon Illumination sect. After leaving the Moon Illumination sect's estate, Duanling Tian went to the place whereby Li Hong brought him to test the 3 saint inscriptions. It was a vast mountain range with many powerful wild beasts. Duanling Tian unleashed everything he had in the mountain range. Instead of saying he unleashed everything he had, it was more accurate to say he fully unleashed the power of the divine dragon consolidated by his true energy. The divine dragon phenomenon was formed from a 5-clawed divine dragon's blood essence as its foundation. It possessed the dragon force, causing fear in the wild beasts that passed by. It killed every wild beast it encountered. Duanling Tian noticed that even wild beasts at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage could not endure the divine dragon phenomenon's attacks. The divine dragon phenomenon was so powerful that it went beyond his imagination. My 5-clawed divine dragon's divine dragon phenomenon is more than a few folds more powerful than ordinary true energy consolidated beasts. Duanling Tian was able to confirm this very quickly. At this moment, he was imagining how easily his divine dragon phenomenon would defeat the other true energy consolidated beasts. So powerful, the purple bird high in the sky said in shock. How could it not be powerful? It's a divine dragon that's consolidated with a 5-clawed divine dragon's blood essence as its foundation, Chimei replied calmly. She did not seem surprised at all. Sister, do we still follow him? The purple bird asked. Chimei nodded. So how much longer do we have to follow him? The purple bird asked with a forced smile. Until we find the person I'm looking for, Chimei said bluntly as her eyes flashed. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was unaware he was followed by 2 people at the Saint stage. Otherwise, he would not be as excited as he was now. The saying, boundless is the sea for fish to dive at will, unlimited is the sky for birds to fly at ease, described Duanling Tian very well as he entered the mountain range teeming with wild beasts. The divine dragon phenomenon would clear the path. It was invincible. Naturally, this was because the most powerful beast that he had encountered so far was only at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. Why are there no Perfection Saint Rudiment stage wild beasts? Duan Ling Tian felt a little bored. He no longer felt it was fun killing Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beasts with the Divine Dragon phenomenon. He was eager to kill Perfection Saint Rudiment wild beasts with his Divine Dragon phenomenon, even though it was quite impossible. Even a Divine Dragon phenomenon that was consolidated with a five-claw dragon's blood essence as its foundation was a true energy-consolidated beast no matter how powerful it was. There was a significant difference when compared to a real Perfection Saint Rudiment stage wild beast. Duan Ling Tian did not encounter any Perfection Saint Rudiment stage wild beasts even after half a day had passed. He became more and more impatient as time passed. Never mind. I'll have many opportunities in the future. It's time to prepare myself. I'll depart to Half Moon Island after a few days of preparation. Duan Ling Tian felt relieved. He made up his mind to return to Half Moon Island in a few days' time. Duan Ling Tian was eager to go home when he thought about his two fiancées who were pregnant with his children. In reality, there was nothing much for him to prepare anyway. What he wanted to do was to inform Bai Li Hong as well as bid farewell to the people he knew. Apart from that, he wanted to spend time cultivating the Colossal Arrow Bell in the Colossal Aerolite Arrow. As a defensive technique of a Saint-grade martial tactic that was on par with an Earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactic, the Colossal Arrow Bell's power was superior to the defensive techniques of ordinary Saint-grade martial tactics. Although Duan Ling Tian had only cultivated the Colossal Arrow Bell to the second level, the elementary stage, its defensive ability had far surpassed the Golden Shirt. Naturally, there were differences between the Colossal Arrow Bell and the Golden Shirt, although there were both defensive techniques. The crucial part about the Colossal Arrow Bell was its coordination with the aerolite shower. The defense formed outside was like an eggshell. Meanwhile, the Golden Shirt emphasized on one's flesh. Apart from forming a defensive layer over one's body, it also strengthened one's flesh. Due to the major difference, they did not affect each other and could coexist. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who was preparing to return to Half Moon Island, had no idea that Lu Huan had looked terrible since the day he returned from Han River City until now. This was because he finally found out the Mountain Shade Black Market had called off the mission to kill Duan Ling Tian. He was furious when he heard about it. Although Mountain Shade Black Market had refunded him his payment tenfolds, he was not happy at all. This was because he knew the Mountain Shade Black Market would never accept missions to kill Duan Ling Tian from that day onward. Naturally, Lu Huan had been thinking about why Mountain Shade Black Market refused to take on the mission to kill Duan Ling Tian. Was there a secret behind Duan Ling Tian that he was unaware of? In the end, he came to another conclusion. Bai Li Hong must have some connections in the Mountain Shade Black Market, and he had gotten them to cancel the mission to kill Duan Ling Tian. Do I really have to watch that brat grow just like that? Lu Huan's face was pale. His eyes looked as though they would shoot fire as soon as he thought about Duan Ling Tian. No, the brat must die. If he doesn't die, I won't even be able to do anything to Feng Hui. He must die. Feng Hui, too, must die. Lu Huan seemed to have lost his mind. However, Lu Huan's eyes lit up when an inner court disciple came with news. Duan Ling Tian's leaving the Moon Illumination sect alone and returning to his hometown? Are you sure this news is true? Lu Huan looked at the inner court disciple before him solemnly. It's absolutely true. It's Duan Ling Tian himself who told the outer disciples from Mount Hill City, the inner court disciple said as he nodded. Good. 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 When Lu Huan heard the inner court disciple's words, he said, good, consecutively 3 times, and dismissed the inner court disciple after saying, continue to observe Duan Ling Tian's whereabouts. Report to me as soon as something happens. Yes. Although the inner court disciple was not Lu Huan's disciple, he was an underling of Lu Huan and was loyal to him. When Lu Huan heard the news from the inner court disciple, Duan Ling Tian was about to leave the sect and return to his hometown. It'll be a great opportunity for me if he really leaves alone. Lu Huan muttered to himself as his eyes lit up. Elder Lu Huan. At this moment, another inner court disciple who was also Lu Huan's underling came to him with news. Elder Zhao Feng came out from his closed-door cultivation. Elder Zhao Feng? Hearing the inner court disciples report, Lu Huan's eyes lit up again. He dismissed the inner court and smiled to himself. Elder Zhao Feng came out just in time. Could it be God is also helping me to kill that Duanling Tian? Zhao Feng was just like him. Both of them were Moon Illumination sect's inner court elders. However, Zhao Feng's ability was much more powerful compared to him. Zhao Feng's ability ranked in the top 3 among all the inner court elders of Moon Illumination sect. It was said he had gone into closed-door cultivation to break through to the imminent saint stage. Whether he succeeded or not, his ability would definitely be raised. Apart from that, Zhao Feng had another identity. He was the master of the outer court disciple, Feng Fan, that Duanling Tian killed previously. He was ranked number 99 in the Earth ranking. Feng Fan was persuaded by Lu Huan's direct disciple, Zhou Qi, and had sent a death duel invitation to Duanling Tian. He eventually died in Duanling Tian's hands. However, everything became a mystery since Zhou Qi's death. Nevertheless, Feng Fan being killed by Duanling Tian was the cold, hard truth. Therefore, Lu Huan went to look for Zhao Feng when he found out he had come out from his closed-door cultivation. Elder Zhao Feng, congratulations. I suppose you've gained a lot this time. Lu Huan greeted Zhao Feng enthusiastically as soon as he met him at his mansion.
Zhao Feng was an old man with white hair and ruddy cheeks. He had the aura of a saint. It was as though he was from another world. However, contrary to Lu Huan's enthusiasm, Zhao Feng was calm, emitting a cold and intimidating aura. Elder Lu Huan, you're here as soon as I came out of closed-door cultivation. You're quick with the news. Sigh. After hearing Zhao Feng's words, the smile on Lu Huan's face vanished and he let out a long sigh. Elder Zhao Feng, I've been looking for you for the past half a year. However, you're in closed-door cultivation whenever I visited.
Is there something I can do for you? Zhao Feng looked at Lu Huan. Although his tone was still calm, it contained a hint of curiosity.
Elder Zhao Feng, since you just came out of closed-door cultivation, I assume you're unaware that Feng Fan was killed? Lu Huan sighed again. What did you say? Lu Huan's words caused Zhao Feng's calm expression to change dramatically. Did you say that Feng Fan was killed?
Yes. Lu Huan nodded. Who? Who did it? Zhao Feng asked in his deep voice as waves of cold aura emitted out of his body.
Lu Huan was inwardly happy when he noticed Zhao Feng's rage. The more Zhao Feng cared about Feng Fan, the happier he was.
It's a sect disciple called Duanling Tian. He has just entered the sect a year ago, Lu Huan said. So he's new to the sect? Hearing Lu Huan's words, Zhao Feng's face turned even more solemn. He turned to look at Lu Huan and asked coldly, Tell me everything about it. I want to know what exactly happened. Lu Huan nodded and subsequently began to recount the story about the death duel invitation Feng Fan sent to Duanling Tian. During the process, Zhao Feng became even more furious as he listened to Feng Fan. His body began to tremble violently from his stirred emotion. Where did he come from? Zhao Feng was an inner court elder well known in the Moon Illumination sect for many years, so he soon calmed himself down. When he spoke, his voice was so deep it sounded like the rumbling of thunder. He's from Mound Hill City. He's a disciple of Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, Lu Huan said.
Mound Hill City?
Feng Hui. Zhao Feng looked deeply into Lu Huan's eyes after he heard his words. Lu Huan, if I remember it correctly, Feng Hui seems to be your enemy. Yes? Lu Huan nodded and said regretfully, Elder Zhao Feng, I'm the one to blame as well. If I didn't allow that Feng Hui to live until today, he wouldn't have been able to take that Duanling Tian as his disciple, and he wouldn't have been able to recommend Duanling Tian to the Moon Illumination sect.
If Duanling Tian didn't come to the Moon Illumination sect, Feng Fan wouldn't die. Although Lu Huan's words came too late, it seemed as though he really meant it. It's over now. There's no need for you to say all these. A hint of killing intent sparkled in Zhao Feng's eyes. It was as though he would tear Duanling Tian apart if he was in front of him right now.
Lu Huan felt relieved when he saw that.
He was worried Zhao Feng would only be interested in Duanling Tian and forgot about avenging Feng Fan after finding out about this. It seemed like he was just overthinking things. Elder Zhao Feng, I know you're eager to kill Duanling Tian to avenge Feng Fan. However, he's different now. Apart from you, I'm afraid that even the sect leader has to be courteous to him when they meet, Lu Huan said.
Even the sect leader has to courteous to him when they meet? Zhao Feng's expression changed and asked in his deep voice, could it be one of the Grand Elders accepted him as a disciple? That was the first thought that popped into Zhao Feng's mind. That's not it. Lu Huan shook his head. If that's not it, what does he have for the sect leader to be courteous to him? Zhao Feng asked with a frown. I've no idea what Duanling Tian did to gain Elder Bai Li's favor, Lu Huan said with a sigh. Otherwise, I would have killed him earlier and avenged Feng Fan without having to wait for Elder Zhao Feng to come out of closed-door cultivation. Avenge Feng Fan? Zhao Feng stared at Lu Huan and said coldly, I supposed you're worried he would grow strong and help Feng Hui to attack you, so you're eager to kill him to avoid troubles in the future? He knew a little about what happened between Lu Huan and Feng Hui. Lu Huan smiled in embarrassment but did not deny it. He knew it was useless for him to deny it.
So that means Elder Bai Li accepted him as his disciple?
Seems like he's really remarkable to earn Elder Bai Li's favor. Among the inner court elders in Moon Illumination sect, Bai Li Hong was the only one who carried the Bai Li family name. Therefore, he knew Duanling Tian must have a connection with Bai Li Hong as soon as he heard Lu Huan's words.
Naturally, the first thought that occurred to him was Bai Li Hong accepting Duanling Tian as his disciple.
He was afraid of Bai Li Hong too.
Elder Bai Li didn't take him as a disciple. Lu Huan shook his head.
He didn't take him as his disciple? Zhao Feng could not help but feel relieved when he heard that. He did not have the courage to go against Bai Li Hong. Although his ability ranked top 3 among the inner court elders, Bai Li Hong ranked number 1 after all.
Although his strength had grown since he went into closed-door cultivation, he only dared to challenge the person who was ranked number 2. He did not think about challenging Bai Li Hong at all.
He might be able to fight Bai Li Hong if they fought barehanded without any saint weapons.
However, he would definitely not be a match for Bai Li Hong if they used saint weapons. This was because Bai Li Hong had a saint weapon with 3 3-star saint inscriptions inscribed on it. That alone could completely oppress his saint weapon.
When he saw the relieved expression on Zhao Feng's face, Lu Huan, feeling bitter inwardly, dropped a big bomb. Although Elder Bai Li did not take him as his disciple, he accepted him as a disciple on his teacher's behalf. That's how Duanling Tian became his junior brother. One had to say the bomb Lu Huan had dropped was a powerful one. It shocked Zhao Feng for a while before he finally regained his senses. Duanling Tian, who had killed Feng Fan, became Elder Bai Li's junior brother?
Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was unaware that Lu Huan was meeting with another inner court elder, scheming about killing him. He would be surprised at how highly thought of he was if he found out about this. He was just an inner court disciple, but he was being discussed by 2 inner court elders. Although he might not be the last one in the Moon Illumination sect to be such a legend, he was definitely the first one.
A few days before his departure, Duanling Tian dropped by the outer court to speak to Ling Yun and Xiong Hu. He then returned to the inner court and spoke to Elder Fang Gan. He told him he was leaving the sect to return to his hometown to deal with some matter.
Elder Fang Gan was the inner court elder he met at the Merit Pavilion back then.
It was Elder Fang Gan who took him to Bai Li Hong. Elder Fang Gan was one of the few people in the Moon Illumination sect he was familiar with.
Junior brother, I'll go with you. However, Bai Li Hong was the last to find out about his plan among all the people he was familiar with.
He planned to leave with Duanling Tian as soon as he found out about the plan because he was worried to let Duanling Tian go alone. Senior brother, there's no need to trouble you. I'll return on my own, Duanling Tian said with a smile. No, it's too dangerous. I must go with you. Bai Li Hong shook his head. He was determined. Although he was determined, he was convinced by Duanling Tian eventually.
This was because Duanling Tian showed him his cultivation base at the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage and a little of his True Energy Consolidated Beast technique.
The 5-clawed Divine Dragon phenomenon that Duanling Tian consolidated with the True Energy Consolidated Beast technique, defeated Bai Li Hong's True Energy Consolidated Beast, destructively with merely 1 blow.
Naturally, Bai Li Hong was stunned.
Initially, he was already shocked when he found out Duanling Tian had broken through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. He was completely dumbstruck now that he had witnessed Duanling Tian's true energy consolidated beast defeating his in one blow. It would still be alright if his true energy consolidated beast was consolidated by imagination. Unfortunately, his true energy consolidated beast was the same as Duanling Tian. It was also consolidated by his true energy and a saint beast's blood essence. As a saint inscription master, it was only natural he was able to obtain a saint beast's blood essence above the perfection saint rudiment stage before he broke through to the perfection saint rudiment stage. Junior brother, is your true energy consolidated beast the legendary divine dragon? Bai Li Hong asked in shock after taking a deep breath. He had only heard of divine dragons, but he had never seen one. Initially, when Duanling Tian performed the true energy consolidated beast technique and consolidated the divine dragon phenomenon, he had already noticed how extraordinary Duanling Tian's divine dragon phenomenon was. Very quickly, a thought popped up in his mind, and he remembered reading about divine dragons. Seeing the beast Duanling Tian formed with his true energy consolidated beast technique, he realized that it has similar characteristics to the divine dragons he had read about. That's right. Duanling Tian nodded with a smile. That means junior brother obtained a divine dragon's blood essence before this? Envy flashed in by Li Hong's eyes. Naturally, he was not really jealous. In fact, he was sincerely happy for Duanling Tian. Junior brother, you're really a remarkable person. You even managed to obtain a divine dragon's blood essence. I heard divine dragons are the king of saint beasts in a way. Although he was curious about how Duanling Tian managed to obtain a divine dragon's blood essence, he did not ask about it. Everyone had their own secrets. When Duanling Tian heard Bai Li Hong's words, he only smiled without saying anything. He noticed that Bai Li Hong did not seem to recognize the divine dragon phenomenon he had consolidated with his true energy consolidated beast was actually a five-clawed divine dragon. Perhaps senior brother has no idea that divine dragons are categorized into 3 classes. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Since Duanling Tian had bid farewell to everyone he wanted to, he left the Moon Illumination Sex estate 2 days later, ready to return to Half Moon Island. Bai Li Hong sent Duanling Tian off at the Moon Illumination Sex estate. Junior brother, I'll wait for your return. At that time, bring your 2 fiancés as well. Ladies who deserve such a heroic figure like you must be extraordinary. Then senior brother, you must prepare gifts for them, Duanling Tian said with a smile. I just need to prepare 2 gifts, right? That's nothing, Bai Li Hong said generously. Senior brother, I'm afraid you'll need to prepare more than 2 gifts. You'll need to prepare 4 gifts. Duanling Tian's smile turned even more charming at this moment. 4 gifts? Bai Li Hong's eyes widened. Don't you only have 2 fiancés? I forgot to tell you my 2 fiancés are pregnant. I'm returning to be there with them when they give birth, Duanling Tian said, smiling. It's such important news. Why did you only tell me now? Bai Li Hong said, feeling a little upset. Maybe I should go with you. Not only can I protect you during your journey, but I can meet my 2 nephews. There's no rush, senior brother. I'll definitely bring them here when I return, Duanling Tian said with a smile. He did not bring Kuer and Li Fei here previously because he was unfamiliar with the Dao Martial Saint Land then. He did not have anywhere to settle down previously. Now that he was with the Moon Illumination sect, he could bring the 2 ladies here without having to worry about anything. With Bai Li Hong here, they would definitely be safe in the Moon Illumination sect. Then please hurry back. I want to see my 2 nephews who are yet to be born, Bai Li Hong said. Don't worry, senior brother. I'll bring them here as soon as the children are born. Duanling Tian nodded and left after bidding farewell to Bai Li Hong again. After Duanling Tian left his sight, Bai Li Hong turned to return to the Moon Illumination sect with a gleam in his eyes. After returning to the inner court, the first thing he did was to enter a huge mansion. It was not his mansion, but he entered the place as though the place had no owner. The people in the mansion did not dare to stop him at all. Elder Bai Li, I wonder what brings you here? At this moment, a person walked out of the mansion, welcoming Bai Li Hong enthusiastically. The person was none other than Lu Huan. Lu Huan seemed enthusiastic on the surface, but there was a gleam in his eyes that indicated he was not surprised by Bai Li Hong's visit. Naturally, I came for a reason, Bai Li Hong said calmly. It was just an excuse he made up. The main reason he came was to keep an eye on Lu Huan to make sure he would not leave his sight during this period of time. He would not have to worry Lu Huan would try and harm his junior brother Duanling Tian if he did this. However, Bai Li Hong did not expect Lu Huan was not the only person who wanted to take Duanling Tian's life now. Although the Mountainshade Black Market had called off the mission to kill Duanling Tian and declined missions to kill him, there was someone else who wanted to kill him. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian headed south after bidding farewell to Bai Li Hong. With his current cultivation base, there was no need for him to hide. He could travel around fearlessly. Naturally, this was because the south was close to the Dao Marshal St. Lan's border. Let alone St. Stage powerhouses. There was hardly anyone above the St. Rudiment stage at the Dao Marshal St. Lan's border. Naturally, just because it was rare, it did not mean there was none at all. However, there were not many martial and Dao cultivators at the St. Rudiment stage who could threaten him, so there was no need for him to be afraid. Whoosh! Duanling Tian, who was initially traveling at an average speed, suddenly flew at full speed, heading far away. Soon after, he arrived above a vast beach. The beach was the Dao Marshal St. Lan's border. He would leave the Dao Marshal St. Land once he crossed the sea. However, Duanling Tian paused as he hovered above the beach. At the same time, he turned around, remaining still. You've been tailing me for such a long time. Don't you think it's about time you show yourself? Duanling Tian said calmly as he looked at the sky in the distance. His voice was not loud, but it was extremely clear. It overwhelmed the noise of the waves easily. However, nobody responded to him. It was as though nobody was there. Duanling Tian remained patient nonetheless. His eyes were focused in one direction. To be more precise, his eyes were trained on a cloud far away, as though there was someone hiding behind it. A silhouette finally came out from behind the cloud after 15 minutes. How did you find out? The person came out from behind the cloud was an old man. He had white hair, and his cheeks were ruddy. He had the appearance of a saint. A hint of suspicion flashed through his eyes when he looked at Duanling Tian. Did you think it's difficult to discover you? Duanling Tian said coldly. Tell me, who are you, and why are you following me? He would not be surprised if the person who followed him was Lu Huan because he was already mentally prepared for that. When he was still at the Moon Illumination sect, he had purposely announced he would leave the Moon Illumination sect alone and return to his hometown. It was actually a bait. The purpose of the bait was to lure the big fish in, and the big fish was Lu Huan. He planned to lure Lu Huan out to kill him, so that Lu Huan would not be able to return to the Moon Illumination sect. With his current ability, he was confident he could kill Lu Huan. Lu Huan was just an ordinary Paramount St. Rudiment stage martial cultivator. He was not at the peak of the Paramount St. Rudiment stage, nor was he at the Imminent Saint stage. He was 90% certain he could defeat Lu Huan. He even thought he could kill Lu Huan this time to avenge his teacher Feng Hui. However, what surprised him was Lu Huan did not follow him. Although somebody else followed him, this person was not Lu Huan. However, he was certain this person's cultivation base was not any lower than Lu Huan's. The old man glared at Duanling Tian and said with a grin, How dare you ask me who I am after killing my disciple? Kill your disciple? Duanling Tian was stunned at first. However, something popped up in his mind when he thought about it. The only Moon Illumination sect's disciple he had killed was Feng Fan. Based on what he knew, Feng Fan had a master who was a Moon Illumination sect's inner court elder, Zhao Feng. His ability ranked in the top 3 among all the inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect. Are you Zhao Feng? Feng Fan's master. Duanling Tian was almost certain the old man with white hair and ruddy cheeks was Zhao Feng, Feng Fan's master. That's right, I'm Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng said bluntly. I supposed Elder Zhao Feng isn't here for a chat, since you've been following me for such a long time? Duanling Tian looked at Zhao Feng with an odd smile. Although he had no idea why Duanling Tian was so calm, he did not think much of him. Naturally, he was not worried someone was secretly protecting Duanling Tian. With his ability, unless there was a Saint Stage powerhouse hiding, it was impossible for him to not notice someone else's presence. He would definitely be able to tell even if it was Bai Li Hong hiding.
You're so calm even when you're going to die. Everything aside, your courage is rare among the younger generation. Unfortunately, I can't let you live since you killed my disciple, Zhao Feng said righteously. Elder Zhao Feng. Duan Ling Tian mocked as he spoke. It was your disciple Feng Fan who sent me the death duel invitation previously. It was he who wanted to kill me. It wasn't me who wanted to kill him. Do you think I should just stand there and let him kill me in that situation just because was your Zhao Feng disciple? Humph. You're good with words. Zhao Feng scoffed coldly as his eyes turned dark. However, no matter how good you are with words, you won't be able to escape death today. The aura on Zhao Feng's body changed as soon as he was done speaking. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian felt a slight sense of oppression, causing him to feel slightly pressured. Duan Ling Tian was certain it was Zhao Feng's true energy consolidated territory. Although Duan Ling Tian had no idea what Zhao Feng's territory was, he was not afraid at all. Zhao Feng continued to cast the True Energy Consolidated Weapon and True Energy Consolidated Beast techniques. He consolidated a gigantic saber with his True Energy Consolidated Weapon technique. Looking at how Zhao Feng was unleashing all his power, apart from proving he was a cautious person, it showed that he really wanted Duan Ling Tian to die here. True Energy Consolidated Weapon. You're a Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage Martial Cultivator. Zhao Feng's pupils widened when he found out Duan Ling Tian could cast the True Energy Consolidated Weapon technique. So what if I'm a Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage Martial Cultivator? It seems like I'm nothing compared to you, Elder Zhao Feng. Duan Ling Tian smirked. Of course. Zhao Feng's tone was filled with arrogance. I'm a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Martial Cultivator. Killing a Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage Martial Cultivator like you is as easy as killing chickens and trimming grass. Although that was what Zhao Feng said, he was still shocked at Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base. Duan Ling Tian was just an outer court disciple who had yet to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage less than a year ago when he entered a death duel with his disciple, Feng Fan. However, he was a Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage Martial Cultivator now. Seems like Elder Zhao Feng's very confident about his ability. Duan Ling Tian's smirk widened. However, Zhao Feng did not respond to his statement and continued to speak. Seems like you've broken through to the mortal shedding stage when you killed my disciple Feng Fan. However, I'm really curious. How did you manage to hide your cultivation base and led everyone to believe you were just a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator? Based on Zhao Feng's words, it was obvious he was certain Duan Ling Tian was already a Saint Rudiment Stage Martial Cultivator when he entered the Moon Illumination sect. He was wondering what kind of technique Duan Ling Tian used to hide his cultivation base that led people to believe he was just a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator when they checked him out using their spiritual energy. He did not believe Duan Ling Tian managed to break through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage from the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage within a year. He would never believe that. Their 9-sect alliance aside, there was nobody like Duan Ling Tian, even in the Dao Martial Saint Land's central area, where all the powerhouses and geniuses gathered. Therefore, he was certain his theory was correct. He believed Duan Ling Tian had killed his disciple Feng Fan by playing dumb and playing dirty. Zhao Feng's rage was boiling when he thought about this. Know-it-all. Hearing what Zhao Feng's words, Duan Ling Tian thought it was hilarious and revealed a mocking expression on his face. It seemed as though he was mocking him for being naive. No matter what kind of technique you use to hide your cultivation base, you're destined to die today. Zhao Feng took a step forward while the air in a 100-meter radius stopped in time with him at the center. It was the territory he had activated earlier. At the same time, the gigantic saber formed from his true energy, consolidated weapon technique above his head, exuded a ferocious aura that was targeted at Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, the giant beast that was formed from his true energy consolidated beast technique was glaring at Duan Ling Tian. The giant beast looked like a lion but not completely so. It had a sharp horn on its head. There was a layer of blood energy surrounding the giant beast. It was the symbol of a blood energy consolidated beast. Zhao Feng's blood energy consolidated beast was also consolidated with true energy and a saint beast's blood essence as its foundation. True energy consolidated beasts could not compare to it. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised at all. With Zhao Feng's current achievement, he must be a remarkable person since he was young at the Moon Illumination sect.
It was easy for him to obtain the blood essence of a saint beast above the perfection saint rudiment stage with the help of Moon Illumination Sect's powerhouse. This alone was incomparable to the Devil Seal tablet he used to kill that Mountain Shade Black Market's assassin back then. When Zhao Feng spread the territory force by activating his territory, Duanling Tian felt an intense pressure pressing on him. He felt a little suffocated since he did not see it coming. Suddenly, his face turned as pale as paper. You're just a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. You're destined to be the fish on my chopping board, since you're in my gravitational territory. Zhao Feng grinned when he looked at Duanling Tian's pale face. Gravitational territory? Duanling Tian came to a realization after hearing Zhao Feng's words. It finally made sense why he felt an intense pressure pressing down on him. It was caused by the gravitational territory that was consolidated by Zhao Feng's true energy consolidated territory. Gravitational territory was a rather common territory where the gravity within territory could be increased to a certain level. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian and Zhao Feng did not notice there was a lady covered completely in black hovering high above the sky. One could tell that it was a lady from her great figure. The purple bird perched on the lady's shoulder said, "Sister, do you want me to help? I'm afraid he's no match for that old fellow."
No need. The lady shook her head as her eyes gleamed. Didn't you notice? He's calm since the beginning. That shows he's confident.
Confident? The purple bird shook its head.
He's just a perfection Saint Rudiment martial cultivator while that old fellow is at the peak of the paramount Saint Rudiment stage.
And he also masters gravitational territory. It's difficult for him to walk within the gravitational territory, so it'll be difficult for him to fight back. It was clear that the purple bird looked down on Duanling Tian. Just watch. It's not too late for you to help if he's really no match for him in the end, the lady said. The purple bird nodded as it looked down, excited.
Meanwhile, Duanling Tian seemed to be the only thing that existed in the lady's eyes. She could tell Duanling Tian was calm from the beginning until the end. It was not a front. She could not help but feel skeptical. Where did he get his confidence from?
Did he notice their presence and knew they would protect him during the critical moment?
However, she thought it was impossible the more she thought about it.
Does your body feel restricted? And you're not able to defend against the gravity in my territory, even though you still have all your true energy? Zhao Feng looked at Duanling Tian in a manner as though he had everything under control. He even had an arrogant smirk on his lips. However, Duanling Tian's response completely froze the smirk on his face.
So this is all the gravity your gravitational territory has? Duanling Tian's face that was initially as pale as a paper regained its rosiness suddenly. His face was calm and he had a mocking smile on his face when he looked at Zhao Feng again.
You're going to die, but you're still so stubborn. Zhao Feng laughed out of anger. Subsequently, Zhao Feng remained motionless. However, the gigantic saber he had consolidated with the true energy consolidated weapon technique charged toward Duanling Tian as though it was going to cut Duanling Tian into two. Roar! Meanwhile, the giant beast Zhao Feng had consolidated with his blood energy consolidated beast technique pounced at Duanling Tian as well. Its mouth was wide open as though it was going to devour him. Duanling Tian's expression remained the same while he faced the gigantic saber and giant beast. Suddenly, true energy shot out at lightning speed above his head. It grew in just a blink of an eye before it eventually turned into the divine dragon phenomenon. To be exact, it was a five-clawed divine dragon phenomenon. The divine dragon phenomenon that was shrouded in blood energy released its dragon force as soon as it appeared.
At this moment, the giant beast Zhao Feng consolidated with the true energy consolidated beast technique stopped moving halfway. It was terrified facing Duanling Tian's divine dragon phenomenon. If it was just a beast phenomenon consolidated by true energy through imagination, it would definitely not be able to feel afraid.
However, the giant beast phenomenon was consolidated with true energy and a giant beast's blood essence. It had intelligence, that was why it was afraid of the king of Saint Beasts, the Dragon Clan. Moreover, Duanling Tian's divine dragon phenomenon was a five-clawed divine dragon phenomenon. Five-clawed divine dragons were ranked the highest in the Dragon Clan in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The Dragon Clan's patriarch was a five-clawed divine dragon as well. Furthermore, the blood essence Duanling Tian used belonged to a five-clawed devil dragon. The five-clawed devil dragon ranked first among the five-clawed divine dragons. In fact, it ranked even higher than five-clawed golden dragons. What's happening? This scene shocked Zhao Feng. It was his first time seeing such a thing despite having lived for so many years. While Zhao Feng was shocked, the divine dragon phenomenon that Duanling Tian had consolidated with his true energy consolidated beast technique swung its tail and smashed Zhao Feng's true energy consolidated beast against the relic phenomenon Duanling Tian had consolidated with his true energy consolidated weapon before he could even react. At the same time, Zhao Feng's gigantic saber phenomenon was crushed by the divine dragon phenomenon. After the divine dragon phenomenon crushed both of Zhao Feng's phenomenons consecutively, it hovered in the air arrogantly, looking down at the world from above. Dragon! It's a dragon! A real dragon! Meanwhile, a memory appeared in Zhao Feng's mind when he regained his senses from the shock of seeing Duanling Tian's divine dragon phenomenon. It was a memory about divine dragons. Naturally, he was just like Bai Li Hong. Everything he knew about divine dragons was limited to the recordings in the scrolls. When Zhao Feng was still shocked at how Duanling Tian managed to consolidate a divine dragon phenomenon, Duanling Tian spoke, "Elder Zhao Feng, your gravitational territory isn't that great." In the next second, Zhao Feng was shocked again when he saw Duanling Tian moving like the wind, unaffected by his gravitational territory at all. The true energy consolidated beast technique Duanling Tian performed had already shocked Zhao Feng, and now he found out Duanling Tian was not just a Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage martial cultivator, but a Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage martial cultivator. That aside, what shocked him more was the giant beast phenomenon Duanling Tian consolidated with his true energy consolidated beast technique was a divine dragon phenomenon. Moreover, the divine dragon phenomenon easily crushed his true energy consolidated weapon and true energy consolidated beast. One must know different cultivation base would consolidate different divine dragon phenomenon and giant beast phenomenon. The higher one's cultivation base was, the more powerful the phenomenon that would be consolidated. There were only two possibilities for Duanling Tian to be able to defeat his two phenomenons easily with the divine dragon phenomenon he consolidated with his Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage cultivation base. 1. Duanling Tian might not be as simple as a Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage martial cultivator. The other was Duanling Tian's divine dragon phenomenon was too powerful, that was why it easily defeated his phenomenons. Between the two, Zhao Feng thought the latter was more likely the case. If the former was the truth, would that not mean Duanling Tian's cultivation base was on par with him? If Duanling Tian's cultivation base was on par with him, that would mean he was at least at the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. He would be able to perform the true energy consolidated territory technique. That was something he was unwilling to see. At this very moment, Zhao Feng panicked when he saw that Duanling Tian was moving unaffectedly as he pleased in his gravitational territory. Could Duanling Tian's cultivation base really be on par with his? That was the only reason that could explain how Duanling Tian managed to move within the coverage of his gravitational territory easily. He could not think of anything else. Your gravitational territory is nothing. Duanling Tian was calm even though he was in Zhao Feng's gravitational territory. He was no longer as pale as a paper. He moved at ease in Zhao Feng's gravitational territory as though it did not affect him. In fact, that was really not the case. Zhao Feng's gravitational territory was extremely terrifying. It was so powerful that it was difficult even for an ordinary Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage martial cultivator to walk within it. The reason Duanling Tian managed to move easily was due to his body. He had gone through cleansing twice, especially the second time where it happened in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It changed his body so drastically that his body was even more powerful than a five-clawed divine dragon from the Dragon Clan. Moreover, the strength of his body increased again after he refined it using the five-clawed devil dragon's blood essence. According to Elder Hua, his current body was more powerful than a six-clawed divine dragon at the same level. In fact, his body was even more powerful than a seven-clawed divine dragon at the same level. Naturally, there was no six-clawed divine dragon or seven-clawed divine dragon in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The five-clawed divine dragon's bloodline was the purest and the noblest one in the Dao Martial Saint Lan's dragon clans. This was how Duan Ling Tian discovered his body was not affected much by Zhao Feng's gravity after adapting to the gravitational territory.
It seems like a powerful body doesn't only boost battle ability and defense, it also allows me to defend against the gravity in this gravitational territory, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself.
Naturally, although Duan Ling Tian could move as he wished in Zhao Feng's gravitational territory due to his powerful body, the insane pressure was exhausting his strength with every passing minute and second. No matter how powerful his body was, he would not be able to endure for long. I must end this quickly. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian made up his mind to kill Zhao Feng before he exhausted his body. With the presence of a five-clawed divine dragon, he was not afraid of Zhao Feng's true energy consolidated weapon and true energy consolidated beast at all. Moreover, with his powerful body, he was not afraid of Zhao Feng's true energy consolidated territory, the gravitational territory, within a short period of time. However, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to underestimate Zhao Feng at all.
No matter what, Zhao Feng was at the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Even without relying on true energy consolidated weapon, true energy consolidated beast, and true energy consolidated territory, the true energy he possessed was majestic and endless. Moreover, he had been cultivating years of martial tactic techniques. He must have cultivated all of them to the highest level, which was the impeccable stage.
Zhao Feng, I would like to see how you're going to kill me today.
Duan Ling Tian smirked and took out his sun's shooting bow immediately as he lifted his arms. He then consolidated an arrow with his true energy and placed it on the bow. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian pulled the bowstring made of the five-clawed devil dragon's dragon tendon. Although Duan Ling Tian was a perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator now, he only managed to pull the bowstring back a little further. He was still pretty far away from pulling it into the shape of a full moon. It also proved how tough the five-clawed divine dragon's dragon tendon was.
Duan Ling Tian, I must admit that I've underestimated you. Not only me, but even Lu Huan underestimated you as well, Zhao Feng said as he glared at Duan Ling Tian in his deep voice. At the same time, a hint of fear fleeted through the depth of his eyes.
Seems like it was Lu Huan who told you about my departure. Duan Ling Tian smiled. I thought the bait I put out would lure Lu Huan here. I didn't expect Lu Huan wouldn't come. As it turns out, it's you who came. However, whether it's you or him, the results will be the same.
At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's tone was filled with confidence. Also, I have a really bad habit. I don't usually let people who want to kill me to live, Duan Ling Tian said as killing intent filled his eyes. How boastful. I would like to see how you're going to kill me. Although he was afraid Duan Ling Tian might be a paramount Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, he had yet to confirm that. Therefore, he was not afraid of Duan Ling Tian at all as he faced him.
Naturally, he had a plan of his own.
He would run as soon as he confirmed that Duan Ling Tian was a paramount Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, and if his ability surpassed his.
Since he came out of closed-door cultivation, he was sure that the few Saint stage powerhouses, including the sect leader, a few vice sect leaders, and inner court elder by Li Hong, were the only ones more powerful than him in the Moon Illumination sect. The others were nothing to him.
He was even confident he could defeat the inner court elder who ranked second in the Moon Illumination sect.
Zhao Feng lifted his arms and took out his saint weapon as soon as he was done speaking. Zhao Feng's saint weapon was a staff that was over a foot long. The staff was thick with significant patterns around it. 3 saint inscriptions? A glance was sufficient for Duan Ling Tian to see there were 3 saint inscriptions inscribed on Zhao Feng's saint weapon.
Since it was far away, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to really see, so he could not tell what kind of inscriptions the 3 saint inscriptions were. However, he was sure that there was only one 3-star saint inscription at the most among the 3 saint inscriptions. It was the standard saint weapon a Moon Illumination sect's inner court elder would have. Only the few saint stage powerhouses, including the Moon Illumination sect's sect leader, would have a saint weapon with 2 3-star saint inscriptions inscribed on it. Meanwhile, Bai Li Hong was the only one who had a saint weapon with 3 3-star saint inscriptions inscribed on it. Naturally, there was another person who owned a saint weapon with 3 3-star saint inscriptions. It was Duan Ling Tian, Bai Li Hong's junior brother.
Duan Ling Tian, here comes my staff. Zhao Feng did not hesitate as soon as he took out his saint weapon. He moved as though he had turned into a bolt of lightning as he dashed toward Duan Lingtian. He swung the staff in his hand agilely. The air seemed to stop as it turned into a wave of strong, rumbling, and majestic airwave in his wake. Moreover, it was accompanied by the sound of air explosions. The strong wind created by Zhao Feng's staff swept over Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Whoosh! While Zhao Feng charged at Duan Lingtian, the two true energies in Zhao Feng's body that had turned into a giant beast and saber were also headed in the direction of Duan Lingtian's divine dragon phenomenon. Naturally, the giant beast was trembling as it charged at him. However, since it was created by Zhao Feng's true energy consolidated beast technique, it had no choice but to attack Duan Lingtian's phenomenon no matter how scared it was. Meanwhile, the air around the divine dragon phenomenon shook. This was due to Zhao Feng controlling his gravitational territory. He quickly focused on the gravity around the divine dragon phenomenon in an attempt to suppress it. Soon after he succeeded, the divine dragon phenomenon was pressed down by gravity. His huge saber and giant beast arrived at the same time. Roar! At this very moment, the divine dragon phenomenon that was being pressed down lifted its head arrogantly and roared at the sky. As the dragon roared, the air trembled, creating ripples that began to spread. No one should go against the dragon's scales. No one should go against the dragon's force. The divine dragon phenomenon Duan Lingtian had consolidated with the true energy consolidated beast technique seemed to have turned into a real dragon at this very moment. It was arrogant. Naturally, it would not like being restricted Zhao Feng's gravitational territory. Suddenly, the divine dragon phenomenon vanished due to the gravity Zhao Fe had cast on it. Everything happened in a blink of an eye. He did not even have time to react. Although he was shocked by the divine dragon phenomenon's existence, he was secretly relieved when he saw it fading away due to his gravitational territory, relic phenomenon, and giant beast phenomenon. He had achieved his goal. His goal was to make the divine dragon phenomenon vanish. He planned to kill Duan Lingtian before he could consolidate another divine dragon phenomenon. Although he was not afraid of Duan Lingtian's divine dragon phenomenon, he must admit the divine dragon phenomenon did pose a certain level of threat. Whoosh! When faced with Zhao Feng, who was charging toward him fiercely, Duan Lingtian immediately charged out with his gigantic sword phenomenon that he had consolidated with true energy consolidated weapon technique. He was going for the foot-long staff in Zhao Feng's hand. Just as he expected, his gigantic sword phenomenon was easily defeated by the staff in Zhao Feng's hand. The staff that had defeated the gigantic sword phenomenon slashed at Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. Thousand Mass Saint Inscription, Destruction Saint Inscription, and there's also an overlapping Saint Inscription. Duan Lingtian saw the Saint Inscriptions inscribed on the staff in Zhao Feng's hand when it crushed his gigantic sword phenomenon. The strength came from the two 2-star Saint Inscriptions and a 3-star Saint Inscription. The Thousand Mass Saint Inscription and Destruction Saint Inscription were 2-star Saint Inscriptions, while the overlapping Saint Inscription was a 3-star Saint Inscription. The Thousand Mass Saint Inscription was the same Saint Inscription on the broadsword Feng Fan had used back then. The broadsword came into Duan Lingtian's possession after Feng Fan died. Meanwhile, the 2-star Saint Inscription, the Destruction Saint Inscription, could break air resistance to a certain level. Lastly, the overlapping Saint Inscription, a 3-star Saint Inscription, could overcome strength to a certain level, granting one more strength. Although the strength granted was not much, it was still a significant boost. Duan Lingtian learned about these two Saint Inscriptions from his senior brother, Bai Lihong. The Saint Inscriptions on the Saint weapon in Zhao Feng's hand were inscribed by Bai Lihong himself. If Bai Lihong discovered that Zhao Feng had used the Saint Inscriptions he had inscribed to fight his junior brother, he would be enraged to the point of no return. Colossal Arrow Bell. Faced with Zhao Feng's staff that was coming at him ferociously, Duan Lingtian did not dodge since he knew it would be futile. He quickly cast the only defensive technique in the colossal aerolite arrow that he had successfully cultivated. At this moment, the aerolite shower turned into tens of thousands of arrow rays as though they were alive. They were rotating around Duan Lingtian's body, forming a layer of defense like an eggshell. The eggshell had the shape of a giant bell. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was within the giant bell. You think you can defend against the full force of my attack? You must be dreaming.
Zhao Feng's face was filled with mockery when he saw Duan Ling Tian choose to defend against his attack. At this moment, he was almost certain Duan Ling Tian was just a perfection saint rudiment martial cultivator. If Duan Ling Tian was a martial cultivator above the paramount saint rudiment stage, it was impossible he would not cast the true energy consolidated territory under such circumstances. Bang! 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 The staff in Zhao Feng's hand produced thunderous explosions in its wake. It arrived close to the giant bell Duan Ling Tian was in very quickly. Bang! A loud explosion reverberated in the air as the staff landed on the giant bell. It began to shake as though it might collapse any time. Meanwhile, the air around the staff was turbulent. Rumbling airwaves swept out rampantly with the staff at the center. At this moment, even the ocean in the distance was affected. It caused the waves to undulate for a long time. Such a powerful defensive technique. The purple bird high in the sky exclaimed softly, "This defensive technique has surpassed the human rank saint-grade martial tactic." It seems like the human rank saint-grade martial tactic he's cultivating isn't simple. It's the top human rank saint-grade martial tactic. Chi Mei, the black-clad lady who was a black market's assassin, mumbled, "Who is he? Let alone a seventh-rate sect like the Moon Illumination sect, even a sixth-rate force might not be able to obtain such a human rank saint-grade martial tactic. Even a fifth-rate force doesn't have many human rank saint-grade martial tactics like this," the purple bird said. "That's impossible." Zhao Feng, who was initially filled with confidence, had disbelief written all over his face when he realized he had exhausted 80% to 90% of his strength just to break Duan Ling Tian's defense. He could not figure out how a perfection saint rudiment martial cultivator had such a powerful defense. Unfortunately, it was destined that he would never figure it out. Aerolite strike. As Zhao Feng crushed the bell formed by Duan Ling Tian's colossal arrow bell, Duan Ling Tian charged out from the arrow bell before it collapsed and shot a powerful arrow out. His true energy surged out of his chi and gathered in both his hands through the 99 saint veins in his body. The world turned still when the arrow shot out as though it was the only thing left in the world. Meanwhile, the arrow landed between Zhao Feng's eyebrows and he died just as he regained his senses. At the moment of death, Zhao Feng still could not figure out how Duan Ling Tian had such a powerful defense. He did not think it would be difficult to break Duan Ling Tian's defense, so he did not hold back. He was killed by Duan Ling Tian's arrow because he was caught off guard. As a martial cultivator at the peak of the paramount saint rudiment stage, he died with a lot of grievances. However, there was no sympathy in a world where the strong ruled. A dead person was just a pile of bones while the winner would be crowned. "Nothing's impossible," Duan Ling Tian said calmly in response to Zhao Feng's words before he died. He calmly took away his spatial ring and destroyed his body. Naturally, there was no way Zhao Feng could have heard his response. Colossal Arrow Bell is worthy of being called the defensive technique that's on par with an Earth-rank saint-grade martial tactic. The true energy transferred through my 99 saint veins provided an endless stream for the Arrow Bell to nullify more than 80% of Zhao Feng's force. Although he knew the colossal Arrow Bell's defense was powerful, it was Duan Ling Tian's first time using it in a fight. It was his first time witnessing how terrifying it was. Who was Zhao Feng? He was a paramount saint rudiment stage martial cultivator. If he unleashed his full strength with his saint weapon that was inscribed with 2 2-star saint inscriptions and a 3-star saint inscription, even an imminent saint stage martial cultivator might not dare to fight with him with just a defensive technique. However, Duan Ling Tian did just that. Although it did not manage to completely endure the hit, it nullified most of it, causing Zhao Feng to lose the ability to avoid his arrow. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian knew very well the reason he managed to successfully kill Zhao Feng was because Zhao Feng had underestimated him from the very beginning. To be more precise, he had underestimated the colossal arrow bell. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to kill Zhao Feng so easily, although he would still be able to kill him eventually. Unfortunately, Lu Huan didn't come along. Seems like I can only kill that Lu Huan when I return, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He thought it was unfortunate. However, he let the thought go in the end. With his current ability, it was not difficult for him to kill Lu Huan as long as he had the chance. Duan Ling Tian continued on his journey to Half Moon Island after killing Zhao Feng.
It did not take him long to arrive at Half Moon Island with his current ability. Previously, it had taken him a long time to get to the Dao Marshal Saint Land from Half Moon Island because he was not familiar with the way. He had gotten lost and spent a long time taking the wrong path. However, he was certain of the direction this time. What Duan Ling Tian did not notice was a person and a bird following him closely. A person with a Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage Cultivation base killed a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Martial Cultivator. I didn't expect him to be so capable, the purple bird exclaimed. One could tell it was a little upset from its tone. Naturally, it was upset because Duan Ling Tian had unintentionally denied him a chance to fight. Although Chi Mei was quiet, the way she looked at Duan Ling Tian now was different. She muttered, "I hope you and her don't have a close relationship, otherwise, I'll have to kill you even if I'm unwilling." While Duan Ling Tian went on his way after killing Zhao Feng, chaos had descended in the Moon Illumination sect. There was a forbidden area in the Moon Illumination sect's inner court. Apart from people with a higher status than an inner court elder, the others were forbidden to even step a foot inside. Those who violated the rule would be expelled from the sect, and that was the lightest sentence. It was punishable by death. The Moon Illumination sect's forbidden area was the cultivation place for the few saint stage powerhouses, including the sect leader. At this moment, a sudden wail resounded from one of the saint stage powerhouses' mansion in the cultivation place. The wail was filled with rage. In the mansion, a short old man's eyes turned red as he looked at the crushed soul pearl on the table before him. Zhao Feng's dead? Who did it? The old man's voice was deep, and it was filled with fury. Junior Uncle Qian. At this moment, an exuberant voice came from outside. Sect leader. The old man left his mansion in just a blink of an eye. He arrived outside of the mansion when he finally reappeared. He greeted a tall, middle-aged man with a face as clear as jade. Although the tall, middle-aged man was just standing there, each of his movement was majestic. It was obvious he held a high position in the sect. Based on the way the old man addressed him, it was obvious he was the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, Zhang Wei. Junior Uncle Qian, what happened? Zhang Wei asked. His mansion was situated close to the old man's mansion, so he had heard the commotion earlier. Sect leader, Zhao Feng's dead, the old man said in his deep voice. Zhao Feng's dead. Zhang Wei was shocked when he heard the old man's words. Although Zhao Feng was just an inner court elder, Zhang Wei knew very well of the relationship between Zhao Feng and the old man. The old man had secretly taken Zhao Feng as his direct disciple. Nobody knew why the old man did not announce their relationship later, nor why he did not officially make Zhao Feng his disciple. Zhao Feng was not considered a real disciple of his. Therefore, not many people in the Moon Illumination sect knew about the relationship between Zhao Feng and the old man. However, Zhang Wei heard about Zhao Feng and the old man from his master previously. His master was the former sect leader of Moon Illumination sect. He had disclosed to Zhang Wei that Zhao Feng might be the old man's illegitimate son. Apparently, that was the reason he did not officially take Zhao Feng in as his direct disciple. No matter who it was that killed Zhao Feng, I'll find him even if I have to dig deep, the old man said, clenching his teeth. The old man's face was fierce. For a moment, even Zhang Wei thought he was looking at a different person. Junior Uncle Qian, I'll get someone to investigate this. Just wait for the news, Zhang Wei said to the old man. He did not dare to slack when the matter was related to the old man. Not only was the old man his senior, but he was a guardian of the Moon Illumination sect. After leaving the forbidden land of the Moon Illumination sect, Zhang Wei went to Zhao Feng's mansion in the inner court area immediately to speak to the people from the mansion. Soon, he found out that Zhao Feng had spoken to the inner court elder, Lu Huan, after he got out of his closed-door cultivation earlier. He then left his mansion yesterday and had yet to return until now. Zhang Wei knew very well that Zhao Feng would never return. The reason being that he was already dead. Lu Huan. Zhang Wei went for Lu Huan after leaving Zhao Feng's mansion. He happened to see a familiar silhouette when he arrived outside Lu Huan's mansion. Elder Bai Li? Zhang Wei was rather surprised to see Bai Li Hong walk out of Lu Huan's mansion. Were Bai Li Hong and Lu Huan not as incompatible as water and fire now? After all, Bai Li Hong's junior brother had come from Mound Hill City.
He was the disciple of the Mound Hill city governor, Feng Hui. Jiang Wei was well aware of the rivalry between Feng Hui and Lu Huan. He would not be surprised if Bai Li Hong came to him to inform him that he would kill Lu Huan. After all, he would not be able to reject him if Bai Li Hong really came to him to tell him that. Although Lu Huan was also the inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect, he was nothing compared to Bai Li Hong. To put it directly, Lu Huan was not even worthy of cleaning Bai Li Hong's shoes if one were to compare their positions in the Moon Illumination sect. Who was Bai Li Hong? He was a 3-star Saint Inscription Master. Apart from the Saint Inscription Masters in the Mountain Shade Black Market, there were only 2 3-star Saint Inscription Masters in the entire 9 Sect Alliances area. Therefore, regardless of he or the other few Moon Illumination sects Grand Elders, they were polite whenever they faced Bai Li Hong because they were afraid that they might upset him in any way possible. One must know that Bai Li Hong was highly sought after in the other 8 sects, even to the Mountain Shade Black Market. Throughout these years, the 8 sects and the Mountain Shade Black Market had been inviting Bai Li Hong to join their sects by offering him great benefits. But he always rejected them. This was because he had established a sense of belonging in the Moon Illumination sect. He was also grateful toward the Moon Illumination sect for taking care of him for so many years. Thus, all of the higher management in the Moon Illumination sect, even Jiang Wei, the Moon Illumination sect leader, would behave themselves whenever they saw each other. Just like now, Jiang Wei was smiling widely when he greeted Bai Li Hong. He had a rare warm smile on his face. Sect leader. Bai Li Hong was slightly surprised to see Jiang Wei when he got out of there too. Sect leader? Are you here for Elder Lu Huan too? That's right. Jiang Wei nodded while smiling. Then, I won't be bothering you, sect leader. Bai Li Hong left after greeting Jiang Wei. Since it had been half a day, he was not worried about Lu Huan going after his junior brother, who was on his way back to his hometown. Meanwhile, in Lu Huan's mansion, as Lu Huan turned around after sending Bai Li Hong off, he heard a stammer coming from behind. Sect leader. The stammer came from an inner court disciple guarding the entrance of Lu Huan's mansion. He was Lu Huan's nominal disciple. Naturally, a nominal disciple was just a person who did miscellaneous chores. He was incomparable with a direct disciple at all. Sect leader. Lu Huan was shocked to hear the stammer coming from behind, so he then spun around immediately. He saw a tall and majestic middle-aged man standing not far away as soon as he turned around. The man was looking at him calmly. Elder Lu Huan. Sect leader. Are you looking for me? Lu Huan could not help to have shock written on his face when he saw Jiang Wei, who had never been to his mansion before. Although he was an inner court elder, he was the lowest one among the bunch of inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect. He could not even attend the sect's decision-making meetings, so he hardly had the opportunity to have alone time with the sect leader, let alone have the sect leader come to his mansion. While feeling overwhelmed by the unexpected visit, Lu Huan greeted Jiang Wei respectfully. Please come in, sect leader. Lu Huan was bending and nodding along the way. He looked like an obedient dog who would allow anyone to bite him. The current him looked like a completely different person compared to the version of him boasting at Han River City back then. The difference was like heaven and earth. In Lu Huan's mansion's main hall, Lu Huan welcomed Jiang Wei to sit on the main seat while he stood aside. Jiang Wei did not show any politeness at all as he proceeded to sit. He regaled his majesty as sect leader. Sect leader, is there anything that I can help you with? Lu Huan stood there and asked while feeling a little anxious. He was happy that the sect leader came for him, but after the excitement, he realized that the situation should not be as simple as he thought. There had to be something important that the sect leader came for. It was impossible for him to be here just for a friendly chat. Lu Huan thought of Duan Ling Tian and Bai Li Hong at that moment. Could Bai Li Hong have asked the sect leader to get rid of me? Lu Huan's heart jolted when he thought about this. He had thought of that possibility before, but what could he do about it? Should he leave the Moon Illumination sect? He, Lu Huan, had been in the Moon Illumination sect all his life and had rooted himself there. He was gravely unwilling to live outside on his own. Therefore, he had always thought he was fortunate that Bai Li Hong had never been so cruel to him. After all, he behaved himself when Bai Li Hong confronted him and did not show any signs of rejection at all. He should be here for something else. Lu Huan, who was anxious, took a deep breath in and began to console himself. Did you look for Elder Zhao Feng after he got out of his closed-door cultivation? Jiang Wei asked calmly while looking at Lu Huan. Yes. Although he no idea why Jiang Wei asked that, Lu Huan nodded anyway. It was not a secret after all. Many people at Zhao Feng's mansion knew that Lu Huan had gone looking for Zhao Feng. Didn't Zhao Feng leave to kill Duan Ling Tian? It's such a coincidence that sect leader is here asking about Zhao Feng. Lu Huan thought it was odd.
Did you know that Elder Zhao Feng already left yesterday? Jiang Wei asked again. I've no idea. Lu Huan shook his head while looking lost. Sect leader, did something happen to Elder Zhao Feng? Naturally, he knew Zhao Feng left the sect yesterday and waited for Duan Ling Tian out there.
However, it was impossible for him to admit that he knew that.
After all, he could not bring up the plan he had made with Zhao Feng to kill Duan Ling Tian. Jiang Wei looked at Lu Huan and said calmly, Elder Zhao Feng's dead.
Elder Zhao Feng was dead. Meanwhile, Jiang Wei's words were a clap of thunder to Lu Huan's ears. He could not snap back to his senses for a long time. Elder Zhao Feng is dead? Lu Huan looked lost when he came back to his senses. There was shock in his eyes as he did not know what to do. Naturally, that was Lu Huan's instinctive reaction.
Seeing that, Jiang Wei realized that Zhao Feng's death might not have anything to do with Lu Huan. Judging by his expression, Lu Huan did not look like he was faking it. However, he would never figure that the reason why Lu Huan was shocked was that Lu Huan himself never thought this would happen.
Zhao Feng was dead. He knew very well what Zhao Feng had done. Initially, he thought Zhao Feng would definitely achieve his goal, which was to kill his foe, Duan Ling Tian. He was already waiting for Zhao Feng to come back for a celebratory feast. However, the sect leader came to him before Zhao Feng returned and brought him such shocking news. Zhao Feng went to kill Duan Ling Tian. Bai Li Hong was with me all this time, so it's impossible that it was he who killed Zhao Feng. That being said, did someone else kill Elder Zhao Feng? Lu Huan was terrified as he thought about this.
Naturally, he had never thought it was Duan Ling Tian who killed Zhao Feng.
Duan Ling Tian was nothing to him even though he had great talent and had already broken through to Saint Rudiment stage. He treated Duan Ling Tian as an ant from the beginning until the end.
Duan Ling Tian would have been dead if not for Bai Li Hong. If Lu Huan had not killed him, Duan Ling Tian would have definitely been killed by the assassin from Mountain Shade Black Market. Zhao Feng's dead. He must have offended some powerhouse along the way and was killed by that powerhouse.
I wonder if he killed Duan Ling Tian before being killed by the powerhouse. At that moment, Lu Huan was not thinking of Lu Huan's death. He wanted to know if Duan Ling Tian was dead or not. Zhao Feng's death was none of his business. It was none of his concern at all. Duan Ling Tian's death was all that mattered to him. He would not be able to eat and sleep well as long as Duan Ling Tian was still alive.
From the beginning until the end, Lu Huan did not only not suspect that Duan Ling Tian was the one who killed Zhao Feng, but he had also never thought that the powerhouse who killed Zhao Feng was related to Duan Ling Tian.
To him, Duan Ling Tian was just a bumpkin.
If he was not a bumpkin, he would not become his nemesis. As he thought about it, he sneered inwardly at the thought of the lowly position as the disciple of the Mound Hill City Governor Fang Hui.
It was impossible that a bumpkin like Duan Ling Tian would have such a powerhouse to protect him on his way. Naturally, he thought it might be Bai Li Hong who got in a powerhouse to protect Duan Ling Tian. However, he thought it should not be the case as he thought further. If Bai Li Hong really got a powerhouse who had the ability to kill Zhao Feng to protect Duan Ling Tian, why would he stay at Lu Huan's mansion for such a long time, watching him and not let him sneak out of the sect to kill Duan Ling Tian? Therefore, he eliminated the possibility. Thus, he thought the only possibility was a powerhouse that was unrelated to Duan Ling Tian at all who had killed Zhao Feng. Just keep it to yourself. Don't tell anyone. Jiang Wei glanced at Lu Huan calmly and vanished without a trace after Lu Huan responded. Lu Huan was secretly relieved at that moment. Hopefully, Zhao Feng killed Duan Ling Tian before getting himself killed. Otherwise, I'll have to do it myself in the future, Lu Huan mumbled.
Poor Zhao Feng was in such bad luck. He was in closed-door cultivation for such a long time but got killed as soon as he went out. Fortunately, it wasn't me who went after that Duan Ling Tian this time.
Otherwise, I might have been the one killed. Lu Huan's heart was racing as he thought about this. Since Lu Huan did not cooperate, Zhao Feng's death became a mystery in the Moon Illumination sect. Naturally, not many people including Bai Li Hong knew about his death. Meanwhile, on the other side, Duan Ling Tian, who was on his long journey, finally saw a tiny, black dot after passing the ocean ahead of him. The tiny black dot did not stop enlarging as he raced toward it at full force. It then turned into an island, a vast island that was covered by a thin layer of fog which was hard to see clearly. Half Moon Island. It was exactly 3 years since he had left Half Moon Island back then. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel his emotions being stirred seeing Half Moon Island, his hometown, once again. A warm smile grew on his face as soon as he thought of his 2 fiancées and the children in their wombs. Kur, little Fayer, I'm back. Duan Ling Tian mumbled softly as he stood outside of Half Moon Island. However, as he entered the Half Moon Island sky, Duan Ling Tian realized that something was off even before he passed through the clouds. What happened? He frowned, unable to tell what was wrong at that moment. He simply thought something was off with Half Moon Island. Soon, he passed through the clouds and saw Half Moon Island in full view. His face turned gravely pale after taking a glance at the island. Everything that he was looking at was like a giant hammer that was pounding hard on his chest. His blood essence was boiling, and it took him a while to calm himself down. What exactly had he seen to cause him to feel that? Half Moon Island looked like ruins now. The original Half Moon Island was filled with lush greenery and fresh air. It was like heaven on earth. However, the current Half Moon Island was filled with potholes with dried blood spots everywhere. Besides that, the initial Ling Tian sect, which was located in the middle of Half Moon Island, had turned into ruins too. There were even some bodies scattered in there. It was clear that the bodies had been long dead just by looking at their stage of decomposition. How did this happen? How did this even happen? Duan Ling Tian felt lost. He was completely lost. He felt like his heart was hollowed. His eyes turned red without knowing when. Who? Who did this? Who? At that moment, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have lost his mind. Apart from the 2 fiancées that he cared about the most, his close friends and Ling Tian sect disciples had been there. However, the place had turned into ruins. To be exact, it had become ruins with bodies all over. He did not dare to head down. Trembling, Duan Ling Tian flew away to take a look at the ruins, which was initially the Ling Tian sect estate. At that very moment, he knew that he had to face it even though he was unwilling to. He had to confirm if his 2 fiancées and his bunch of friends were still alive. Master! A familiar voice came to his ears when he was getting close to the Ling Tian sect's ruins while his heart beat like a bullet train. The voice was like rain in a drought when it entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Gold Thug! He could tell that the voice belonged to Gold Thug, who was the golden hellhound he had taken in back then. At that moment, Gold Thug came from far away and arrived before Duan Ling Tian. His eyes turned red when he saw his master. Gold Thug! What exactly happened here? Duan Ling Tian was shivering a little. He could not control his emotions at the moment at all. Master, please follow me. Gold Thug brought Duan Ling Tian to the east of Half Moon Island after speaking to him. They arrived at a mountain range in the east of Half Moon Island. They came to a peaceful and remote valley in which there were cottages. There were 2 silhouettes that were extremely familiar to Duan Ling Tian standing at the door of one of the cottages. It was Feng Wu Dao and Sima Changfeng. Duan Ling Tian was relieved to see both of them. It was he who had initiated bringing them to Half Moon Island back then. He would not be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life if something happened to them, especially Feng Wu Dao. If anything happened to Feng Wu Dao, how was he going to tell Feng Tian Wu if they met again in the future? Uncle Feng, teacher. Duan Ling Tian disappeared from Gold Thug's sight as he flashed and arrived before Feng Wu Dao and Sima Changfeng. The speed that Duan Ling Tian performed with his current cultivation base caught Feng Wu Dao and Sima Changfeng off guard. They only turned to look at Duan Ling Tian when they heard his voice. They were a little emotional when they saw Duan Ling Tian. Kid, you're finally back. Feng Wu Dao took a deep breath in. He could not suppress his emotions when he saw Duan Ling Tian now, although he was experienced. Although Sima Changfeng did not say anything, one could tell he felt emotional from the expression on his face. Young master. At the same time, a strong, middle-aged man walked out of one of the cottages. He, too, was emotional when he saw Duan Tian.
Xiongquan. Duan Tian's eyes lit up when he saw the strong middle-aged man. One of the giant rocks that was pressing on his heart fell away. Duan Tian's back? At the same time, Duan Tian saw the brothers Nangong Qin and Nangong Yi as well as Qin Xiaoshui. They were all alive. At that moment, the giant rocks that seemed to press on Duan Tian's heart dropped away. He then looked at the two cottages that were slightly further away. The two cottages were the only ones left from which no one had yet to come out.
He was excited and anxious at the moment. Could Kur and Little Fair be in there? How about Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold? Were they in there too?
Finally, a figure came out of one of the cottages.
Sect leader. It was a lady. She saw Duan Tian as soon as she walked out. Her face and eyes were filled with excitement too. Luo Ping. The lady who walked out was Ling Tian Sect's vice sect leader Luo Ping. Mrs.
Sect leader has returned. Duan Tian was emotional as he watched Luo Ping walking to the cottage next door. Kur and Little Fair were the only ones that Luo Ping called Mrs.
Sect leader. At that moment, the cottage door opened while a graceful silhouette flew out of it followed by fragrance in the air. She was going straight for Duan Tian's embrace.
Without any hesitation, Duan Tian opened his arms wide and welcomed his fair lady into his embrace. Kur, I'm sorry that I'm late, Duan Tian mumbled while hugging his fair lady. Young master. The fair lady in Duan Tian's embrace was one of his two fiancées, Kur.
Without realizing it, Kur's tiny body that was shaking regained its calm, and she fell asleep in Duan Tian's embrace.
What? At that moment, the purple bird soaring high above the sky opened its eyes wide when it saw the face of Kua who was in Duan Tian's embrace. Sister, She looks exactly like you.
Is she the one you're looking for?
We've finally found her, Chi Mei, who was covered completely in black, mumbled. Her tone was neither happy nor sad, there was no emotion in her voice.
Sect leader. It's been a long time since Mrs. Sect leader has slept. Luo Ping explained after letting out a sigh upon seeing Duan Tian's concern for Kur.
What exactly happened? The fondness on Duan Tian's face vanished after he adjusted Kur gently in his embrace so that she could rest well. The fondness was replaced by solemnness and rage.
3 years ago, Half Moon Island had been a peaceful and harmonious land when he left. 3 years later, after he returned, it had become ruins. Everything had changed in 3 years.
Let me tell you the story. As they were looking at each other, Xianxia took a step forward while clenching his teeth.
Subsequently, Duan Tian found out what happened as Xianxia narrated everything. A middle-aged man in golden robes who called himself Diju arrived at Half Moon Island close to a year ago. He had attacked the powerhouses on Half Moon Island as soon as he arrived and killed 2 of the 3 Half Moon Island masters.
Later on, Diju had asked them who had killed the island master of Half Moon Island, Di Yong. Naturally, nobody had any idea about that.
Had Island Master Di Yong not left on his own back then? Moreover, he had handed Half Moon Island over to their Ling Tian sect leader, Duan Tian, before he left.
Diju was enraged when he faced the people who seemed utterly lost. As a result of his fury, he carried out a massacre on the Half Moon Island. That spelled doomsday for the entire Half Moon Island.
Due to his rage, Diju, who seemed to have lost his mind, turned into a golden 5-clawed divine dragon immediately and carried out a one-sided massacre on Half Moon Island. Most of the people on the island were killed. Meanwhile, these few fortunate people managed to escape Half Moon Island. How about Little Fair?
Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold? Duan Tian's eyes were red and he was worried sick.
Kur was awoken by Duan Tian, who had lost control of his emotions. Out of the blue, she said while feeling upset, I got separated from Sister Fair in the chaos. Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold were with her that time. Concern was written all over her beautiful face. I saw them dashing out of the siege with my own eyes when we were separated. They were still alive? Duan Tian was relieved to hear that. It was great that they were still alive. The rest? Duan Tian started to ask again. Apart from those who weren't on Half Moon Island back then, the rest are dead. Luo Ping sighed while feeling upset and her eyes dimmed. Zhang San's dead? Li Si's dead. Even the 3 island masters of Half Moon Island are dead. The rest were dead.
Duan Tian's heart jolted again when he heard that.
Diju. Golden 5-clawed divine dragon. 5-clawed golden dragon. Duan Tian's eyes were cold as he snarled with the will to kill. Diju of the dragon clan. I, Duan Tian, will remember what you've done. What a high-sounding sentiment. Just as Duan Tian's words left his mouth, a thunderous sound resonated in the distance. The sound exploded by their ear and caused Feng Wudao and the others to turn pale right away.
The reason they turned pale was not the sudden appearance of the voice, but because this voice was not unfamiliar to them. The Moon Illumination sect turned out like this all because of this person. And I was wondering, why would these people return after they've fled away?
It looks like they're waiting for you. In that case, you must be the new master of Half Moon Island, that Duan Tian of that Ling Tian sect or something. The voice resonated again as a figure emerged from the secluded and quiet valley. A sturdy, middle-aged man in golden robes who resembled like an iron tower hovered in the sky and looked down at Duan Tian in an inspecting manner with an aloof face. Right at this moment, Duan Tian could feel an unstoppable spiritual energy sweep out and shroud his entire being in just the blink of an eye, making him feel as though he was being pried. At that instant, he felt that he no longer had any secrets in front of this golden-robed man. Your strength is indeed much powerful than theirs, but you're still merely on the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. Just you alone, and you dare to boast shamelessly that you'll get even with me and the Dragon Clan. The golden-robed man was Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon. As he studied Duan Tian mockingly, from what he had just said, it was as though he had just heard the greatest joke in the world. You're Diju. Duan Tian's expression turned grave as he stared at the golden-robed man in front of him, and he could guess his identity right away. The fact that he was able to see through his cultivation base meant that Diju must be on the saint stage and above. Furthermore, he seemed to be an adult 5-clawed golden dragon. That's right.
I'm Diju, the person who destroyed Half Moon Island.
Don't you want to get even with me? I'm standing right here in front of you right now. I'm really curious as to how you want to do just that. Staring at Duan Tian, the jeering on Diju's face became even more apparent.
Duan Tian's face turned even glummer. Diju's words made him wish that he could sink into the ground out of shame.
The things that he had said about wanting to get even with Diju and the Dragon Clan did not apply right there and then.
He had not reached such a level of overestimating himself, and he did not think that he would be able to defeat Diju and the Dragon Clan now. Oh! Suddenly Diju, who was staring at Duan Tian, suddenly transformed into a grave expression, and he snarled as he asked loudly, Duan Tian, why do you have my son's aura on you? Your son. Duan Tian was stunned.
Stop acting dumb.
My son is Di Yong, the former island master of Half Moon Island, Diju snorted coldly.
Upon hearing Diju's words, Duan Tian had also begun to piece the puzzles together. So, it turned out that Diju was actually Di Yong's father. As for why he would come all the way here, it must be because he already knew about the fact that Di Yong had been killed. He could roughly guess that Diju must have Di Yong's soul pearl with him. Now that Di Yong was dead, of course, Diju would find out about it. So, you're actually Di Yong's father? At that instant, Duan Tian's face regained its calmness and he continued nonchalantly. That time, Di Yong told me that he wanted to go to the Dao Martial Saint Land. So he passed the Half Moon Island to me.
On top of that, as a reward, he also gave me a drop of his blood essence. Perhaps this is the reason you sense his aura on me. When Duan Tian reached the end of his sentence, he remained calm. No joy or anger could be seen on his face at all.
My son's blood essence?
No wonder. No wonder. Diju nodded, and when he looked at Duan Tian once again, the murderous intent gleamed coldly out of his eyes. I've already heard many people mention the things that you told me.
If it hadn't been for the fact that it's impossible for my son to leave Half Moon Island and go to the Dao Martial Saint Land on top of that, I'd most likely have been deceived by all of you.
When Diju reached the end of his sentence, he smirked.
Impossible? There's nothing impossible in this world, Duan Tian answered indifferently.
Perhaps you have no idea, but that time I made Diju swear by the thunder penalty oath that before his cultivation base has broken through to the saint stage, he's not allowed to leave Half Moon Island. Let alone the Dao Martial Saint Land. Diju snorted with a face that seemed to say, "Cut the bullshit." The moment Duanling Tian heard that, his heart could not help but leap right away. Yong had actually made such an oath before? Duanling Tian could kind of guess why Yong had been able to leave Half Moon Island safely after his body was possessed and hijacked by a soul. It was because Yong's soul had changed. The thunder penalty oath recognized the soul of the person who took the oath and not the body. Even though I have no idea how you managed to get my son's blood essence, I'm very sure now that you must have something to do with my son's death. The gaze that Diju looked at Duanling Tian with became even colder. It was so cold that it made him feel as though he had entered a thaw hole. Tell me, how did my son die? If you tell me the truth and swear on the thunder penalty oath, then I'll let everyone else here go except for you. When Diju spoke, his gaze swept past Kuer, who was by Duanling Tian's side. He also noticed Feng Wu Dao, Sima, and the rest. At once, Feng Wu Dao and the rest put up their guard as though they were facing a mortal enemy. Duanling Tian, ignore him. Casting aside the fact that whether his words are true or not, even if he really is willing to let us go because of this, I don't know about the rest, but I'll never be able to live peacefully for the remaining of my life anymore. Somehow, Chun Xiaoshui shouted out loudly and went to stand beside Duanling Tian in just the blink of an eye. With a raise of his hand, a 3-foot spear appeared in his hand and he pointed it at Diju. Feng Wu Dao took a stride forward. Standing by Duanling Tian's side, he announced magnanimously, "Ling Tian boy, even though there's nobody who wouldn't fear death, I, Feng Wu Dao, will be willing to accompany you to the next world today." Even though Sima did not say anything, his action also showed that he undoubtedly had the same determination as Feng Wu Dao. Then, be it Xiong Quan, Gold Thug, or the 2 Nangong twins, all of them were also standing by Duanling Tian's side, choosing to meet the same fate as Duanling Tian. They could not just watch Duanling Tian die while they lived on just like that. At once, only Luo Ping was left there, not knowing what to choose. Despite the fact that she did not want to betray Duanling Tian, she felt terrified from the bottom of her heart in the face of the superior Diju who was so powerful. If it was possible, she hoped that she would be able to live. How touching. But it seems like there's somebody who wishes for you to die so that she survives alone. Diju shifted his gaze to Luo Ping and caused her to raise up her guard right away. Duanling Tian felt warmth swell from the bottom of his heart towards Feng Wu Dao, Sima, Chen Xiaoshui, and the rest of the group. As for Luo Ping's indecisiveness, he did not blame her, although he felt a little disappointed. After all, even he was on the verge of life and death for that matter today. Ha! Suddenly Duanling Tian noticed that Kui's delicate hand had somehow gripped onto his hand tightly. Her grip was so tight that it was obvious that she wanted to live and die together with him. What more could he ask for to have a wife like this? Duanling Tian's gaze was overcome with tenderness. However, after the tenderness appeared, an intense look of determination replaced it next. Bang! Along with the loud blast that reverberated in the air, Luo Ping suddenly exploded and turned into nothingness, even though Diju did not seem to move an inch at all. Not a drop of blood could even be seen, as though she had completely vanished from the world. The technique that Diju cast made Duanling Tian's mood turn even worse. So powerful. He was simply too powerful. Diju's strength elicited a sense of helplessness from the bottom of his heart. He also found it hard to summon the strength to go against Diju now. He was completely sure that Diju would be able to annihilate everyone, including him, with just a raise of his hand if he wanted to. I've helped you settle the person who was not loyal to you. Don't you think you should thank me? Diju looked at Duanling Tian in the eyes and asked nonchalantly. Though his tone was calm, it contained a murderous intent, giving the others chills. However, Duanling Tian had no intention to thank at Diju at all. Instead, he changed the topic and asked indifferently, "Is what you said just now real?" "Of course it's real." Diju realized what Duanling Tian was asking and his eyes lit up right away before he continued nonchalantly. "They're merely ants to me, so their life and death have no effect on me at all. Who knows whether you might go against your words?" Duanling Tian snorted. If I wanted to kill them, I'd have already done that long ago when they returned to Half Moon Island again, Diju defied.
This was indeed true. If he had really wanted to kill Kur and the rest, they would not have been able to live up until now. However, Duanling Tian did not fall for it and merely said, "Do you dare say that you have no other reason to keep them alive? What do you want then?" Diju frowned and asked in an unfriendly tone.
"Swear on the thunder penalty oath too and do what you said just now, that you won't go against them in any way if I go along with you," Duanling Tian replied. "Boy, you're the first person who dares to make me, Diju, swear on the thunder penalty oath," Diju snorted coldly.
"Well, it's up to you then whether you want to know the cause of your son's death or not," Duanling Tian answered indifferently. "As I suspected. You know." Diju's gaze turned colder. If it was not for the fact that he wanted to know the cause of his son's death, he would have already made his move now and killed Duanling Tian directly.
At this moment, Kur and the rest started to realize what Duanling Tian intended to do.
Duanling Tian wanted to sacrifice himself to save their lives.
"Young master, I will die together with you."
"If you die, I won't be able to live alone." Kur's hand that was gripping on Duanling Tian's hand became even stronger. Her tone was absolute.
"Ling Tian boy, none of the people standing beside you now are scared of death. Although he is indeed powerful, there's no way that he'd be able to make us agree to it." Feng Wudao chimed in too. Sima and the rest each piped in one after another as well.
"Everyone, I've already made my decision, so we'll stick to it, of course, on the premise that he must make his thunder penalty oath first." When Duanling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Diju expectantly. "Humph." Diju, whose face was extremely grave, finally chose to go along with it and swore by the thunder penalty oath in front of everyone.
"Boy, so tell me now." After Diju had sworn the oath, he glared at Duanling Tian coldly and asked in a deep voice. However, Duanling Tian did not have the intention to give a damn about Diju at the time being.
He instantly looked at Kur, whose face was already drenched in tears, and smiled. "Kur, I understand your intentions, but don't forget that you're no longer alone now. You still have our kid in your womb." As Duanling Tian was speaking, he looked at Kur's stomach that bulged out gently with tenderness in his eyes.
"Unfortunately, I'm afraid that I, Duanling Tian, will never be able to see my kid anymore. And little Fair and the kid in her womb too," Duanling Tian sighed in his heart as he was filled with regrets.
However, he knew that now that things had come to this point, he was powerless to salvage this desperate situation even though he had remarkable strength. Diju was just incredibly powerful. Even though he had his senior brother by Li Hong, he was still no match for Diju too. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Kur became silent right away.
"Young master, I understand." When Kur saw the tenderness in Duanling Tian's eyes, although she agreed to him in response, she had already made up her mind that she would instantly kill herself to catch up with her young master the moment her child was born.
If her young master was gone, there would no longer be any meaning for her to live in this world. Seeing how Kur was so sensible, Duanling Tian exhaled a sigh of relief. Looking at Feng Wudao and the rest, Duanling Tian said, "Leave, and help me take care of Kur." Before they managed to return to their senses, a chilling spine-tingling iciness resonated from the sky without warning. "You're actually pregnant?" The icy voice resonated from the sky. It was so cold that it seemed to freeze the air into ice.
"Who's that?" Diju's face turned grave right away. From the beginning till the end, he actually had not noticed any presence. He knew very well what this implied.
This person's strength was in no way inferior to his. Whoosh! A gust of blood-curdling cold wind blew past, and in the next instant, a figure that was entirely shrouded in black clothing emerged before the eyes of the crowd. The figure had a devilish body that was full of seduction.
However, although many men were present at the scene, nobody bothered to be concerned about this at all. Instead, everyone was shocked by the veiled woman's aura.
"It's you." Duanling Tian's turned grave. "Qi Mei, you followed me?" Duanling Tian could not help but be taken aback to see Qi Mei there. However, when he had returned to his senses, he could roughly make out some things. Besides, the words uttered by Qi Mei just now was obviously targeted toward Kur. She used a tone full of accusation. Seeing how Duanling Tian actually recognized this woman who emerged out of thin air, Diju's expression changed again. However, when he noticed the thick scent of gunpowder between Duanling Tian and her, he also noticed that this woman must not be here to help him. The moment he thought of this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was not afraid of this woman, he was still not willing to pick a fight against her unless it was completely necessary because she gave him a sense of danger. However, in the face of Duanling Tian's query, Qi Mei merely ignored him. Instead, she looked at Kur, who was looking at her in a daze. At the same time, she pulled off the veil that covered her face up and revealed that exquisitely unparalleled beautiful face that could topple a nation. Just as Qi Mei revealed her face in front of the crowd, other than Duanling Tian, everyone including Kur was dumbfounded as they were shocked by the sight of her. This was because Qi Mei's face was exactly identical to Kur's. Other than the difference in temperament, there was no other difference in their characteristics. Who are you? Looking at Qi Mei's face, Kur felt like she was looking into a mirror. When she saw this woman who was exactly identical to her, her voice also started to tremble slightly. She had no idea why, but when this woman just appeared and had not revealed her face yet, a sense of warmth had already risen up from her heart. That feeling was strong, and even she herself had no idea why would she have such feelings. Yet, right now, looking at her identical face that she revealed when she took off the veil, Kur also noticed that this woman might have something to do with her past that she was completely not aware of. I'm your elder sister. When Qi Mei was facing Kur, her icy face could not help but be washed with warmth too. When she was speaking to Kur, her voice also turned gentle. She really wanted to scold this long-lost younger sister of her, but she had no idea why when she was faced her face-to-face. Other than pity and love, she had no other emotions in her heart. All of the anger seemed to be thrown to the back of her head. Elder sister? When they heard Qi Mei's words, it was not only Kur who was struck dumb. Even Duanling Tian was astounded too. Since when did Kur have an elder sister? Duanling Tian looked at Kur in confusion. He had never heard her mention that she had an elder sister. When he saw the blank look on Kur's face, he also realized that she had no idea that she actually had such a sister too. Duanling Tian had no doubt towards Qi Mei's claim that she was Kur's elder sister. After all, both of them were just extremely identical, which was usually the characteristic of twin sisters. Of course, there was no absolute in this world. There might be two people who were exactly identical to each other in this world and shared no blood relations at all. However, now that Qi Mei had declared herself as Kur's sister, it was obvious that this matter was not that simple anymore. At this moment, Feng Wudao and a few others could not help but look at the Nangong twins. They looked at the Nangong twins and then turned back to Kur and Qi Mei again, thinking that the latter two really might be twin sisters. Impossible. I don't have an elder sister. I only have a mother, but she's already dead. Mother's already been dead long ago. Koa shook her head and refused to believe Qi Mei's words. Even though she also felt that Qi Mei was very cordial, she had no way of accepting the fact that she actually had an elder sister in this world. Even though I don't know who the mother you mentioned is, I just want to tell you that the biological mother of you and I is still breathing and alive. All these years, there wasn't a time when she would not think of you, Qi Mei told Kur. Biological mother? Still alive and breathing? Kur was completely dumbstruck now. She kept telling herself not to believe Qi Mei. Nevertheless, her heart could not help but believe Qi Mei's words. It was not only because of the fact that Qi Mei was exactly identical to her, but mainly because she could sense that blood was thicker than water between Qi Mei and her. Qi Mei gave her an inexplicable sense of warmth. That time, you were kidnapped and disappeared without a trace. Other than Master, even Mother also sent out many people to look for you too, but because of your special identity, they didn't dare to make this news widely known. Although they kept looking for you, Qi Mei said, all these years, they have never stopped looking for you. A few years ago, I also started to look for you everywhere based on that little weak relation that you and I have as twin sisters. As the saying goes, heaven helps those who help themselves. I finally found you before they did. When Qi Mei mentioned they in her final sentence, a hint of dread could be heard in her voice. It's a good thing that I'm the one who found you first. Otherwise, when Qi Mei reached this part, she cast a glance at Duanling Tian and the murderous intent in her eyes turned apparent as though she was about to devour somebody. This man had actually impregnated her sister. Did he not know that this would be extremely dangerous to her sister? When Duanling Tian realized that Qi Mei might really be Kuer's elder sister, he felt thrilled for Kuer too. At the same time, he was curious about Kuer's true identity and origin. However, now that he noticed the murderous intent from Qi Mei's eyes, he could not help but felt chills travel all over his body. He was still Qi Mei's brother-in-law no matter what, so why did she look like as though she wanted to kill him? Duanling Tian remained puzzled after pondering over it again and again. Sister, follow me. I'll protect you with all my might and won't let you receive any harm. Far from the stern murderous intent that she held when she looked at Duanling Tian, Qi Mei's tone was filled with unparalleled gentleness when she looked at Kuer, making her appear completely different from before. Elder sister. Kuer had no idea why, but Qi Mei's every move could make her feel great emotion. Now that it had come to this point, she had no idea why was it so easy and natural for her to call out elder sister as though there was no restraint at all. When Qi Mei heard her calling elder sister, the last ounce of coldness in her eyes finally dissipated. Taking a deep breath, Kuer mustered her courage and told Qi Mei, elder sister, I can follow you, but you must bring young master and the rest along. Sister, it's for you and your child's sake that I didn't kill him. It's impossible if you want me to save him. Qi Mei's tone was resolute and decisive, leaving no space for discussion. When Kuer heard her, her expression changed right away. Elder sister, if you don't bring young master and the rest with you, I won't leave either. Qi Mei sighed heavily after hearing Kuer. Without any other warning, Kuer suddenly passed out in just the blink of an eye, and Qi Mei held her up in a timely manner. Kuer! Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian's face intuitively turned grave right away. However, the moment he realized that Kuer had merely fainted, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Right at that moment, the purple bird by Qi Mei's shoulder finally spoke. Elder sister, let me do this kind of heavy labor. The moment the words left its mouth, it transformed into a young girl in purple, and she helped Qi Mei hold on to Kuer. While she was doing that, she appeared to be very eagerly attentive. It's her. When Duanling Tian saw this purple-clad girl, his eyes narrowed right away. This young girl was not unfamiliar to him. It was none other than the young miss who had suddenly come out after the Moon Illumination sect's hunting assessment had ended and tortured Vice Sect leader Zhong, while before following them back to the Moon Illumination sect. As expected, she's indeed related to Qi Mei. Right then, the utter confusion in Duanling Tian's heart was finally solved. The timing of the purple-clad young girl appeared was indeed untimely. Zia, let's go. Casting a nonchalant glance at Duanling Tian, Qi Mei motioned to the purple-clad young girl and proceeded to leave. Whoosh! Of course, Duanling Tian would not let Qi Mei take Kuer. Even though she did not say much earlier, from her words, she also implied that Kuer was in a dangerous situation. At once, he flew out and blocked Qi Mei's path. Do you think you can stop me? In the face of Duanling Tian, who was blocking her, Qi Mei's face was full of disdain. Hey! It's better if you make way for us now. Even if there are 10 of me, I'd still be no match for elder sister's strength at all. Perhaps because Duanling Tian was wearing purple, Zir was particularly fond of him. So right then, as she held onto the unconscious Kuer, she could not help but voice out to advise him too. Of course, Duanling Tian knew that he would not be able to stop Qi Mei. Let alone Qi Mei, he could not even stop Zir by her side. So he instantly looked at Diju and challenged, Diju, if you want to know how your son died, go snatch my wife back for me? Boy, the promise we made just now didn't include this. Diju replied with a glum face. Then, I'll add on to it now, Duanling Tian said. Taking a deep breath, Diju suppressed the anger in his heart before looking at Qi Mei and asked in a deep voice, May I know who you are? Don't you think it's a little rude interrupting me without notice and spoiling my plans? Even though he dreaded Qi Mei, it did not mean that he was scared of her. Although he seemed to be pushed by Duanling Tian to do something that was beyond him right now, he knew that he was also very annoyed by Qi Mei's interruption. I know you're a 5-clawed golden dragon, but even if your dragon clan leader is here today, don't even think of stopping me. What more if it's you? Qi Mei cast a nonchalant glance at Diju and seemed to look down on him. What a brag. I really want to see just how powerful you really are. Diju was not scared by Chi Mei's words. With a smirk, the golden robe on his body fluttered as he was prepared to make his move on Chi Mei. However, just as he was about to make his move and before he even realized what was happening, he already felt a sense of unparalleled majestic force charging at him and enveloping his entire being in just an instant. It shattered the true energy that he had just mobilized easily like it was crushing dried leaves. Bang! Along with a loud noise, Diju flew out and crashed into the mountain wall on one side of the valley, leaving behind a deep human-shaped pit. Barf! Under the shocked stares of Duan Ling Tian and the rest, when Diju came out of the human-shaped pit, he no longer had the valiance he bore before anymore. There were many tear stains on his golden robe and he appeared to be miserable. Feng Wudao and the rest who had seen how Diju made his move before were stunned into bafflement one after another. Was this middle-aged man in golden robes really the man who had transformed Half Moon Island into ruins the last time? Was he the same man who could transform into a five-clawed golden dragon? They did not see any movement from the woman who looked exactly identical as Kur, but the golden-robed man was already sent flying away with a blast. Furthermore, he seemed to have suffered quite a major injury too. Swish! 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 When Feng Wudao and the rest looked at Chi Mei once again, their eyes were filled with shock and dread. Actually, it was not only them. Even Duan Ling Tian could not help but be stunned when he saw this scene in front of him. Had Diju actually been injured to such a point with just a casual blow from Chi Mei? Just how powerful was this Chi Mei actually? At once, a sense of helplessness washed over Duan Ling Tian's heart. When Diju stared at Chi Mei with dread and terror in his eyes, she cast an indifferent glance at him and said, "I know that your dragon clan will always shield your own shortcomings. When you return to the dragon clan, you can tell your clansmen that the person who injured you is from the fire worship sect. If they want to take revenge, they can come to the fire worship sect, but of course on the premise that they have the guts to do that." The fire worship sect? When Diju heard her words, his face went blank right away. It was obvious that he had never heard of this fire worship sect before. As for you, I originally intended to kill you and put things right once and for all. However, for the sake of my sister and the child in her womb, I'll spare your life. But you must know that the two of you are from two different worlds. Chi Mei's gaze shifted to Duan Ling Tian as she announced nonchalantly, "In addition, I want to remind you of one thing. It's better if you forget about both of your pasts. Otherwise, what awaits you ahead will be an endless calamity." Well, of course, maybe you won't be able to even live past today. Chi Mei cast a glance at Diju again. "I'll bring my sister away. As for the things between you and him, I won't interrupt at all." After she finished, without even waiting for Diju to reply, she disappeared without a sigh in just the blink of an eye. It was also from this moment on that Chi Mei vanished forever from the Mountainshade Black Market branch of the Nine Sect Alliances district. In the end, she was forgotten eventually. When Duan Ling Tian had just returned to her senses, the young girl in purple also brought the unconscious Kur away and disappeared without a trace. Of course, Diju could still catch a trace of the purple-clad girl leaving. Only then did he realize that even this little servant by the black-clad woman's side had a cultivation base that was not inferior to his. What exactly is this fire worship sect? Diju was very curious about this as well. He had already thought to himself how he was going to tell the clan leader of the dragon clan about this after he had solved this matter about his son. Kur. Duan Ling Tian, who had returned to his senses, felt a sharp pang of pain in his heart. Somehow, both of his palms were already clenched together and his nails were piercing through his palms. Fresh blood continued to gush out, but he did not seem to feel anything at all. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian only felt just how useless he was. He felt so useless that he could not even protect his own woman. Not only could he not protect his own woman, but he also could not even protect himself now. Perhaps it's not entirely a bad thing for Kur to leave with her. The moment he recalled how he was going to die at Diju's hand today, having lost all hope, he seemed to have thought through it again. From the way Chi Mei was treating Kur, she must treat her well. No matter what, Kur was her twin sister after all. Boy, it's time for us to settle our matter now too. Looking at Duan Ling Tian, Diju's tone became much colder, as though he wanted to vent his anger that he had suffered from Qi Mei on Duanling Tian. You'd better not play any tricks. Otherwise, they will all die. Diju's icy glance swept past Duanling Tian and the rest one by one. Nevertheless, Feng Wudao and the rest, on the other hand, were not scared at all. Right now, they were looking at Duanling Tian with worry etched on their faces. Even though they were not Duanling Tian, they could already guess that his mood right now must be terrible, and if they were in his shoes instead, they would have long crumbled apart. Elder Hua, I'm sorry. I don't think I'll be able to help you leave this planet anymore. I really hope that you'll be able to meet another person who came from Earth just like me. As long as he has obtained the recognition from the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he'll be able to help you leave then. Gasping secretly to himself, Duanling Tian talked to Elder Hua in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. What happened? Elder Hua rarely looked at what was going on outside, so when he heard Duanling Tian's voice transmission, he also realized that something was not right. Duanling Tian told him the situation. He's just too powerful. Even if I unleash all of my techniques, it will still be impossible for me to go against him. Elder Hua, thanks for your help all this while. I'm sorry for letting you down. This matter is indeed a little tricky. Still, it's not that we've completely come to the end of the road, but we'll need him to go along with this plan. However, will he be willing to play along with you? Elder Hua pondered for a moment before telling Duanling Tian. Then he blurted his idea out. Why have I never thought of that? This idea could work. When Duanling Tian heard Elder Hua's words, his heart gave a jolt as though he could see a glimmer of hope. Now that he had a chance to live, of course, he would not miss it. Boy, didn't you hear me? Diju's tone was impatient. If it had not been for the fact that he wanted to know about the truth of his son's death, he would have long made his move already. As a brilliance flashed across Duanling Tian's eyes, he told Diju, "Follow me." The moment the words left his mouth, he flew out and sent a voice transmission to Feng Wudao and the rest, "Don't follow me. Wait for me right here and I'll come back as soon as possible. If I haven't come back in 3 days, there's no need to wait for me anymore. Just go wherever you like." In the end, Duanling Tian added the last 2 sentences just in case. Even though he had faith in that method, he did not dare to say that it was absolutely fail-proof. What if Diju was not somebody who allowed himself to be pushed around? When Feng Wudao and the rest heard Duanling Tian's voice transmission, concern was etched on their faces right away, but they had no intention to disobey him. Instead, they started to wait in the valley. From Duanling Tian's words, it seems like he has an idea to get out of this mess. Chun Xiaoshui had a confused look on his face. It must be so. However, from his last 2 sentences that he added, he must not have 100% confidence. Nangongyi nodded. Worry was apparent in his eyes. Young master will definitely come back safely. Xiong Quan piped in with tearful eyes. On the other side, Diju followed Duanling Tian to fly to the eastern side of the Sea District. After a moment, he started to become impatient. Boy, why do you want to bring me there for? Don't tell me that you're trying to play a trick on me. Don't you want to know how your son, Di Yong, died? Well, I'm bringing you there now. I was the one who told your son that time, and it was also because of this that he used his blood essence as a reward to do this trade with me, Duanling Tian explained. Diju started to believe him. What place is that? A very mysterious place. However, after I entered that place with him, I didn't dare to go in too deep and managed to come out in time. Now that I think about it, the fact that he told me he wanted to leave Half Moon Island to go to the Dao Marshal Saint Land was most likely an excuse then. Duanling Tian said, I think he must have hidden the truth from me and went to that place alone so that he could take that treasure for himself. I suspect that he might have died inside there. When Duanling Tian was speaking, he was so smooth without missing any detail out. So Diju did not suspect anything at all. Soon, with Duanling Tian guiding him, Diju reached a deep-sea trench. They entered the deep trench and reached the bottom. Wait a minute. It doesn't look like it's here. Duanling Tian continued to move forward and turned around to make a U-turn again. Frowning, Diju followed behind and demanded impatiently, Didn't you come here before? Why can't you recognize the place now? I've only been here twice and it's been 3 years since my last time here, so excuse my hazy memory. Duanling Tian randomly made up an excuse to tell Diju. After that, he proceeded to move forward and all of a sudden he shouted out for no reason, That's right. It's here.
From his tone, it was as though he had just discovered a new continent. He successfully drew Diju's attention. Diju noticed that Duanling Tian had gone into a patch of seaweed and without warning, he raised a leg and stomped the seabed. Bang! A loud blast resonated, and where Duanling Tian stomped his feet, the water was swept away by a visible impact wave, causing the seawater to gush in all directions. After a long while, calm was finally restored again. However, Diju's attention was not fixed on the commotion now. His gaze was staring straight in the distance where a gigantic tower had appeared out of the blue. The moment it appeared, the seawater surrounding it drained away. The seawater slapped onto Diju's true origin light shield on the surface of his body and continued to spread, but he could not be bothered about that at all. His gaze was completely captivated by the gigantic tower that had appeared out of nowhere in the distance. The gigantic tower was separated into 7 levels. Looming in front of him, it seemed like an enormous beast. The most significant thing was the aura Diju could clearly sense emanating out of the gigantic tower. The aura gave him a sense of unfathomable profoundness, and on top of that, terror started to rise from the bottom of his heart. It's this tower. Right at that moment, Duanling Tian's voice resonated. When Di Yong and I first entered, we didn't dare to go deep at all. But even then, we still managed to find many saint weapons that were inscribed by 3-star saint inscriptions surrounding it. It seems like where we ventured was merely the perimeter of this tower, since we didn't enter deeper into it. That time, Di Yong told me that there might be more treasure inside. Do you know about the origins of this tower? Diju asked. I do, Duanling Tian confirmed. Not long after Di Yong and I first entered, we found some historical remains. All the signs indicated that the person who left this tower behind was called Feng Qingyang. That's right. When he signed it in the end, he called himself the Sword Saint or something. In the end, Duanling Tian added again. Feng Qingyang? The Sword Saint? The Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. The instant Diju heard him, his eyes narrowed right away as shock filled his face. Are you sure it's this person W who signed the words? Yeah, I'm sure. Duanling Tian responded, then asked with a confused look. Do you know him? In the face of Duanling Tian's query, Diju did not answer, but his feelings were in great turmoil. His eyes were glittering brilliantly as he stared fixedly at the giant 7-story pagoda. The Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. It's actually a relic left behind by the Sword Saint. It's rumored that the Sword Saint was once the strongest person in the Dao martial saint land. In his era, nobody from any of the different sects in the Dao martial saint land could withstand his sword at all. At that moment, Diju's heart was beating rapidly as he could not suppress his feelings. He did not find it strange that Duanling Tian did not know who the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, was. After all, he only managed to find out about the Sword Saint from some of the records about him in the ancient books in the Dragon Clan. From there, he knew that this was an extremely gifted sword cultivator who had taken the entire Dao martial saint land by surprise in that era. It was rumored that the Sword Saint had left some relics behind in the Dao martial saint land for the destined people in the later generations. Could this be the relic the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, left behind as mentioned in the rumor? Diju stared at the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda hungrily, like a hunter who had just seen a prey. It looks like he's heard about the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang too. When Duanling Tian saw Diju's expression, he heaved a sigh of relief in secret. As it turned out, he had made a wise gamble. Since Diju knew about the presence of the Sword Saint, and now that he had told him this story, he believed that he could not detect this trap that he had set up at the moment. This trap of his was set up at the last minute after Elder Hua suggested it to him. Actually, the trap was very simple. It was none other than luring Diju to enter the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and let Elder Hua deal with him. Elder Hua's cultivation base had recovered quite a lot, and although he was far from having improved to his prime time, it was obvious that his strength now was in no way inferior to Diju's. This trap sounded easy, but in truth it was extremely difficult to implement. The most important part was to make Diju believe his words and stop resisting the suction energy of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda so that it could draw him in. However, if he had an ounce of reluctance or vigilance, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda would not be able to pull him in. If he did not enter the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, this trap would eventually be broken by itself once time dragged on. Duan Tian would once again fall into a direful situation and would most likely have no way of being rescued. Just now, on the way there, Duan Tian was thinking about how to persuade Diju to believe him so that he would let the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda draw him in. Therefore he even let his tongue run loose and had said that Diyong's death had something to do with the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. On top of that, he had even told him that there was treasure hidden inside the pagoda. All of these were to lure Diju, his enemy, to enter it. In order to make his words sounded more believable, he pondered about it for a moment and even mentioned the sword saint, Feng Qingyang in the end. He was trying to gamble to see whether Diju had heard of him before or not. Right now, it looked like he had made a wise guess. Diju knew about the sword saint, Feng Qingyang too. Just now, you said that you've seen many saint weapons that were inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions at the perimeter of this pagoda when you entered it the last time, didn't you? Asked Diju in a deep voice while looking at Duan Tian as a brilliance flashed across his eyes. He sounded very careful when he was asking, secretly hissing to himself as to why would Diju be so careful. Duan Tian did not hesitate at all. With a raise of his hand, he took out the saint weapon that the inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect, Zhao Feng, always carried with him and passed it to Diju. This is the saint weapon that I found inside that time. There's a 3-star saint inscription and 2 2-star saint inscriptions on the saint weapon. Diju took the saint weapon that he passed to him and after a moment of studying it carefully, he nodded his head. It indeed has a 3-star saint inscription on it. But did you really get this from inside the pagoda? Even though Duan Tian had already proven it with evidence, Diju was still being very cautious. The Dragon Clan was originally a tribe prone to suspicion. As a 5-clawed golden dragon from the Dragon Clan, Diju also possessed the imperial bloodline of the clan. The suspicion that he was born with was greater than his other clansmen and basically, nobody could lie to him. I'm from the mortal continent. Do you think I'd be able to get this saint weapon that was inscribed with the 3-star saint inscription elsewhere? When Duan Tian heard Diju's words, he laughed mockingly. Of course, this was all just an act. His heart had started to become slightly heavy as he never thought that Diju would be so wary. Even after he had already brought up the sword saint, Diju still did not believe him 100%. From the beginning till the end, he was being very conservative. Of course, Duan Tian also clearly knew that he must be even more careful now at this point and not be so anxious. If he revealed a single flaw, everything would be spoiled. As Diju questioned him, his gaze was locked upon Duan Tian to study the tiny changes on Hai's face. When he saw that his self-mockery did not seem fake, he nodded his head secretly too. He had come to Half Moon Island for quite some time and investigated Duan Tian's origin thoroughly. Even the cultivation base that I have now is all thanks to a type of herb inside the pagoda. That time, Di Yong and I consumed this herb and in the end, my cultivation base improved tremendously and so did Di Yong's. 3 years ago, after he consumed the herbs, he made a breakthrough to the perfection saint rudiment stage right away. If he was still alive now, I'm sure he would have already reached the saint stage. When Duan Tian reached the end of his sentence, he sighed emotionally. No wonder your cultivation base has improved so fast. Taking a hard look at Duan Tian, hints of avarice flashed across Diju's eyes. He was tempted by that marvelous herb. Perhaps it would also be of great help to him too. Before this, he had already investigated Duan Tian's information thoroughly and he also knew that Duan Tian had not even made a breakthrough to the mortal shedding stage yet before he left Half Moon Island. A mortal continent Dao cultivator who had not broken through to the mortal shedding stage 3 years ago had now advanced to the perfection saint rudiment stage. When he first saw Duan Tian, he was filled with disbelief, but the truth was right before his eyes, dispelling any doubts he had. At that time, he had already guessed that Duan Tian might have encountered some fortuitous meeting. Now, he could see that this 7-story pagoda must be his fortuitous meeting. At this moment, the suspicion in Diju's heart started to dissipate quite a lot. Of course, this was also because up until now, Duan Tian had not shown any flaw at all. Every word that he said was smooth and went along with the current as though it was answering each of the suspicions Diju had in his heart. Of course, Diju did not voice any of his suspicions. All of these were Duanling Tian's speculation. At this moment, a smokeless battle was taking place between Duanling Tian and Diju. It was a battle of wits. Unfortunately, though there are a lot of those herbs, Di Yong and I realized that only the first batch that we consumed would actually bring any effect to us. Thus, he and I even trampled on more than 10 of the herb shrubs. When we left, there were no more than 10 of the shrubs. Duanling Tian saw the greediness that flashed across Diju's eyes, and he went along with the flow. As expected, the moment Diju heard him, his eyes lit up as he whispered in his heart, "Idiot!" When he first came to Half Moon Island, the reason Diju, who was so enraged that he almost lost his senses, annihilated everyone on the island rapidly was that he wanted to vent his anger so that these people would die with his son. However, after that, he calmed down, and although after he noticed Feng Wudao and the rest returned to Half Moon Island, he did not make his move on them at all. In this 1 year or so, he concealed himself patiently by the side. At that time, he had also recovered his sanity, and all he wanted to do was to find out about the truth of his son's death. Of course, if his son was killed, he would never let the killer roam free. Right now, he believed Duanling Tian's words by 70 to 80%. After finding out that his son had most likely died after entering this pagoda out of greediness, he only had sorrow in his heart and bore no hatred. After all, he could not hate a tower, could he? Yonger, don't tell me that you're actually so unfortunate. If you didn't die and managed to get the legacy that was passed on by the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, you would have definitely been able to return to the Dragon Clan forcefully with a strength that could dominate the entire Dragon Clan. What a pity! What a pity! Looks like God is jealous of your talents. Diju roared in his heart soundlessly. He was depressed over the fact that he had lost a son who had died a vain death. However, after learning about his son's cause of death, he had also temporarily suppressed the sadness in his heart, as he locked his burning gaze on the gigantic 7-story pagoda in front of him. So, that's the relic that the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, left behind. Other than having many treasures, such a marvelous relic will definitely have other legacies that he's left behind. The strongest technique of the Sword Saint was his swordsmanship. If I, Diju, can get my hands on the legacy of his swordsmanship, it'd be possible for me to roam freely in the Dao Martial Saint land. The moment Diju felt that he might stand a chance to inherit the legacy of the Sword Saint, his heart was filled with a sense of inexplicable excitement. At that moment, he had already flung all thoughts of his son's death to the back of his mind. Perhaps when he realized that his son had not been killed, his anger completely vanished, and all that was left was a faint sorrow. The Dao Martial Saint land was a place where it was a survival of the fittest and the strong were revered. Right now, there was a more important matter for him to be concerned with. How should we go into the pagoda? Diju looked at Duanling Tian and asked. If we want to go in, first, we must set up a formation by its perimeter and separate the water. Then, we'll go to the area without seawater. When we get near it, we'll be able to feel its suction force, and everything will be fine if we don't resist. If we resist, we won't be able to enter it, Duanling Tian told Diju. Separate the seawater? What for? Diju frowned, a little perplexed about this. He had all the reason to be perplexed, as this was just strange. Would the seawater be able to enter the pagoda too? If we don't separate the water, we'd still be able to enter the pagoda, but it'll instantly send us out. According to the trials that Di Yong and I have gone through before this, there mustn't be any disturbance from the outside on the pagoda. Otherwise, the space inside will be unstable, Duanling Tian explained. After hearing Duanling Tian's clarification, Diju pondered for a moment silently and said nonchalantly, "You go in." Ha! Duanling Tian was stunned and could not react in time. "I told you to go in," Diju repeated. When Duanling Tian heard his instruction, he took a careful look at Diju and sighed in his heart. Diju is really being extremely careful. At the same time, he entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with just that thought. The moment he entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he felt as though an earthquake rocked the entire place before he was brutally sent out again. Right now, the seawater continued to press on the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, and the space inside was unstable too. Duanling Tian had not lied about this at all. If he really wanted to lure Diju in,
He had to create an environment that was completely free of any disturbance outside the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. That way, Diju would not be able to be pushed out by the pagoda right away.
Elder Hua also needed some time to make his move too. For this reason, the words he had uttered just now was like a warning to Diju in case the latter thought that his actions were suspicious.
Looking at the miserable Duanling Tian, Diju was filled with confidence right away.
Let me try. At the same time, Diju walked to the front of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda and wanted to try it himself.
Secretly, Duanling Tian thought in his heart to control the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda to suck Diju in, but even though he had already thought it in his mind, Diju still remained unmoving and did not enter. Duanling Tian's heart gave a jolt. He knew that this was because Diju had resisted the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Right now, the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda still was not equipped with the ability to pull people in by force. As expected, this was also Diju's experiment which proved that Duanling Tian had not lied to him. Again, the moment Diju thought of this, he began to relax his body and let the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda pull him in. Just as a brilliance flashed across his eyes and before he could realize what was happening, he could feel a huge sense of resistance landing on his body and pushing him out of the huge tower.
This force was so endlessly vast that he could feel how tiny he was at that moment.
The uncomfortable feeling spread throughout his entire body, and as a brilliance flashed across Diju's eyes again, he noticed that he had already returned outside the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. I didn't deceive you, did I? Duanling Tian cast a nonchalant glance at Diju and shrugged.
Humph. Diju snorted coldly before adding again, in the past, how did you and Di Yong manage to separate the seawater?
It was I who separated it using the inscription formation from the mortal continent. However, it was also because Di Yong had given me a great number of resources that it was able to last so long. If I use all the materials that I have to lay it out now, it won't be able to last long. Duanling Tian explained very smoothly. Let's try using the materials that you have now first. Let me have a look at the situation inside first. At the most, we can come out first and set another formation up to enter it again after we've managed to find enough resources. Diju said.
I've heard that the Dao Martial Saint Land has this Dao Talisman formation or Saint Inscription formation, and they're more or less the same with the Inscription formation from our mortal continent. Not only that, they're more effective too. Duanling Tian looked at Diju with a burning gaze.
I'm not a Dao Talisman Master or a Saint Inscription Master. Just this single sentence from Diju made Duanling Tian feel greatly disappointed. As he was feeling discouraged, his heart could not help but tighten instantly. I originally planned to let him dig his own grave if he's a Dao Talisman Master or Saint Inscription Master. But now it looks like I can only do it myself.
Besides, in order not to raise his suspicions, I can't use the Saint Inscription to set up the formation either. Of course, Duanling Tian, who could already inscribe a 2-star Saint Inscription, could come up with an easy Saint Inscription formation too.
However, in order to avoid stirring any doubts, he could only set the inscription formation up. At that moment, every step of his must be very careful. He could not take any risk at all.
If he took one step wrong, every step would subsequently be wrong.
With the materials that I have on hand now, I'm afraid the inscription formation that I set up will only be able to last for a span of 10 breaths at the most. Duanling Tian thought to himself. The moment Duanling Tian thought of this, he told Diju, maybe we should find the materials we need to set the inscription formation up. With the materials that I have, the inscription formation that I can set up can only last a span of 2 to 3 breaths at the most. Duanling Tian reduced the time frame dramatically in order to make Diju agree to find the materials first.
However, what Diju said next caused his feelings to turn glum right away.
The span of 2 to 3 breaths is already enough. I just want to take a look of the condition inside and I have no plan to roam around at all. This was Diju's true intention. Duanling Tian wanted to give himself a hard, resounding slap. He should have said that he did not have any material to set the inscription formation up at the moment. From the situation now, he could only give Elder Hua a span of 10 breaths. I wonder whether Elder Hua will be able to kill him in the span of 10 breaths. As he thought about this, he asked Elder Hua about it.
I can only roughly probe his strength and he's not much weaker than I am now. All I can say is that I can't guarantee that I'll be able to kill him in the span of 10 breaths.
But I'll still do my best to destroy him and help you solve the crisis now, Elder Hua replied. How much confidence do you have to kill him? Duan Ling Tian asked. 50%, Elder Hua replied again. 50%? Duan Ling Tian's train of thought changed again, and in the end, he gnashed down on his teeth. Let's just go for it.
One would have to risk it to find fortune.
Besides, he did not have any other option at this point now. This was the only thing he could do. When I'm setting the inscription formation up, I'll need you to help to part the seawater surrounding the pagoda. Only after we've entered, we'll let the inscription formation hold on to this seawater, said Duan Ling Tian, looking at Diju.
Diju nodded nonchalantly. Then, without seeing him making any movement, the seawater that was compressing down on the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was separated and pushed far away.
At once, the area within the perimeter of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda no longer had a drop of water around it.
As for separating the seawater that had immense strong pressure deep in the sea, Diju seemed like he was merely performing a feeble feat.
Actually, he was that powerful.
Even Duan Ling Tian could also separate the seawater using his true energy by relying on his cultivation base of the perfection saint rudiment stage. It would also pose no problem for him to last for 10 to 15 days, let alone a saint stage powerhouse like Diju.
If I'd known about this earlier, I would have prepared more materials that can inscribe such an inscription formation. As Duan Ling Tian began to set up the inscription formation, his heart was filled with regret. However, how would it be possible for the past him to have expected that in the future? How could he have expected to face such a situation like this right now? Every problem has its solution. Taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian calmed down and quietened his heart as he concentrated on setting the inscription formation up.
He must be in the best state now.
Only then would he be able to put on his best show. Perhaps he would be able to buy Elder Hua more time too. After all, the span of 10 breaths was just too short.
Somehow, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have forgotten the situation that he was in now. Forgetting about everything, he focused on establishing the inscription formation that he had not set up for a very long time.
However, even though he had not set up an inscription formation for a long time, due to the fact that the saint inscription and the inscriptions were more or less the same thing, Duan Ling Tian did not meet with many problems when he was setting the inscription formation up. Everything went smoothly as though it drifted along with the wind and current.
Above all, he managed to do very well. This inscription formation should be able to last for the span of 11 breaths. 1 breath more than I expected. After setting the inscription formation up, Duan Ling Tian nodded satisfactorily.
Even though the span of 1 breath was just a very short time, at least he had bought some extra time for Elder Hua, allowing him to have more time to deal with Diju. Seeing how Duan Ling Tian had stopped his work and stood up, Diju asked, "Are you done?" "Yes." When Duan Ling Tian heard Diju's query, he nodded his head. "You go in first and I'll follow next." Diju's eyes lit up as he said. Until now, he still remained careful and vigilant. He wanted Duan Ling Tian to go in first to take the lead, so if there was any danger, Duan Ling Tian would be the first one to face it and be the first in doom.
Duan Ling Tian was also more or less used to Diju's wariness now. After a casual response, he proceeded to enter the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda.
The entire 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was his, so what would he be scared of? Time continued to pass by slowly. Due to the fact that Diju was holding the seawater off by the side, Duan Ling Tian's inscription formation was not depleted. With Diju's strength, the seawater surrounding them would not have any effect on him at all. It would not be a problem for him even if he continued this for 8 to 10 years. 15 minutes had gone by and Diju frowned before thinking to himself, could that boy have come across some calamity?
The moment he thought about this, he remembered the words that Duan Ling Tian had uttered before. He told me that if there's any external disturbance that affects this pagoda, the person inside will be immediately sent out.
As a reaction to that thought, Diju casually waved his hand. At that instant, a gust of wind blew past and swept towards the gigantic 7-story pagoda.
Almost at the same time as the wind blew towards it, a distressed figure also appeared out of nowhere. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian.
The uncomfortable feeling spread throughout his entire body, but Duan Ling Tian did not feel annoyed at all. Instead,
He secretly mocked to himself. He finally could not stand it anymore. Eh? Of course, he had been purposely staying in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda for the entire time. He wanted to see just how long Diju could hold it in. Why didn't you come out for so long? Diju asked in a deep voice. I encountered some problems inside. Duanling Tian smiled wryly. What problems? Diju asked. I noticed that somebody must have entered it before, as the saint weapons that were inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions are gone. I remember that those saint weapons were still there when Di Yong and I left. Duanling Tian's side. Looks like as I've expected, Di Yong went in before. Humph. When Diju heard Duanling Tian mention Di Yong, his face turned grave, and after a cold snort he said nonchalantly, follow me in. When Duanling Tian heard Diju's reaction, his feeling turned into turmoil. However, he gave all his might to remain calm, and at the same time he looked at the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and smiled wryly at Diju. Senior, why don't I just stay outside to help you hold the surrounding seawater off and you go in there alone? With me outside, you don't have to worry that you'll be pushed out in just a span of 2 to 3 breaths. What? You want to seize the chance to flee when I enter? Diju harumphed coldly. In that case, you can rest assured. After this matter today, as long as you swear by the thunder penalty oath that you're not directly related to Di Yong's death, of course, I won't give you any more trouble. I'm the 5-clawed golden dragon from the dragon clan, and I am honorable, so, of course, I'm not an insensible person. Diju's words made him draw a snicker from his nose instead. Not an insensible person? If he was not an insensible person, would he have killed so many people on Half Moon Island and turned the island into ruins? Of course, Duanling Tian did not say all this out loud. Right now, there was no doubt that he would court defeat by fighting against overwhelming odds if he went heads-on with Diju. He still had not reached that level of desperation yet. Senior, I can't really make that oath, can I? If Di Yong really died in this pagoda, surely it'd have a direct relationship with me. After all, it was because of me that he found out about the existence of this pagoda, and then only did he enter it. Humph. Of course, I've thought about this too, and it's easy to solve this problem. Everything will be fine as long as you add on some conditions when you swear by the thunder penalty oath. Diju snorted. Right now, you'll follow me in first, and 2 to 3 breaths will be more than enough for me to have a look. Since it had already come to this stage, Duanling Tian did not reject him anymore, because if he continued to reject him again, it would definitely raise Diju's suspicion, and that was a result that he was unwilling to see. With that thought in his mind, Duanling Tian entered the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, and at the same time, he controlled the pagoda to extend his suction energy and draw Diju in. The instant Diju entered, the seawater outside appeared to lose its control as it gushed towards the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. However, all of the seawater was still blocked by the inscription formation that Duanling Tian had set up. Of course, it was still only an inscription formation after all. On top of that, it was made of simple materials too. Under the pressure from the seawater, the layer of light shield formed by the inscription formation started to dim gradually. Once the light shield turned completely dim, it would also be shattered as the seawater pushed it. By that time, be it Duanling Tian or Diju, both would instantly be expelled by the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Elder Hua, I'll leave it to you now. After Duanling Tian entered the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, he dodged to the side, and very soon, they were covered by a layer of fog. Of course, Duanling Tian could not see this layer of fog at all. However, Diju, who entered next, noticed that there was a layer of fog that blocked his view the moment he entered. Boy, where are you? At the same time, he noticed that Duanling Tian's figure had vanished too. Before he had time to search for Duanling Tian's tracks, a sudden pressure gushed over him, causing him to turn grave, and at the same time, he shouted out loudly, "Who's that?" However, that person did not bother him at all. Vast, unmatched energy suddenly rolled through the fog and swept towards Diju. As a 5-clawed golden dragon from the dragon clan, in the speed of lightning, he instantly transformed into his true form. A 5-clawed golden dragon that was several hundred feet long appeared, wriggling right away. His dragon tail swept out like a lightning bolt and charged towards the energy that gave him a sense of inexplicable pressure. Bang! As his dragon tail crashed against the energy, Diju only felt a force of trembling energy that passed from his dragon tail to his entire body, causing his gigantic body to tremble uncontrollably. After some time, Diju saw the true face of the person who had made his move against him. It was an old man dressed in a red robe. "Who are you?" With his vital blood and energy surging inside his body. He turned grave and snarled the moment he saw the old man. Without a doubt, the old man was none other than Elder Hua. After seeing how Diju had actually taken down his sneak attack attempt, a peculiar look could be seen on his face. In the next instant, flames rose in both of his eyes. At that moment, Elder Hua's body was enveloped by a gush of blazing flames. Unlike the ordinary reddish flames, these flames were shining brightly in gold. It was a golden-colored flame. As the golden flames rippled, Elder Hua's true form, the three-legged golden crow, also appeared before Diju's eyes. What is this saint beast? Of course, Diju would not be able to recognize Elder Hua's true form. What a joke! Elder Hua's true form was the only three-legged golden crow left in this universe. No second three-legged golden crow could be found in this universe anymore. Behind the layers of fog stood Duanling Tian. In his field of vision, there was no fog, and all that stood were a gigantic five-clawed golden dragon and a gigantic three-legged golden crow. Another 9 breaths left. I hope Elder Hua will be able to kill him in this span of time. Otherwise, the person who'll be doomed next is me. Duanling Tian's heart was filled with anticipation and anxiousness. The result of this battle was directly related to his life and death. As for why Elder Hua did not proceed to make another move the moment his attack was blocked by Diju, Duanling Tian could see the reason why. It must be because Elder Hua was searching for Diju's flaw so that he could kill him in the shortest time possible. Before Duanling Tian entered, he had already told Elder Hua that he only had a span of 11 breaths. His life was also critical to Elder Hua, so he believed that the latter would definitely not show any mercy. In just the blink of an eye, another breath passed. Right at that second, Elder Hua finally made his move. First, he transformed into a golden flame that looked like an evening glow before immediately slamming towards Diju's true form, the five-clawed golden dragon. Of course, the speed of the golden flame was so fast that Duanling Tian could only barely catch some residual trace. As for Diju's true form, he was also very swift. He was so fast that Duanling Tian could barely catch him. Bang! 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 As Elder Hua made his move, a series of thunderous detonations also resonated in the air. The blasts were deafening to the ear and sent chills down the spines of those who heard it. Boom! 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 Along with the series of blasts was a series of vast, rolling airwaves. The airwaves were compressed to become impact waves that swept out in all directions, enveloping Duanling Tian and forcing him to retreat in succession. At the same time, Diju no longer spoke anymore. Of course, he wanted to open his mouth, but the attack that Elder Hua had launched on him was akin to hurricanes pressing on him and draining him. At that instant, he only hoped that this weird pagoda would expel him out as soon as possible. However, after the span of 2 to 3 breaths, he realized that he had not been sent out, and at once, endless rage rose from his heart. Damn it! That boy lied to me. If he still could not guess what was going on, all of the years that he had lived would be in vain. However, although he was infuriated and itched to crush Duanling Tian into dust, he also knew that the most important thing right now was not thinking about his anger, but to deal with the crisis in front of him first. Right then, Diju had already unleashed all of his techniques without any reservations. Unfortunately, even so, he was steadily losing his ground in front of Elder Hua. Under Elder Hua's hurricane-like attack, being on the passive side, he felt completely trapped. This suppression made him alarmed. The panic rose up and started to spread out, and it was difficult to swallow. Damn it! What kind of saint beast is this? It's not like I've never ever met the top super saint beast from the Dao Martial Saint Land before. Still, they weren't as scary as this one right here. From the true origin that he displays, his cultivation base is far lower than mine, but the battle ability that he's displayed far surpasses mine. Diju was rather exasperated. Damn it! If this continues to go on, I'll definitely die by his hand in 10 more breaths at the most. When Diju realized this, he began to calm down instead. It was exactly because of Diju's composure that he still remained alive and had one breath left when the inscription formation outside was shattered by the water pressure. In this span of 11 breaths, he had been severely injured by Elder Hua and was at his deathbed. Although he was barely breathing, he did not die. When the seawater crashed onto the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, be it Duanling Tian who was hiding by the side, watching the show, or Diju who barely had a breath left, both were instantly expelled out. Boy, Diju, will remember the incident today. I'll never let you go when I see you again the next time. When Duanling Tian was pushed out, he could hear Diju's voice that was getting further away. At that instant when Diju was forcefully expelled out of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, he crushed a piece of high-grade divine strider talisman before transforming into a bolt of lightning and disappearing without a trace in just the blink of an eye. The powerhouses who were on the Saint stage and above could use their true origin to activate the Dao talisman, and they did not even need to shout the word appear, too. They only needed to infuse their true origin into it and crush it. Duanling Tian could hear that Diju uttered this with a low spirit. It was obvious that he had suffered quite a grievous injury. Apart from that, he did not even dare to stay any longer, and it was apparent that he was especially scared of Elder Hua. I must go back now. Seizing the chance of him being in a state of panic and losing his rational judgment now, I must bring Uncle Feng, teacher, and the rest away from Half Moon Island. Without any hesitation, before he even managed to tell Elder Hua, the three-legged golden crow inside the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, Duanling Tian quickly stored the pagoda away and returned to Half Moon Island at his fastest speed. After he had rushed back to Half Moon Island, Feng Wu Dao and the rest were bursting with joy to see him. Let's talk later after we leave. Diju might come back anytime. Seeing how Feng Wu Dao and the rest were about to say something, Duanling Tian beat them to it and stopped them. After that, with a huge wave of his hand, vast true energy swept out and enveloped all of them before taking them away from Half Moon Island with the fastest speed possible. However, after leaving Half Moon Island, Duanling Tian did not go back directly to the south to the mortal continent. Instead, he headed east and made a huge detour before starting for the southeast. The reason he did this was to evade Diju, who would return after gaining his sanity. As it turned out, Duanling Tian's worry was accurate. After Diju crushed the divine strider talisman and left, he hastily consumed a few healing medicinal pills and his injuries recovered a little. Right now, although Diju was no longer as horrifying as his prime time, he still had the confidence to crush a person who was not on the saint stage and above. At the same time, he suppressed the terror and panic in his heart as he gradually regained his calmness. Wait a minute. After he had relaxed, he instantly realized that something was not right. That huge bird that was fully covered in the golden flames didn't chase me. Don't tell me that he can't actually leave that pagoda? The moment Diju thought about this, he became even more certain of it as he pondered even more. At once, his face was filled with regret. Why hadn't I thought of this in the first place? Otherwise, even if I can't enter that gigantic 7-story pagoda again, I could at least kill that boy after I was sent out. The moment Diju thought of Duanling Tian, his hatred boiled within. If he still did not realize that it was Duanling Tian who had caused him to face all these crises, he would have been living in vain for all these years. Even though there was no way Diju would think that the gigantic 7-story pagoda actually belonged to Duanling Tian, he still could discern that the crisis he faced was all related to Duanling Tian. The moment he entered the pagoda, he was instantly tortured by a horrifyingly powerful saint beast. In his opinion, with that saint beast's strength, it would have been no trouble if it wanted to kill that boy called Duanling Tian. Yet, the boy was unharmed even after staying inside for 15 minutes. In fact, he, Diju, had only stayed for the span of 10 breaths and had already been almost killed. Even though he did not die, he barely had a breath left. Only after he got out, he relied on the divine strider talisman to help him flee. At that time, all that was left in his heart was terror, and he had no time to think of anything else. Otherwise, he would not have left. Now that he had pieced the puzzle together, a sharp brilliance flashed across Diju's eyes. Boy, how dare you defraud me? If I don't kill you, Diju will be a useless 5-clawed golden dragon of the Dragon Clan's Imperial Clan. At that moment, Diju was almost certain that Duan Ling Tian had already known about the existence of that big bird in that pagoda and had purposely lured him in. Duan Ling Tian knew about the situation inside very well, and because of this, he could dodge that horrifyingly powerful peculiar bird instantly and let it deal with him. When he finally managed to piece the puzzle together, the flaming rage in his heart soared even higher. Whoosh! At that instant, Diju had already vanished from the spot and rushed back to the deep sea as fast as he could. However, when he already got back there was no way that Duan Ling Tian would still be there. Even that gigantic 7-story pagoda had also disappeared without a trace. It seemed to have been here. When Diju reached the patch of the seaweed, he stomped at the deep seabed, but the 7-story pagoda never appeared again. Could I have gotten the position wrong? Then Diju ransacked every corner of the seaweed area as quickly as he could, but the gigantic 7-story pagoda never surfaced again. Don't tell me that I need some other technique to summon that gigantic 7-story pagoda. Diju's expression turned grave. He could not think of a plausible reason at all. If Diju's series of actions fell into Duan Ling Tian's sight, he would definitely have laughed in silence. This was because the reason he had done all that in the first place was just to deceive him. Long before, when they passed by this area, he had already dropped the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda that he had already transformed into dust there. In the end, he led Diju to make a U-turn, and when he returned, he pretended to activate some sort of gear while in truth, he enlarged the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in a heartbeat. That stomping of his was just a deceptive trick. After Diju realized that he had no way of summoning the gigantic pagoda, his expression turned even more dismal. Boy, you've completely infuriated me. In that case, there's no reason for that group of friends of yours to continue living in this world anymore. I'll kill them now, and this won't be counted as me going against the thunder penalty oath that I made. Fuming in rage, Diju raced away from the bottom of the deep sea and returned to the valley at Half Moon Island. However, when he returned, he soon realized that there was no longer anybody in the valley, as all of them had already left. Maddened, he went an entire round to search and still could not find anything. So he immediately headed south. That group of people is all from the mortal continent, so I'm sure they must have returned there now. In such a short period of time, even if that boy returned and brought them all to fly together, I'm sure I'd be able to chase up to them in the shortest time too if my direction is accurate. The moment Diju thought about this, he hurried south. Half an hour later, Diju came to a halt and muttered to himself with a grave expression, "Looks like they didn't head south. Otherwise, I'd have chased up with them already with my speed." Right now, Diju had already appeared not far away from the mortal continent. If I can think of this, I'm sure that Sly Boy can too. Perhaps he has brought the group of people to the north to the Dao Marshal Saint Land. The next instant, Diju made a U-turn. After he had returned to Half Moon Island, he continued to search as he headed towards the north. Heading north to search this time, he relied on his speed and made an inch-by-inch search, not leaving any corner unturned. However, a few days later, he still yielded no results. When he returned to his senses and returned to Half Moon Island before heading to the Southern Sea to carry out an inch-by-inch search, Duan Ling Tian had already brought Feng Wu Dao and the rest back to his hometown, the Cloud Continent. Usually, if he returned to the Cloud Continent, he would always be in a joyful mood. However, right now, his feelings were extremely glum as dark clouds gathered above his head. Between his 2 fiancées, one's whereabouts were unknown while the other had been forcefully taken from his side. This feeling of having his heart excavated made him almost go crazy. However, he still calmed down in the end. At this time, all he could do now was calm down because being exasperated would be to no avail. Having lived through 2 reincarnations, Duan Ling Tian still had a minute-ounce of self-control. Little Fair is together with Little Black and the rest, so I'm sure she will be fine. 3 years have gone by, and I'm sure Little Black and the rest must have made a breakthrough to the mortal shedding stage too. As a saint beast, other than having strength, the 3 of them also have a perception that far surpass humans. Half Moon Island has undergone a calamity and they only have one option, that is, to find Xuanai so that they can ask for backup. After he had calmed down, his train of thoughts started to become clearer now. When he thought about this, he felt at ease right away. Kuer was taken away by Chi Mei, and with Chi Mei's attitude towards her, she most likely won't harm her. Chi Mei is from that fire worship sect or something, and in the future, if I want to find Kuer, this will be the only clue that I have so far. When Duanling Tian thought of Kuer, he could not help but feel his heart being hit by a pang of grief, even though he had already calmed down. It was obvious that Chi Mei was displeased that Kuer was pregnant. Furthermore, from her words, there seemed to be another group of people looking for Kuer too. That group of people might harm her instead. What kind of identity exactly does Kuer have? Duanling Tian remained puzzled after a long time of pondering. Somehow, Duanling Tian had already brought Feng Wu Dao and the rest to the 10 great dynasties in the south of the Cloud Continent, to Darhan Dynasty, and returned to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom affiliated under the Darkstone Empire. His final destination was the secluded canyon hidden deep in the mountains, which was also the historical remains left behind by the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. Right now, all the people by his side were willing to hand their lives over to him, so he had no intention of hiding this from them. Of course, there were many besides him who had come in contact with this canyon before, like Xiongquan, Feng Wudao, and Sima. They had managed to more or less reap some benefit from it. It was the first time Chen Xiaoshui, the Nangong twins, and the Gold Thug were there. The moment they entered, they were already attracted by the sword character engraved on the mountain wall inside the canyon. When Chen Xiaoshui and the few others were attracted by the sword character on the mountain wall, Duanling Tian told Feng Wu Dao, Sima, and Xiongquan with a serious expression. The person who left this historical remnant behind is indeed a legendary person in the Dao Martial Saint Land. I've confirmed this before. Even though there was a message left behind by the person who had made the sword character on the mountain wall, what was inscribed there was just too far-fetched. Even Duanling Tian did not dare to believe it 100% as well, let alone Feng Wu Dao and the rest. It was only a few days ago when Duanling Tian realized that this sword saint Feng Qingyang was indeed a remarkable person upon noticing the change of expression on Diju's face when the latter heard about the sword saint, Feng Qingyang. Because of this, he finally realized the true value of this valley. The moment Feng Wu Dao and the two others heard this, they gasped one after another as well. Since Duanling Tian had said that he had confirmed it before, of course, they no longer had doubt about it anymore. At once, they also shifted their gaze toward the sword character on the mountain wall and tried to comprehend it better. The reason Duanling Tian brought the group of people here was because of two reasons. Firstly, it was because of the historical remnant that was left behind by the sword saint, Feng Qingyang, while the second reason was to hide from the five-clawed golden dragon, Diju. He believed that even if Diju came to the Cloud Continent and went around the entire Cloud Continent, he would not necessarily be able to find them. This was because the valley that he was now in had released an extraordinary chi field due to the sword character that Sword Saint had left behind. It could stop spiritual energy from entering without letting the owner of the probing spiritual energy know. It was precisely due to this reason that he thought of making that place a hideout, as this was the safest place. Just as Duanling Tian thought, Diju carried out an inch-by-inch search and soon came to the Cloud Continent. By this point, his injuries had recovered a little more. Even though he had yet to recover to his prime condition, he still would not take long to ransack the entire Cloud Continent with his current speed. Time continued to pass by quietly. Several months later, Diju had already combed the Cloud Continent carefully, but he still did not find any trace of Duanling Tian and the rest. For a moment, he was completely exasperated. Fuming with rage, he returned to Half Moon Island and with a raise of his hand, vast rolling energy swept out like dark clouds hanging over a city before enveloping and landing on the island as easily as crushing dried leaves. Boom! 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 With Diju venting out his wrath so wantonly, the entire Half Moon Island disappeared from the surface of the sea in less than an hour. The place where Half Moon Island had originally stood soon became part of the vast ocean now. Duanling Tian. When he recalled that young man in purple who had deceived him, Diju gnashed his teeth in hatred, but there was nothing that he could do because he could not find him at all. It made no difference no matter how much he hated him if he could not find him at all. With his slyness, Yonger must have been coaxed and deceived by him to go to the pagoda and was killed by that peculiar big bird which entire body burned with golden flames. The more Diju thought about this, the more he was convinced that must have happened. The resentment of his son's death in his heart made him shift the blame onto Duanling Tian, as he now regarded him as the enemy who killed his son.
Duanling Tian, I'll eventually be able to find you. By that time, I'll make you die a horrific death. After snarling in anger, he finally left.
He left and headed north back to the Dao Martial Saint Land. His destination was the Dragon Clan.
While he hated Duanling Tian to the core and itched to crush him into dust, a beautiful, seductive figure could not help but appear in Diju's mind too. The owner of that beautiful figure was none other Chi Mei.
The fire worship sect? I've actually never heard of such a sect before. By right, a sect that could have given birth to such a powerhouse like her wouldn't be a sect that doesn't carry fame at all in the Dao Martial Saint Land. On the way back, Diju's heart was filled with suspicion.
Besides, from her tone, it seems as though she was certain that the clan leader will definitely know about the fire worship sect. When he thought about this, he was very eager to get back. However, his mood was still very aggravated along the way because of none other than Duanling Tian. He knew that he had already been careful enough, but still, he had fallen for Duanling Tian's trick.
This made him exasperated and pissed at the same time.
When had he ever been fooled like this before in his entire life? Furthermore, he had been deceived by the alleged enemy who had killed his son. As the five-clawed golden dragon of the Dragon Clan's imperial family, he had a dignity that far surpassed his life, so how could he possibly accept being duped like that? Because of this, his fuming rage had yet to dissipate even after he had returned to the Dragon Clan.
After Diju had returned to the Dragon Clan, he instantly went back to find the current Dragon Clan leader, the other five-clawed divine dragon other than him in the Dragon Clan. The moment he saw him, he asked without beating around the bush, "Clan leader, have you heard of the fire worship sect before? Where did you hear about the fire worship sect?" Almost at the same time that Diju's words left his mouth, the expression on the Dragon Clan leader changed completely. His face took on a look of horror. An obvious pang of terror could even be seen in both of his eyes.
Without a doubt, the reaction of the Dragon Clan leader had taken Diju by surprise. Dear Lord, what exactly was this fire worship sect to the point that it could scare the clan leader to such a level?
Clan leader, what exactly is that fire worship sect? Diju asked again. Tell me, where did you hear about the fire worship sect? The Dragon Clan leader repeated his question again. His tone was heavy as though this answer was very important to him. Seeing just how serious his clan leader was, Diju's emotions were affected as well.
Immediately, he spilled all of the ins and outs that he had experienced in Half Moon Island without leaving anything out. Other than the matter relating to the gigantic 7-story pagoda, he told him everything, including the powerful woman who had claimed that she was from the fire worship sect. The reason he did not tell him about the gigantic 7-story pagoda was because of his own selfish motives.
In his opinion, even though Duanling Tian had fooled him, the gigantic 7-story pagoda was definitely not fake. The energy that had expelled him out of the gigantic pagoda was powerful without an equal. In the face of that gush of energy, he had no way of resisting it all.
Therefore, he never thought that the pagoda belonged to Duanling Tian.
In his opinion, that pagoda was still at the bottom of the sea and he just had not found a way to make it emerge for the time being.
Right now, he regarded everything in the pagoda as his possession. Nobody was allowed to touch it at all. The relic that was left behind by the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, belongs to me, Diju. Only I, Diju, am worthy of becoming the successor of the Sword Saint. This was Diju's deep intention. Upon listening to Diju's words, Dragon Clan leader breathed a sigh of relief. It seems like she didn't blame you or blamed her anger on our Dragon Clan either. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. At this moment, a lingering fear could still be seen on the Dragon Clan leader's face. Clan leader, you haven't told me yet. What exactly is this fire worship sect? Why would even you be so afraid of it? Why have I never heard of such a sect that even you would fear before? Diju remained puzzled even after a long time of deliberating. Diju, you're still not the Dragon Clan leader yet, so there are some things that are not convenient for me to tell you directly. I can only say that the fire worship sect isn't something our Dragon Clan can offend.
No matter what, even if you're not willing to bend and bow towards the fire worship sect people, you'll have to at least retract the pride of being a 5-clawed divine dragon, said the Dragon Clan leader earnestly. Clan leader, do you mean that the fire worship sect is a secret that only the clan leaders of our dragon clan know about? Diju gasped.
Yes, the dragon clan leader confirmed solemnly. Actually, not only you, but even those old guys from the sect have most likely never heard of the fire worship sect before. Of course, I can't be 100% sure about it. Perhaps they have heard of a word or two regarding the news of the fire worship sect from other places. Remember my words clearly. Even if you have suffered great humiliation in front of the fire worship sect people, you must learn how to endure it quietly. This is because you're a 5-clawed golden dragon, the next clan leader of the dragon clan, so you need to be responsible for the entire clan. The dragon clan leader continued to remind. Every word and sentence by the dragon clan leader that was filled with dread also indirectly affected Diju, causing him to be more curious about the fire worship sect. But at the same time, he feared the fire worship sect too. Even though he did not know anything about the fire worship sect yet, he was certain of one thing: even their dragon clan could never offend that fire worship sect. In that case, you're still uncertain about the whereabouts of the person who has killed your son? After changing the topic, the dragon clan leader asked Diju. Even though I'm not very sure, I know that it must be that boy named Duanling Tian who had the motive to kill him. A sharp brilliance flashed across Diju's eyes before he said earnestly, Clan leader, I hope that you can help me. I don't wish for you to help take revenge for my son, but I hope that you'll help to find that person named Duanling Tian. When the dragon clan leader heard him, he frowned right away. Diju, from what I've heard from you, that person has fled from under your nose. So do you think that it'll be so easy for our ordinary clansmen to find him? Even if they manage to find him, do you think they could keep their eyes on him? Clan leader, it was because of my carelessness that I let him go, Diju explained. It was all due to his selfish motives. However, since the beginning, he had never mentioned anything about the gigantic 7-story pagoda before. So in the dragon clan leader's eyes, Duanling Tian had fled right under Diju's nose. Diju, you must know that the clansmen will never help you in this. In the eyes of our clansmen, that person who killed your son is merely helping the dragon clan to get rid of evil, and he's actually the benefactor of our dragon clan. Do you think that the clansmen will help you go against their own benefactor? The dragon clan leader shook his head. Clan leader, you could just omit the part where he killed my son and say that you want to look for him. As for the reason why, you could just create one yourself, clan leader. When Diju heard the clan leader's words, he became anxious right away. Though he was powerful, he was still alone. Although there were not many people in the dragon clan, they were at least scattered everywhere in the Dao Marshal Saint Land and had a mature intelligence network. For the dragon clan, finding for a person would be much easier than him working alone. What? Do you want me to lie to the clansmen? The dragon clan leader's expression turned grave and asked majestically. Clan leader, if you think that this is a lie, it's a lie then. Diju put on a shameless expression. What if I reject you? The dragon clan leader narrowed his eyes and asked nonchalantly. When Diju heard the clan leader of the dragon clan's reply, he answered with a solemn expression, There's nothing I can do if you reject me, clan leader. But I, Diju, will leave the dragon clan and become an unrestrained and sectless cultivator. Are you threatening me? Asked the clan leader of the dragon clan in a deep voice as his eyes flashed coldly. You can take it however you want, clan leader. In order to get rid of Duanling Tian, Diju was ready to go all out. Naturally, this was because he was not afraid that the clan leader of the dragon would reject him. Good. Very good. The clan leader of the dragon clan was so furious he could only laugh maniacally. With a wave of his arm, he sent Diju flying away with a blast. Scram! Diju was not angry even though he was sent flying. Instead, he lifted a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, Thank you, clan leader. He knew the clan leader had agreed to his request. After all, he was the only 5-clawed golden dragon in the dragon clan apart from the clan leader. He was destined to be the next clan leader of the dragon clan. If he had really left the dragon clan and become a sectless cultivator, it would mean that the dragon clan would not have a leader in the future. As the current clan leader of the dragon clan, naturally, he would not allow this to happen. After expressing his gratitude, Diju turned to leave. He knew if he stayed on, he would only disgrace himself more. Duanling Tian, I'm looking forward to our meeting.
Diju muttered to himself as he narrowed his eyes that gleamed coldly. When the clan leader of the Dragon Clan passed down the order for all the clansmen in every part of the Dao Martial Saint Land to look for a young man called Duanling Tian was still on the Cloud Continent. To be more precise, he was in the hidden canyon where the sword Saint Feng Qingyang had left his legacy behind. At this moment, Duanling Tian was sitting cross-legged in the air, facing the word sword on the mountain wall. His eyes were both closed, and his body emanated a sharp aura. As he sat there, his entire being was akin to an unsheathed sword. In the valley, Xiongquan asked with a worried expression, "Young master has been sitting like this for half a year now. Could it be something has happened to him? His breathing is stable and he doesn't look unwell. Besides, the sharp aura on his body is getting more intense in these 6 months. I think he must have obtained some revelation from the word sword," Feng Wudao said as he looked at the word sword on the mountain wall. "Normal logic does not apply to him," Sima chimed in. Whether it was now or then, he had always had faith in Duanling Tian. His gaze as he looked at Duanling Tian was complicated. Among everybody present on the scene, he and Xiongquan were the first ones who had met Duanling Tian first. He had witnessed with his own eyes how Duanling Tian had walked up to stand at the summit of Cloud Continent step by step from when he was just a young boy. On top of that, he even left Cloud Continent to make a living in that faraway Dao Martial Saint Land. Previously, when Duanling Tian left with Diju with a very slim chance of surviving, even he was not certain if Duanling Tian would be able to return safely. At that time, his heart was also filled with worries. However, Duanling Tian came back safely in the end. It made him realize that Duanling Tian was blessed and had a long life. Due to this reason, although Duanling Tian had been behaving a little out of the norm for half a year, he did not think anything was wrong since Duanling Tian was originally someone who defied all logic. "He's awake," Qin Shaoshui suddenly shouted. Everyone immediately shifted their eyes over to Duanling Tian. At this time, Duanling Tian had already stood up and was hovering in the air. His entire being was swaying. Initially, there were no rhyme or reason to his movement. Then it gradually turned more refined before each of his action began to cause the air to tremble. "He's not awake. It seems like he has entered the state of enlightenment," Feng Wudao whispered. At this time, the others had also noticed that Duanling Tian had not opened his eyes even once and seemed unbothered by external influences. He was busy moving around. Each of his action was skilled and dexterous. For an entire day and night, Duanling Tian did not stop moving. It was as though he did not know the meaning of exhaustion. Although there were no weapons in Duanling Tian's hand, everyone present on the scene could see from his moves that he was practicing swordsmanship. Initially, his movement had no style. Then it began to look refined before he reached a stage where it elicited fear from the others. However, after that, Feng Wudao and the others could not understand his movements anymore. His swordsmanship seemed to have gotten worse as he continued on. In the end, it was even worse than his movement in the beginning when it lacked style. All that was left was just the basic chop, slay, and stab motion. "What's going on?" When the people who had been watching Duanling Tian for the entire day saw this, they could not help looking at each other. Nobody could tell what was going on with him. In the end, Gold Thug muttered to himself, could this be complexification and simplification? Gold Thug's true form was a golden hellhound, and the Golden Hellhound clan also had a long history of legacy. Due to this reason, his knowledge was much greater than the others present on the scene. However, nobody heard his words since all their attention was focused on Duanling Tian. "It seems like he's going to sit down again," Nangongi said in a low voice. At the same time, Duanling Tian stopped his movement in the air and began to sit cross-legged in the air. The others also noticed when Duanling Tian placed his hands on his knees. It seemed as though he was holding a sword. However, there was no sword in his hand, only air. "I don't get it." Qin Shaoshui shook his head with a puzzled expression on his face. Actually, it was not only him who did not understand, but the others did not understand as well. Only Gold Thug alone stared at Duanling Tian's silhouette as though he was deep in thoughts. Duanling Tian had unaware of everything that was happening. He was completely absorbed. Ever since he discovered sword Saint Feng Qingyang was indeed a legendary person in the Dao Martial Saint Land.
His perception toward the word sword, that was left behind by Feng Qingyang, had also undergone a subtle transformation. A while ago he had stared unblinkingly at the word sword. He did not see anything even after a day had passed. It was the same on the second and third day as well. Time continued to pass day by day. Even after 10 days had gone by, Duan Ling Tian still remained motionless. On the 11th day, Duan Ling Tian finally managed to catch a trace of something from the word, leading him to another realm. Naturally, the realm was the sword realm. At that time, Duan Ling Tian finally closed his eyes and began to comprehend the things that appeared in his mind. Once he closed his eyes, half a year had gone by. Naturally, he did not know half a year had gone by. During this time, he had only been doing one thing, and that was to comprehend the things that appeared in his mind. Those things could be considered as information but also as something else. There were no words to describe it. After Duan Ling Tian practiced the peculiar swordsmanship for a day and a night in an unconscious state, at that moment when he sat down cross-legged again, a wave of information appeared in his mind again. Although they were not much, it made Duan Ling Tian feel pressured. Man from the future, congratulations. You've obtained the acknowledgement of the divine consciousness I left behind. A voice sounded with the appearance of the information. It did not ring in his ears, but it echoed in his mind. Who are you? In the face of such a situation, it was only natural that Duan Ling Tian would panic. He wanted to open his eyes but discovered that he seemed to have lost command of his body. His heart was immediately filled with terror. Who am I? Don't tell me you didn't see the message I left by the side of the word sword? The sound resonated again. Why your sword, Saint Feng Qingyang? Duan Ling Tian was astounded. At this moment, the exchange between Duan Ling Tian and the voice was done through their souls. It's a good thing that you're not too dumb. Otherwise, I'd have to reconsider letting you be my successor. The voice continued to speak calmly in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Your successor? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He did not react at all. I don't have much time to talk to you. This is only a divine consciousness I left behind in the word sword. Once it's released, it won't last long. I'll pass on the Sovereign Heart Sword, the ultimate sword Tao mental cultivation that allowed me to roam around the Tao martial saint land, to you now. I hope you won't tarnish my reputation. The voice resonated again, stopping abruptly when it reached the end of the sentence. The Sovereign Heart Sword? Before Duan Ling Tian realized what was going on, he felt an all-powerful and vast wave of information surging into his mind. In the end, it seemed as though he could not process all of it at once and passed out. On the outside, Feng Wudao and the others were taken aback when they saw Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, suddenly began to drop. Young master. Xianxia was the first one who rushed out to catch Duan Ling Tian and put him down. The group of people surrounded Duan Ling Tian and looked at him worriedly. Duan Ling Tian remained unconscious for 9 days and 9 nights. Fortunately, during this time, everybody was certain there was nothing wrong with Duan Ling Tian's body. Otherwise, one wondered how much they would panic. After 9 days and 9 nights, Duan Ling Tian finally regained consciousness, but he was in no hurry to wake up. It seems like I had a dream. I dreamt of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, and he told me he would pass me the ultimate sword Tao mental cultivation, Sovereign Heart Sword, or something. As soon as Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he suddenly discovered there was extra information in his mind. Sovereign Heart Sword? After studying the information, Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded. It's not a dream? It's actually real. Duan Ling Tian was so shocked that his eyes flew open. The instant he woke up, he reached down to pinch his thigh, trying to ascertain if he was dreaming or not. When Duan Ling Tian felt the sharp pain on his thigh, he finally realized he was not dreaming. All of it was real. He had really obtained the supreme sword Tao mental cultivation technique that was named Sovereign Heart Sword by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Is the Sovereign Heart Sword a cultivation technique or a martial tactic? Curious, Duan Ling Tian began to search through the extra information in his mind. After going through the information, he began to understand it a little. The Sovereign Heart Sword was not a cultivation technique nor a martial tactic. Instead, it was a heart cultivation technique for sword cultivators. If you want to cultivate the sword, you need to cultivate your heart first. Only when the heart and sword are both present and there's utmost sincerity that the whole world will step aside and let you pass. This was the sovereign heart sword.
When Duan Tian saw part of the content of the second half of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he was stunned again. When the Sovereign Heart Sword is cultivated to the highest stage, all of the weapons will submit to me with just a thought?
According to the explanation, when Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was at his prime, nobody could use their weapons in front of him. This was because all of the weapons would submit to him. To be more precise, they would submit to his sword heart. The highest stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword was also called the Heart Sword Amalgamation.
Even if I don't cultivate it to the highest stage, the early stages are also pretty amazing on its own. Although it's not a martial tactic, it's far greater than martial tactics. Duan Tian was shocked by the content of the Sovereign Heart Sword.
As he continued to read on, he saw the last clause of the Sovereign Heart Sword. It was also a summary of the Sovereign Heart Sword. There were many specific cultivations in the content, but Duan Tian did not read it in detail. He skimmed through it. He wanted to see what the names of all the stages in the Sovereign Heart Sword and what differences they had.
The summary of the Sovereign Heart Sword was not too elaborate. It was only a small paragraph.
The Sovereign Heart Sword is the fruit of my painstaking labor in my entire life. Although it's not a Saint-grade martial tactic, it far surpasses Saint-grade martial tactics.
The techniques inside heaven-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic are barely even 1/10 of the Sovereign Heart Sword.
Naturally, this will only be the case if you cultivate the Sovereign Heart Sword to the highest stage. Even I only managed to cultivate it to the highest stage in the last 10 years before I underwent transcendence. The person who obtains the Sovereign Heart Sword will become the only successor of my Fog Rain progeny. This was the summary of the Sovereign Heart Sword.
Well, instead of saying it was a summary, it was more like an epilogue from Sword Saint Feng Qingyang.
The techniques of a heaven-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic are barely even 1/10 of it? Is this Heart Sword Amalgamation, the highest stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, really that impressive? Duan Tian found it hard to believe. His first thought was this Sword Saint Feng Qingyang must be lying.
However, his train of thoughts soon changed its course. He felt that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had no need to lie. After all, if he had lied, the truth would come out eventually and he would only taint his own reputation.
If what he said is true, then what I possess is more valuable than heaven-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactics. The moment Duan Tian thought of this, his breathing began to quicken, and he found it hard to calm his emotion.
"Young master, you're awake?" Duan Tian had woken up and sat up due to his shock, surprising Xianxia. Everybody else was alerted as well.
"Ling Tian boy, are you all right?" Feng Wudao asked, concerned.
"Duan Tian, how are you feeling?" The others were also looking at Duan Tian worriedly.
Faced with everyone's concern, a warmth enveloped Duan Tian's heart. He shook his head and said, "I'm all right. Ling Tian boy, you were sitting motionless for half a year before you seemed to have fallen into a state of enlightenment. Are you really enlightened?" Feng Wudao asked curiously.
Yes. Knowing that it would be difficult to explain his encounter, Duan Tian did not explain too much and just nodded in response to Feng Wudao's question. The others instantly looked at him enviously.
After all, enlightenment was not something that one could easily obtain. As the saying went, when one has an epiphany, all of one's followers would also gain from it. They believed Duan Tian's strength must have been raised tremendously. Boom! When the group of people was still surrounding Duan Tian, a loud sound suddenly reverberated in the air, shocking all of them. At once, they looked at the place where the noise came from.
In the next moment, apart from Duan Tian, who was slightly stunned, horror dawned on the others immediately. What's going on?
Under the watchful eyes of the others, the word sword, that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang left behind on the mountain wall suddenly began to crack. To be more precise, the entire mountain wall began to crack.
In just a blink of an eye, a series of deep cracks spread on the mountain wall like spiderwebs.
The word sword began to blur immediately. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the next instant, a scene that took everyone by surprise, including Duan Tian, appeared. After the mountain wall cracked and fissured, A huge amount of dense green sword chi shot out from inside and swept out into the surroundings of the wall before the mountain wall shattered into dust. Boom, 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 boom. When a huge surface of the mountain wall shattered, the dust was sent flying up, covering the sky. After a while, it descended before it exploded like a mushroom cloud. Due to their state of shock, Duan Ling Tian and the others had no time to evade the dust and was covered head to toe in gray.
What's going on? Feng Wu Dao and the others were dumbfounded. Only Duan Ling Tian seemed to be lost in thoughts when he saw the mountain wall with the word sword was no longer there. Could it be the reason Sword Saint Feng Qingyang left behind the word sword is to find a successor for the Sovereign Heart Sword? At the end of the information about the Sovereign Heart Sword, he seemed to have mentioned that the person who obtains the Sovereign Heart Sword will also become the only successor of that Fog Rain progeny or something. Didn't he also leave behind a similar legacy in the other two mortal continents?
Why did he say I'm the only successor?
Don't tell me after he had acknowledged me as the successor of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the word sword on the mountain wall on the other two mortal continents has also disappeared? Duan Ling Tian speculated inwardly. Naturally, it was just a speculation and he was not certain. What Duan Ling Tian did not know was when he was watching the mountain wall carved with the word sword crumble into dust somewhere on the other two mortal continents, the same thing was also happening.
On one of the mortal continents, nobody had found the mountain wall yet. On the other mortal continent, a sect had found it. They had instantly made the place their sect's saint land. However, today was destined to be an unforgettable day for everyone in the sect. This was because their sect's saint land was suddenly turned into dust for no apparent reason at all. A disciple who was guarding the saint land noticed the cracks on the mountain wall with word sword. After a while, the high-level officials of the sect came to the saint land and witnessed a scene that would be forever engraved in their minds.
After the saint wall in their sect's saint land cracked, a dense sword chi shot out and caused the saint wall to crumble into dust.
The saint wall shattered and the saint land crumbled. Could it be that God is punishing us for taking this land as our own? The high-level officials who witnessed the incident all felt glum. In fact, even the strongest powerhouse in their sect was not able to leave a scratch on the saint wall. However, the saint wall had turned into dust at this moment.
If this was not a punishment from heaven, then what was it? Was there anybody who possessed such strength in this world? They would have never guessed that this incident happened because the ultimate powerhouse who had left behind what they called the saint wall had found his only successor.
Since he had found his successor, there was no need for the other mountain walls with words sword to remain.
It was not difficult to imagine they would hunt Duan Ling Tian down and demand him to return their saint land if they knew he was the cause of it.
Now that the mountain wall that was carved with the word sword word had turned to dust, the only thing that remained of the word sword was its name, Sword Valley. Duan Ling Tian and the other hovered above the canyon, standing across one another. Everyone, I'll soon start my journey to the Moon Illumination sect in the Dao Martial Saint Land. I wonder what are your plans? Duan Ling Tian asked bluntly as he looked at Feng Wu Dao and the others.
There was no longer anything on Cloud Continent that he cared about. His two fiancées whose whereabouts were unknown filled his heart with worries.
Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's question, Feng Wu Dao and the others turned quiet. They had spent the past few years in Half Moon Island, and they were used to Half Moon Island to a certain extent. Currently, Half Moon Island had been turned into ruins. Even if they returned, it would be risky. At this moment, they really had no plans at all.
Duan Ling Tian, what kind of place is the Dao Martial Saint Land? Chen Xiaoshui was the first one to speak.
Dao Martial Saint Land? Upon hearing that, Duan Ling Tian pondered silently before he told them about the Dao Martial Saint Land that he knew. At the same time, he told them about his current situation as well. If you all want to go to the Dao Martial Saint Land, you can follow me. With my senior brother there, it won't be difficult to ask for a place for all of you to stay, Duan Ling Tian said when he reached the end of his sentence.
Feng Wu Dao and the others had long been interested in the Dao Martial Saint Land described by Duan Ling Tian.
Other than having a far more exaggerated gravitational pull, there was nothing on Cloud Continent or the Mortal Continent that could compare to the Dao Martial Saint Land at all. Over there, even the powerhouses who were at the Martial or Demon Emperor level were considered as nothing. The cultivation environment, Saint Stones, and Saint Grade martial tactics there were very attractive to Feng Wu Dao and the others. Duan Ling Tian, are you a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator now? Nangong Yi could not help but ask as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Based on Duan Ling Tian's words, the others, including Chan Xiao Shuai, learned about mortal shedding stage martial cultivators in the Dao martial saint land. They knew it was a presence that was superior to martial and demon emperors. Mortal shedding stage? When Duan Ling Tian heard Chan Xiao Shuai's words, he shook his head. I'm not at the mortal shedding stage. Impossible. Feng Wu Dao and the others did not believe him. If you're not at the mortal shedding stage, how can your speed be so fast previously when you brought us back? Exactly. The speed previously was insane. It was so fast I couldn't even see my surrounding clearly. Duan Ling Tian, you're not joking with us, right? Although I've not reached the Emperor stage, I know it's impossible for someone at the peak of the Emperor stage to possess that kind of speed. The people expressed their disbelief. I only said I'm not at the mortal shedding stage, but I didn't say I'm still at the Emperor stage. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he smiled wryly. What do you mean? Everyone was stunned. In the end, it was still Feng Wu Dao who first realized what was going on. He asked with a shocked expression, See, could it be that you've surpassed the mortal shedding stage and made a breakthrough to a higher stage? When Feng Wu Dao's words left his mouth, the others shifted their eyes to Duan Ling Tian in unison. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded. I'm at the perfection saint rudiment stage now. Then Duan Ling Tian explained to Feng Wu Dao and the others about the cultivation stages in Dao martial saint land. They found out the saint rudiment stage was the cultivation stage above the mortal shedding stage. On top of that, they also learned about the specific stages of the mortal shedding stage and the saint rudiment stage. The perfection saint rudiment stage was the fourth stage of the saint rudiment stage. Feng Wu Dao and the others were dumbfounded when they discovered how tremendously Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base had risen in just 3 short years. When they returned to their senses, their breathing quickened immediately. The cultivation environment in the Dao martial saint land is actually this ridiculous? Chun Xiao Shuai exclaimed in surprise. That's right. Although your innate talent is high, this sort of progress is just ridiculous, Duan Ling Tian. Although my innate talent is not comparable to yours, my cultivation base would be able to rise a lot even if I only have 1/10 of your innate talent. Nangong said. Although Nangong Chan did not say a word, his thoughts were obvious from his burning gaze. Feng Wu Dao and the others were eager to go to the Dao martial saint land. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian knew they had already made up their minds. They came to this decision because their thoughts were similar to Nangong Yi. They felt the cultivation environment in the Dao martial saint land would allow them to make ridiculous progress in as short as 3 years. However, they did not know the actual reason his cultivation base had progressed so fast was mainly due to the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. However, it was not convenient for him to tell them about the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. It was not that he was being selfish, but he was worried. It was similar to how he could not tell Bai Li Hong about it. Feng Wu Dao and the others were willing to sacrifice their lives for him. There was no doubt they would not betray him. However, if one was under some soul-ransacking spiritual secret tactic, one's actions would no longer be under one's control. This was what Duan Ling Tian was most worried about. When he saw the eagerness in their eyes when he spoke about the Dao martial saint land, he did not discourage them. Besides, although the Dao martial saint land's cultivation environment was not as ridiculous as they thought it was still better than Cloud Continent by more than 50%, particularly in the Moon Illumination sect. The cultivation environment was far greater than the cultivation environment in other ordinary 8th or 9th rate sects. Feng Wu Dao, who was looking forward to the Dao martial saint land, suddenly remembered his daughter who had long gone to the Dao martial saint land. He immediately looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked eagerly, Ling Tian boy, did you receive any news about Wu when you were in the Dao martial saint land? Uncle Feng, the Dao martial saint land is so big that Cloud Continent can't compare to it at all. However, I guess the group of people who brought Tian Wu away must not be from a powerful force. I've also asked my senior brother in the Dao martial saint land to send his men out to look for Tian Wu. If there's some news, my senior brother will tell me immediately. Duanling Tian told Feng Wu Dao.
Naturally, Duanling Tian did not forget about Feng Tianwu.
After Bai Li Hong had taken him as his junior brother, he had already asked Bai Li Hong to help look for Tianwu. Bai Li Hong had also used all of his connections to search for Tianwu in every corner of the Dao Martial Saint land. However, Bai Li Hong was only a 3-star saint inscription master. His connections were pretty limited. He could only look into 7th, 8th, and 9th-rate forces in the Dao Martial Saint land.
If Feng Tianwu happened to be in a more powerful force like a 6th-rate force or above, unless she made a name for herself, it was unlikely for them to find her with just Bai Li Hong's connections.
Just looking into all the 7th-rate forces in the Dao Martial Saint land would take him a long time, let alone those 8th and 9th-rate forces. All right. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Feng Wu Dao nodded. Although he looked relieved, his heart still felt heavy.
In the past, he was not too worried even though he knew his daughter had gone to the Dao Martial Saint land because he did not know much about it. Now that he understood the Dao Martial Saint land more, he could not help but feel worried. The harshness in the Dao Martial Saint land was even worse than Cloud Continent.
Over there, the top powerhouses on Cloud Continent like Martial and Demon Emperors were ranked at the bottom where people would step on. Since Feng Wu Dao and the others had made up their minds, Duanling Tian did not intend to stay any longer on Cloud Continent. However, there was still something he needed to do before he left. Uncle Feng, teacher, please wait for me here for a while. I have some things I need to deal with, and I'll be back soon. After he spoke to Feng Wu Dao, Sima, and the others, he instantly disappeared from their eyes. With the fastest speed, he headed south. Duanling Tian was a Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage martial cultivator now. When he moved using his fastest speed, it did not take him more than 20 breaths to arrive at the Crimson Sky Kingdom from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He only had one intention of returning to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. It was to inform his good friends in the Crimson Sky Kingdom about his next destination.
If Little Fair and Little Gold have really gone to find Xuanai, they'll definitely return in the future. At that time, when they discover Half Moon Island has been ruined with Little Fair's intelligence,
she'll definitely come back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom to ask around. It was precisely because of this that Duanling Tian returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City and secretly told his good friends about his next destination. It did not take him too long to finish all this.
In a span that did not exceed 20 breaths, Duanling Tian had returned to where Feng Wu Dao and the others were waiting. After motioning to them, he proceeded to bring them north. Soon after, they all left Cloud Continent. Naturally, Duanling Tian did not head in Half Moon Island's direction. Instead, he took a huge detour.
Who knew if Diju was waiting for them at Half Moon Island or not?
He did not dare to take the risk.
It was also due to this reason that Duanling Tian left a backup plan in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. He did not have a chance to leave any clue behind on Half Moon Island.
When he was in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he did not only told his good friends about his destination, but he even left behind a voice transmission jade slip that contained the words he had wanted to tell Li Fei.
He told her about where he had been, the things that had happened after his return, including coerced abduction.
Due to Duanling Tian taking a huge detour to stay away from Half Moon Island, he was unaware the original Half Moon Island had already been completely submerged and no longer existed.
While Duanling Tian brought Feng Wu Dao and the others to the Dao Martial Saint land, for travel-weary figures approached a mountain hidden by clouds somewhere in the Dao Martial Saint land. Just as they had gotten close to the mountain, before they even passed through the clouds, their way was obstructed. The people who obstructed their path were 3 middle-aged men who were dressed in blue uniforms and 2 young men who were dressed normally.
Between the 2 young men, one of them was luxuriously dressed. Judging from his movement, it seemed as though he was a dandy rich man's son. The other one, on the other hand, was dressed ordinarily, serving as a contrast to the former.
Following closely behind the former, it was obvious he was an attendant who ran all the errands.
The luxuriously dressed young man, on the other hand, was also the leader of the group of 5.
"Who are you to trespass into my Greenwave Han mansion?" the luxuriously clad young man asked easily. From the moment they appeared until now, he did not even look at the other 4 properly in the eyes. "Young master, a beauty, a beauty." Just as the luxuriously dressed young man's words left his mouth, a fawning voice resonated by his ears. "What a pity!
She's pregnant.
Beauty? After hearing this fawning voice, the luxuriously dressed young man instantly lifted his head and began to study the four people. One of them quickly caught his eyes.
It was a woman with a seductive body and an angelic face. Her extremely beautiful face could topple the nation and dim her surroundings.
The most important thing was her temperament. It was particularly attractive. He had seen many beauties before, but this was his first time seeing such a beauty with such a temperament. So what if she's pregnant? After glancing at the woman's slightly protruding stomach, the luxuriously dressed young man scoffed at the words of the bootlicker standing at the side. I, Han Jinyan, have been with countless women before, but I've never tried being with a pregnant woman, particularly one that's so beautiful and has such a temperament.
I wonder how should I address you, miss? Han Jinyan's expression changed quickly. It only took him a split second to change from being cold to enthusiastic.
The most important thing was even though Han Jinyan harbored ill intention in his heart, he did not show it on his face and eyes at all. The glimmer of lust in the depth of his eyes flashed quickly before it vanished without a trace. At this moment, he looked just like a refined and courteous son of a noble family. This was also a habit of Han Jinyan. Usually, he would first treat those women he took a liking to politely. Only when he realized the method would not work then he would suddenly turn hostile and force the women to submit to him.
Since the beginning until now he had never failed before.
Who are you? At this moment, three short figures immediately stood in front of Han Jinyan in unison, blocking his view. It was a little boy and two little girls. They were staring at Han Jinyan guardedly. When Han Jinyan saw the three little kids were obstructing his view of the beauty, his expression turned grave immediately. However, he remembered he needed to maintain a good image in front of the woman. In just an instant, a smile appeared on his face again. I'm Han Jinyan from the Greenwave Han Mansion.
At this moment, the lackey behind Han Jinyan chimed in, Humph. My young master is the favorite grandson of the Supreme Elder of Greenwave Han Mansion. Meanwhile, a hint of pity could be seen in the eyes of the three middle-aged men who were dressed in uniforms when they looked at the beautiful pregnant woman. They could see Han Jinyan had already taken a liking to this woman.
As far as they knew, none of the women whom Han Jinyan took a liking to had managed to escape him. However, there was nothing they could do even though they frowned upon it.
Who asked Han Jinyan to be the grandson of the only Supreme Elder in their Greenwave Han Mansion? Besides, like the lackey next to Han Jinyan had said, he was also the favorite grandson of the Supreme Elder of the Greenwave Han Mansion.
That Supreme Elder of the Greenwave Han Mansion had an extraordinary position in the Greenwave Han Mansion. Even the current master of the Greenwave Han Mansion needed to politely address him as uncle. So you're that great womanizer, Han Jinyan, that Sister Xuanai spoke of. A fair and delicate golden-clad little girl nodded her head in realization. The moment the lackey behind Han Jinyan heard the little girl's words, horror dawned on him as chills ran down his spine.
What did the little girl say? Sister Xuanai? Did she mean the eldest miss who was loved by everyone in the Greenwave Han Mansion? That little devil who could elicit a change in expression from everyone in the Greenwave Han Mansion the moment her name was mentioned?
You know Xuanai? When Han Jinyan heard the little girl's words, he could not help but frown too. A hint of lingering fear flashed in his eyes.
In the Greenwave Han Mansion, there were only a few people he was afraid of.
As luck would have it, that eldest miss was one of them. In the past, he had been teased by that eldest miss a lot. Meanwhile, Han Jinyan's face turned a little pale, just because the word great womanizer had been spoken so loudly by that little girl. His image had been completely destroyed in front of that beauty.
Whoosh! At this moment, a breeze blew past all of them and a green figure appeared suddenly. It was an old woman dressed in green. As she stood there, it seemed as though she was blending in with the background.
Lord Qing knew. The moment the three middle-aged men in uniforms saw the old woman, they bowed respectfully and did not dare to slack at all.
The green-clad old woman was Qin Nu, who used to follow Han Xuanai previously. She glanced indifferently at the three middle-aged men and said, "They are friends of eldest Mississippi. All of you can retreat now."
All right. The moment the three middle-aged men heard her words, they instantly retreated. At the same time, they sighed in relief inwardly. They could finally get away from that dandy good-for-nothing rich kid. After asking the three men to retreat, Qingnu glanced indifferently at Han Jinyan and greeted him out of formality. "Young Master Jinyan." "Qingnu, are they really Xuanai's friends?" Han Jinyan asked with a frown. "Why? Do you want to ask young Miss personally, young Master Jinyan?" There was a hint of mockery in Qingnu's tone. It seemed like she did not really respect Han Jinyan, this young master. "No, there's no need for that." Han Jinyan's eyes gleamed coldly as he shook his head. Unless it was necessary, he was unwilling to meet that little devil. Whoosh! At this moment, Qingnu waved her big hand and the sky trembled immediately. A profound energy flashed past them. In the next instant, whether it was Qingnu, the extremely beautiful woman, the two little girls, or the little boy, all of them had vanished without a trace. Only Han Jinyan and his lackey were left on the scene. "Young master, let's go back," the lackey standing at the side suggested when he sensed a drop in Han Jinyan's mood. "Return and investigate the origins of those few people, especially that woman. I must have her." Now that there was nobody else on the scene, Han Jinyan no longer bothered with putting on a facade. Hints of lust instantly rose in his eyes. "Young master, maybe we should just let it go? Lord Qingnu has also said that she's young Miss Xuanai's friend. If you touch her, I'm afraid young Miss Xuanai won't just let the matter go." The lackey seemed to be particularly afraid of young Miss Xuanai. Every time he mentioned her, his body would tremble for no reason. "Humph! So what if she doesn't want to let the matter go? Don't tell me she's going to kill me? Put aside the fact that she might not even have the ability to do that. Even if she has, I don't believe she'll kill me over an outsider." Han Jinyan snorted coldly in disdain. "Even so, it's not easy to deal with young Miss Xuanai." The lackey smiled wryly. "You don't have to say anything. No matter what, I must get my hands on that woman. If I can get her, I don't mind shortening my lifespan by a few years, let alone dealing with the painless teasing from the little devil." With a raise of his hand, Han Jinyan stopped his lackey from continuing. When the lackey heard this, he no longer said anything. He knew once his young master made up his mind, there was no changing it at all. On the other hand, the four travel-weary people were brought into the mountain hidden by the clouds. There was a vast land with buildings on it, like a little kingdom behind the clouds. This was the Greenwave Han Mansion. The four travel-weary people were none other than Li Fei, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold, who had traveled all the way here from Half Moon Island. After leaving Half Moon Island, Li Fei was worried about Kur's safety. However, she was weak now, and she knew if she went back, she would only be digging a grave for herself. If she was alone, she would not have left Kur even if she died. However, right now she was not alone. She was carrying a child in her belly. It was the child of the man she loved and her. Due to this reason, she acceded to Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold's decision to return to the Dao Marshall Saint Land and to the Greenwave Han Mansion to ask for help. Their journey here was not easy. It had taken them almost an entire year before they finally arrived at their destination. Soon after, Li Fei and the others met Han Xuanai. When Han Xuanai saw Li Fei, her eyes lit up. She held her hands enthusiastically and greeted her. "Sister Fei, what brought you here?" "Xuanai, you've changed a lot." Li Fei was shocked when she saw Han Xuanai again. After Han Xuanai made a breakthrough to the mortal shedding stage, her appearance was no longer bounded by her cultivation method. That was why she began to mature from a young girl to a beautiful woman. In terms of beauty, she was in no way inferior to Li Fei. Hee. Han Xuanai chuckled before glancing behind Li Fei. She looked at Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White as she asked, "Why are there only 4 of you? Where's Sister Kur?" Li Fei sighed. The moment she heard Han Xuanai mentioning Kur, a worried expression appeared on her face immediately. During the entire journey here, the one she was most worried about was Kur. Why? What happened? Han Xuanai's expression changed a little. She could tell that something was not right. "Sister Xuanai, Half Moon Island." Little Gold began to speak furiously. She recounted what had happened after Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon, came to Half Moon Island. In the end, she even added dejectedly, "Right now, we don't even know if Sister Kur and the others are still alive or not."
Sister Xuanai, you must save them.
Almost a year ago? Han Xuanai's heart felt a little heavy. It had been almost a year since that incident happened. It was unknown if the remaining people were alive or not. Moreover, when she heard Diju the five-clawed golden dragon was the culprit, a wave of helplessness washed over her. As the eldest miss of Greenwave Han Mansion, she, naturally, had heard of Diju before. She knew he was one of the only two five-clawed golden dragons left in the dragon clan. Moreover, he was so powerful that not many people from the Greenwave Han Mansion could compare to him. It was not too bad if it was just Diju alone. However, the problem was the dragon clan supporting him from the back. There were many others who were stronger than Diju in the dragon clan. Sister Fair, just take care of your baby and don't worry. Just leave this matter to us. All of you have been traveling for so long. Qingnu will lead you all to a place to rest first. Han Xuanai told Li Fei as she looked at Qingnu. Without waiting for Han Xuanai's order, Qingnu had already waved her hand and brought Li Fei and the three little fellows away. Li Fei did not even have time to respond to Han Xuanai. Diju, five-clawed golden dragon, dragon clan. I think even father will find it hard to intervene in this matter. I can only look for master then. Hopefully, she's not in closed-door cultivation now, Han Xuanai muttered to herself. When she reached the end of her sentence, her heart clenched for a moment. However, even if master is in closed-door cultivation, I still have to alert her. This matter concerns Sister Kur, so nothing can happen. I've already lost Brother Ling Tian. No matter what, I can't lose Sister Kur too. Otherwise, how am I going to face Brother Ling Tian when I see him in the future? Based on Han Xuanai's words, it seemed as though she was certain Duan Ling Tian was still alive. The reason she was so certain was due to her master as well. The moment she thought of this, she left the spacious mansion and soared up into the sky, heading to the depth of the mountain range north of the Greenwave Han Mansion. That was her master's usual cultivation place. During the journey back to the Moon Illumination sect in the Dao Martial Saint Land, Duan Ling Tian's mood turned worse and worse. Currently, there was not a moment when he was not thinking about his two fiancées. Kur was still okay since he was certain of her safety for the time being. Although he suspected Li Fei and the three little fellows had gone to look for Han Xuanai, danger lurked everywhere in the journey from Cloud Continent to the Dao Martial Saint Land. Would they arrive safely? He was extremely worried about this. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not have the mood to read the Sovereign Heart Sword in detail throughout his journey. However, even if Duan Ling Tian did not read the Sovereign Heart Sword in detail, his sword Dao was already at the first stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. His 6-month meditation did not go to waste at all. When he seemed to have entered a state of enlightenment and practiced his swordsmanship, from simple to complex and then complex to simple again, it was also one of the signs of entering the first stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. The first stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword was also called Heartfelt Sword. Although it was only the first stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, it had already surpassed the highest stage of the Aerolite Strike that Duan Ling Tian had cultivated in terms of strength. Naturally, this was under the condition the Aerolite Strike was cast without the help of the Saint inscriptions. In other words, the first stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword had already surpassed the highest stage offensive technique cultivated from a human-ranked top-grade Saint-grade martial tactic. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, apart from not feeling fully confident in defeating some imminent Saint stage powerhouse, he was confident in defeating and even killing other martial and Dao cultivators below the Saint stage. With his strength now, it was safe for him to bring Feng Wu Dao and the others with him. Soon after, he brought them to the monastery gate of Moon Illumination Sect's estate. Duan Ling Tian was already a famous person in the Moon Illumination sect. Due to this reason, the moment the few outer court disciples who were guarding the monastery gate saw him, they called out, "Senior Brother Duan," one after another and welcomed him inside politely. They did not even check Feng Wu Dao and the others. What a joke! In addition to being famous among the younger generation in the Moon Illumination sect, this senior brother Duan was even elder by Li Hong's junior brother. Who would dare to stop him from bringing people into the sect? Duan Ling Tian, those Moon Illumination sect's disciples seem to be very respectful toward you, Chan Xiao Shui remarked, slightly surprised. The others were just as surprised. Earlier, They could see the respect the few Moon Illumination sect's disciples had shown Duan Ling Tian was sincere. There was even a hint of idolatry in their eyes when they looked at him. They were curious. How did Duan Ling Tian manage to achieve this in just 3 short years? If they discovered Duan Ling Tian had only entered the Moon Illumination sect less than a year ago, they would be stunned motionless.
Senior brother Duan.
Senior brother Duan Ling Tian. Senior brother Ling Tian.
As they continued on their way, Feng Wudao and the others began to get used to the polite greetings.
Duan Ling Tian led them past the outer court district. Almost all of the outer court disciples they encountered greeted and bowed at him. Since Duan Ling Tian was not in the mood, he merely nodded indifferently in response to all the greetings. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian led Feng Wudao and the others to the inner court district and to Bai Li Hong's mansion.
Under Duan Ling Tian's order, the people inside Bai Li Hong's mansion brought Feng Wudao and the others to rest. As for Duan Ling Tian, he went to look for Bai Li Hong immediately.
Junior brother, why did you come back so fast? Bai Li Hong was surprised when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Didn't junior brother want to accompany the 2 sisters-in-law to give birth?
Don't tell me my 2 sisters-in-law have already given birth when you went back?
Did 2 of them and my nephews follow you back? Bai Li Hong asked eagerly.
Senior brother. When Duan Ling Tian heard Bai Li Hong mentioning his 2 fiancés, the worries that finally lessened a little surged back into his heart as it clenched.
I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Duan Ling Tian answered Bai Li Hong as he took a deep breath. Horror dawned on Bai Li Hong when he saw how gloomy Duan Ling Tian was, and he hastily asked, "What? Don't tell me something has happened." When Duan Ling Tian saw how worried Bai Li Hong was, a sense of warmth enveloped his heart immediately. He began to recount everything that had transpired to Bai Li Hong.
Dragon Clan?
5-clawed golden dragon. Bai Li Hong's expression turned grave as well when learned about everything. The knowledge he had on the Dragon Clan was only limited to the text passage he had read.
Although he had only read about it, he knew it was an extremely terrifying force. Not many sects in the Dao Martial Saint Land were willing to pick a fight with the Dragon Clan.
Bai Li Hong's heart was also filled with a sense of helplessness when he found out about how powerful Diju was. According to his junior brother's description, that Diju's strength was even more powerful than the few Saint Stage powerhouses in their Moon Illumination sect. Apart from that, Bai Li Hong had also learned about Chi Mei. Junior brother, seeing that Chi Mei is sister-in-law's twin sister, and how she's so friendly to her, I'm sure she won't harm sister-in-law at all. However, as for that fire worship sect, I've lived for so long, but I've never heard of them before. Bai Li Hong reassured Duan Ling Tian.
However, when he reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but shake his head.
As for the other sister-in-law, since she's the person you love and is pregnant with your child, I'm sure she's also a blessed person. You don't have to worry too much about this, junior brother, Bai Li Hong added again.
Seeing how colors had returned to Duan Ling Tian's face after he had heard his words, Bai Li Hong seized the opportunity to strike while the iron was still hot and continued to persuade and reassure him.
One must admit Bai Li Hong was indeed an eloquent old fox. In the end, he really did manage to calm Duan Ling Tian down a lot.
Senior brother, I've brought some seniors and friends with me this time. Duan Ling Tian also told Bai Li Hong about Feng Wudao and the others.
Bai Li Hong was also very direct. Just let them stay at my place since I have nothing but empty rooms here. Junior brother, they're your seniors and friends. Naturally, they're also my friends. Thank you, senior brother. Duan Ling Tian quickly expressed his gratitude. Junior brother again? Bai Li Hong said unhappily as he pulled a long face. I forgot. I'll be sure not to thank you again if I come to you for help next time. Duan Ling Tian flashed an awkward smile. Let's go.
Bring me to see those seniors and friends of yours. Bai Li Hong motioned. It's always a delight having friends visiting from afar. It'll be impolite of me if I don't greet them.
Subsequently, the 2 of them went to see Feng Wudao and the others.
When Feng Wudao and the others saw Bai Li Hong, they were also struck dumb.
Although they had long heard from Duan Ling Tian that he had a senior brother in the Moon Illumination sect, and his senior brother had quite a high position in the sect, they merely thought Duan Ling Tian's senior brother was the son or a disciple of a Moon Illumination sect's high-level official.
They did not expect him to be an old man with a head of white hair. Moreover, with just a look, they could tell this old man was not an ordinary person.
Everyone, since you're seniors and friends of my junior brother, it's only natural that you're all also friends of mine. All of you can just stay here from now on. I'll help all of you get an identity order token tomorrow. From tomorrow onward, all of you will become inner court disciples in the Moon Illumination sect. Bai Li Hong said to Feng Wu Dao and the others with a smile.
Inner court disciples?
Although they suspected Bai Li Hong was not a simple person, Feng Wu Dao and the others were still shocked when they heard his words. During their journey here, they had also heard from Duan Ling Tian about the Moon Illumination sect. They knew that inner court disciples of the Moon Illumination sect were usually at the Saint Rudiment stage and above. Even the weakest person in the outer court was at the Mastery or Perfection Mortal Shedding stage.
However, they had not even broken through to the Mortal Shedding stage, but they were instantly promoted to inner court disciples as soon as they entered the sect?
Don't tell me the senior brother of Duan Ling Tian is actually the S-sect leader of Moon Illumination sect? Chen Xiao Shui asked using his voice transmission as he looked at Nangong Yi. After hearing Chen Xiao Shui's voice transmission, the stunned Nangong Yi regained his senses and replied, even if he's not the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, he must have a high position in the Moon Illumination sect. Otherwise, how can he have this ability?
Feng Wu Dao and the others were still stunned by Bai Li Hong's words when he took out a bunch of 6th grade saint stones. Just take these 6th grade saint stones as my meeting gift to all of you. On top of that, I'll make a crystal card for all of you too.
At that time, I'll transfer some merit points to all of you so you can use it to exchange for saint grade martial tactics or pills in the merit pavilion. As for saint weapons, I'll personally make one for all of you, Bai Li Hong said with a smile.
When Feng Wu Dao and the others heard this, they quickly expressed their gratitude. Naturally, they did not understand the magnitude of Bai Li Hong's gifts, particularly the last one. It was enough to elicit jealousy from more than half of the people in the Moon Illumination sect.
The saint weapons that Bai Li Hong would personally make them would undoubtedly be inscribed with a saint inscription that was suitable for them. Once they began to use this kind of saint weapons, their strengths would improve tremendously.
Everyone, you must be tired from your long journey, so I won't disturb you from resting. After bidding goodbye to Feng Wu Dao and the others, Bai Li Hong bade goodbye to Duan Ling Tian before he left.
After Bai Li Hong left, Feng Wu Dao and the others looked at Duan Ling Tian. Feng Wu Dao was the first one to speak. Ling Tian boy, who is this senior brother of yours? Duan Ling Tian, don't tell me your senior brother is actually the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect? Chen Xiao Shui asked as well. My senior brother is an inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect. However, due to various reasons, my senior brother's position in the Moon Illumination sect is special. Even the sect leader doesn't dare to slack when he meets my senior brother. Duan Ling Tian explained after he saw the shock and doubt on Feng Wu Dao and the others' faces. As for what those reasons are, it's hard for me to explain to you now. However, you'll naturally find out about it after staying in the sect for a while, Duan Ling Tian added.
The moment he recalled the meeting gifts his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, mentioned, he felt touched.
His senior brother had already arranged everything for him.
Now that Feng Wu Dao and the others came to the Dao Martial Saint Land, the thing they lacked the most was cultivation resources. The meeting gifts his senior brother had mentioned earlier solved this problem completely.
Uncle Feng, teacher, it's time for all of you to rest properly. Just rest for today since you're going to have a lot of things to do tomorrow, Duan Ling Tian told Feng Wu Dao and the others. Then, under Feng Wu Dao and the others' doubtful eyes, Duan Ling Tian bade them goodbye before he turned to leave.
Duan Ling Tian said there's a lot we have to do tomorrow?
What are the things we have to do?
Just like before, Duan Ling Tian really likes to keep us guessing. Chen Xiao Shui and Nangong Yi said one after another. After Feng Wu Dao and the others had a good night's sleep, they met with Bai Li Hong the next day. They finally understood Duan Ling Tian's words.
Apart from giving them an inner court disciple's identity order token, Bai Li Hong had also given them a crystal card each. Moreover, he even personally brought them to the Moon Illumination sect's merit pavilion and let them choose and borrow their own cultivation method. On top of that, he had also recommended many meridian cleansing saint grade pills and jade tokens explaining the various provinces in the Dao Martial Saint Land to them. During this time, they learned about the use of the merit points in their crystal cards. As it turned out, merit points were the most important currency in the Moon Illumination sect.
Besides, after borrowing the Saint-grade martial tactics using the merit points, it made them realize the martial techniques they cultivated on Cloud Continent were trash compared to these Saint-grade martial tactics in the Dao Martial Saint land.
After they had tasted the sweetness of the Saint-grade pills, they were shocked.
At this moment, they felt their former selves were like country bumpkins who had not seen much of the world.
After a few days, Feng Wu Dao and the others finally understood Bai Li Hong's identity in the Moon Illumination sect. They were shocked when they found out. 3-star Saint Inscription Master.
Bai Li Hong, Duanling Tian's senior brother, was a 3-star Saint Inscription Master.
During the past few days in the sect, they understood more of the Dao Martial Saint land from the jade tokens they obtained from the Merit Pavilion.
They learned that apart from martial cultivators, the Dao Martial Saint land also had Dao cultivators. Among the martial cultivators, there were some special people who were called Saint Inscription Masters.
There were also some special people among the Dao cultivators who were known as Dao Talisman Masters.
In the 9 Sect Alliances district they were currently in, a 3-star Saint Inscription Master was the highest level Saint Inscription Master around. Even in the entire 9 Sect Alliances district, there were only 2 3-star Saint Inscription Masters.
Due to this reason, the 2 3-star Saint Inscription Masters had a high position in the 9 Sect Alliances district. It was because of this they were all shocked when they found out Bai Li Hong was one of the 3-star Saint Inscription Masters and the only 3-star Saint Inscription Master in the Moon Illumination sect.
At this moment, they finally understood the words Duanling Tian had spoken before.
That Duanling Tian is just too ridiculous. Isn't he? Just how many years has it been since he came to the Dao Martial Saint land? And yet, he has already managed to obtain support from someone like Elder Bai Li Hong?
And not only that, he even became Elder Bai Li Hong's junior brother, Nangongi remarked, stunned. His words also mirrored the thoughts of Feng Wu Dao and the others.
Even Xiong Quan, who had always been confident in Duanling Tian, was also in complete shock after he learned the truth about Bai Li Hong. It did not cross his mind that his young master would have such an achievement in the 3 years he was here. As expected of my young master, his heart swelled with pride.
When Feng Wu Dao and the others were still in shock over Bai Li Hong's identity, many of the outer and inner court disciples in the Moon Illumination sect had also learned about Feng Wu Dao and the others. During these few days, there were at least 8 or 10 outer or inner court disciples who were discussing them.
This was because they were just too conspicuous.
Naturally, it was a different kind of conspicuous that was used to describe Duanling Tian since he had depended on his own strength to make a name for himself.
As for Feng Wu Dao and the others, it was because of the care that Bai Li Hong had given them that they became famous. Due to this reason, many people looked down in disdain at Feng Wu Dao and the others in their hearts since they had used their connection. Moreover, they were instantly promoted to inner court disciples the moment they entered the sect. It caused many outer and inner court disciples to go insane from jealousy. A few days after Duanling Tian's return, Lu Huan, who had just walked out of his quiet room, finally heard about his return.
He's still alive. Lu Huan's had a grave expression plastered on his face. The thing he dreaded the most had happened. Zhao Feng was killed by a mysterious powerhouse before he could kill Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, I can't believe you actually have such a long life. Unless you keep hiding in the sect, Lu Huan will definitely let you die a horrible death. Lu Huan's eyes were gleaming coldly as he gritted his teeth. His words were filled with hatred. It was as though Duanling Tian had killed his father or stolen his wife away.
Naturally, Duanling Tian was unaware of what was happening outside. He had been sitting in his room, in a daze, for several days and nights now. He did not change his position at all from the beginning until the end.
In front of Bai Li Hong, he acted calmly in order not to worry him.
However, he still could not let it go in his heart. After several days and nights, Duanling Tian finally was able to let go a little. It's useless no matter how much I think about it. The most important thing right now is to raise my strength. Only then will I be able to find Kuer and bring her back.
Although Diju, a 5-clawed golden dragon, did not know about the fire worship sect, just from the power that Chi Mei displayed that far surpassed Diju was more than enough to prove the fire worship sect was not your average sect.
Now that Kur had been taken away by Chi Mei, he would definitely have to go against the fire worship sect if he wanted to snatch Kur back in the future. If he was not strong enough, he might even be killed before he could see Kur.
As for Little Fair, the moment he thought of Li Fei, a worried look crept up on his face immediately. With how intelligent the three fellows are, there should be no mishap in their journey to look for Xuan'ai. I really hope they didn't meet with any mishap on the road.
Naturally, Duanling Tian was unaware that Li Fei and the three fellows had met with more than one mishap on their way to the Greenwave Han mansion.
However, it was fortunate they managed to turn the calamities into blessings. Otherwise, he would not be able to see Li Fei and the three little fellows ever again in his life. When he realized he was only wasting time being glum, he quickly entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The moment he entered, he instantly heard Elder Hua's voice. "Don't worry, they're all okay now."
Ha! When Duanling Tian heard his words, he could not help but be taken aback for a moment. He realized Elder Hua was talking about Li Fei and Kur when he regained his senses.
When Duanling Tian saw how serious Elder Hua was, he could not help but ask, "How do you know that, Elder Hua?"
Have you forgotten my origin? Although I'm not skilled in the Taoist magic, divination Tao, I'm subtly influenced by what I constantly see and hear. After spending such a long time with you, I can foretell a little about the life and death of those close to you, Elder Hua answered. Elder Hua, you're not joking, right? When Duanling Tian heard Elder Hua's words, he instantly became excited. He was afraid Elder Hua was just trying to reassure him. Since when have I ever joked with you before? Elder Hua asked. Elder Hua, since you've already foreseen this, why didn't you tell me about this earlier?
How can you just watch me sitting in daze talking to myself? While he was joyfully surprised that little Fea was safe, he could not help but smile wryly.
Well, since I rarely get the chance to see you in that state, there's nothing wrong if I want to see you in that state for a few more days. Elder Hua's words almost made Duanling Tian throw up blood. He complained inwardly. Why didn't I notice that Elder Hua is actually this childish? Oh! Without warning, Duanling Tian's heart jolted. It was as though something was calling out to him. To be more precise, it was calling out to his heart.
Duanling Tian's expression that had suddenly turned solemn baffled Elder Hua.
Then, he saw Duanling Tian walked up to the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda as though he was under a thrall. He instantly followed him out of curiosity. Currently, Duanling Tian could only feel his heart palpitating. He did not have any way to control it. When he walked up to the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he noticed that his heartbeat had gradually slowed down. However, the feeling of something calling out to him turned stronger. Something seems to be calling for me from the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duanling Tian thought to himself before he went up to the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He was puzzled since he had never felt this way before when he was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. What is it exactly? Soon after, Duanling Tian arrived at the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and discovered what had been calling out to him. The Jasper Celestial Sword. The thing that was calling out to him was the Jasper Celestial Sword that was lying quietly on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was also one of the 6 celestial supreme treasures hidden inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The Jasper Celestial Sword was the celestial supreme treasure on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Previously, when he had just restored the second level of the pagoda, he had wanted to claim the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, he realized the Jasper Celestial Sword was so heavy that he could not lift it up at all. After he had broken through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage, he had purposely come here to try again, but he realized that he still could not move the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, the Jasper Celestial Sword was calling out to him at this moment. It seemed as though his heart was resonating with the Jasper Celestial Sword. Don't tell me it's because of the Sovereign Heart Sword? Duanling Tian felt puzzled when a thought flashed in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more certain he felt about it. Now that I think about it, there's only one possibility left. Ever since I obtained the Sovereign Heart Sword's legacy, I didn't enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda at all. This can't be a coincidence. Duanling Tian felt excited the moment he thought about this. How could he not be excited?
The Jasper Celestial Sword was the celestial supreme treasure like the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda. Moreover, it was a celestial supreme treasure that specialized in killing. In his opinion, it would definitely win all the other saint weapons if he could use it. Even the 10 super saint weapons in the 10 great saint weapons ranking were far from being comparable to a celestial supreme treasure like the Jasper Celestial Sword, let alone a saint weapon that was inscribed with a top-rated 9-star saint inscription. Since it's calling out to me, does this mean I can wield it now? A thought suddenly rose up in Duan Ling Tian's mind. He could not dismiss the thought after it had appeared in his mind. Under Elder Hua's shocked gaze, Duan Ling Tian reached out to touch the hilt of the Jasper Celestial Sword. It was obvious he meant to lift the sword. However, Elder Hua did not think he would be able to pick the Jasper Celestial Sword up. When Duan Ling Tian reached out to touch the Jasper Celestial Sword's hilt, he found his heart had become extremely calm. Moreover, the Jasper Celestial Sword gave him an intense sense of familiarity, as though there was an intimate connection between them. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt as though his heart had merged into one with the Jasper Celestial Sword. It felt as though he could no longer distinguish between the two. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian gripped the Jasper Celestial Sword and gently applied some force. The force he was using now was less than 1/10 of his full strength, and yet he was able to lift the Jasper Celestial Sword. That was right. As Duan Ling Tian lifted his hand gently, the Jasper Celestial Sword that was originally as heavy as 1,000 tons had also been easily lifted by him. The moment the Jasper Celestial Sword was in Duan Ling Tian's hand, he sensed a blood connection with it. This. Upon seeing this scene, Elder Hua was astounded. This was because, even with his current strength, although he was able to lift the Jasper Celestial Sword by force, it was almost impossible for him to wield it. However, Duan Ling Tian was brandishing the sword skillfully at this moment as though it weighed nothing. Elder Hua could not help but cast the spiritual secret tactic, the Divine Eye, to check Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base. At this moment, he was eager to confirm Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base again. Although he knew the answer in his heart, Duan Ling Tian's feat still shocked him. He had actually lifted the Jasper Celestial Sword. Now that he had the Jasper Celestial Sword in his hand, Duan Ling Tian felt faintly majestic and the soaring determination of having the entire world under his feet. At the moment when Duan Ling Tian tried to merge his true energy with the Jasper Celestial Sword, his expression changed immediately. This was because as his true energy entered the Jasper Celestial Sword, the sword seemed to have transformed into an endless abyss. It was greedily devouring all of the true energy in his body. Even the true energy in his chi-si had also been devoured by the Jasper Celestial Sword through his 99 saint veins. At this instant, Duan Ling Tian discovered that having too many saint veins might not necessarily be a good thing. Through the 99 saint veins, Duan Ling Tian's true energy had almost been fully devoured in less than 20 breaths. He panicked and immediately put down the Jasper Celestial Sword. After the Jasper Celestial Sword left his hand, it stopped devouring the last bit of true energy in his chi-si. When he looked at the Jasper Celestial Sword again, the originally simple and unadorned sword currently had faint green energy on it. However, this green energy did not stay too long before it finally disappeared. It has absorbed all my true energy, and now it has dissipated again after just a short while? When Duan Ling Tian saw this, he smiled wryly. He regretted his rash action earlier. Why, you can actually wield it? As Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly to himself, Elder Hua stared at Duan Ling Tian as though he was staring at a ghost. His face was filled with disbelief. Why, you're only at the perfection saint rudiment stage in this planet, and you don't even have the true origin yet. How can you possibly lift the Jasper Celestial Sword? Moreover, you can actually wield it? What's going on? When Elder Hua reached the end of his sentence, even he who had seen and been through a lot could not help but feel puzzled. Duan Ling Tian began to recount to Elder Hua how he had obtained the Sovereign Heart Sword's legacy that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang left behind, and how he had mastered the first stage, Heartfelt Sword. There was no reason for him to hide this from Elder Hua after all. I see. I can't believe there are people who can comprehend the sword heart in this mundane planet. Even in the Devata realm, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang can also be considered as a peerless genius. After he has undergone transcendence,
Just with his attainment in the Sword Dao, it wouldn't take him long to make a name for himself in the Devata realm. After Elder Hua heard the story about Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, he could not help but sigh emotionally. Perplexed, Duanling Tian asked in disbelief, "It's that ridiculous? Who is Elder Hua?" "The only three-legged golden crow in the world. When he was in his prime, he was even more powerful than a deity." The fact that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was actually praised by the experienced and knowledgeable Elder Hua was very surprising. "It's not ridiculous." Elder Hua shook his head before he solemnly said, "In the few Devata realms that I know of, including the Jade Emperor Heaven, only one person is comparable to him when it comes to Sword Dao." Although this was Duanling Tian's first time hearing Elder Hua mentioning the Devata realm or something, he knew about the Jade Emperor Heaven. The Jade Emperor Heaven had many names that he often heard, so he remembered them. For example, the Heavenly Emperor of Jade Emperor Heaven was the Great Emperor of Jade, also known as Jade Emperor, in the ancient mythology of the Hua nation on Earth in his past life. The various immortals in the ancient mythology were also all present in the Jade Emperor Heaven, including Elder Hua. Based on Elder Hua's words, it was obvious the Jade Emperor Heaven was only one of the Devata realms. That person also came from our Jade Emperor Heaven, and his name was once very well renowned. Just like you, he was also a human from a mundane planet, the planet Yen Huang. Although the number of saint veins he had opened couldn't place him at a high level among all of those came from planet Yen Huang, he's still the second person who walked out of the Jade Emperor Heaven and became the Heavenly Emperor in another Devata realm. Elder Hua added. Who is he? When Duanling Tian heard Elder Hua's words, he also became curious about that person's identity. Not only was his attainment in the Sword Dao comparable to Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, but he even left the Jade Emperor Heaven and became the Heavenly Emperor of another Devata realm. Gong Sun Xianyuan. Elder Hua spat out two words in response to Duanling Tian's question. Gong Sun Xianyuan? The instant Duanling Tian heard Elder Hua's words, he could not help but feel stunned. As an earthling, a citizen of the Hua nation, how could he possibly not know this name? Yellow Emperor, Gong Sun Xianyuan. Yen Huang planet, Yen Huang's descendant. The word, Huang, represented the Yellow Emperor. The descendants of Yen Huang could be considered as the descendants of the Yellow Emperor. The Yellow Emperor was their ancestor. With the Xianyuan sword in his hand, Gongsun Xianyuan slaughtered his way to a Devata realm outside of the Jade Emperor Heaven and killed the Heavenly Emperor of that Devata realm before becoming the new Heavenly Emperor in that Devata realm. From the way Elder Hua spoke about the Yellow Emperor Gongsun Xianyuan, one could tell he held him high regard. How powerful! Duanling Tian was excited. Although he had heard of the legend of Gongsun Xianyuan, it was mostly about the things he had gone through on Earth. He had never heard of the things that had taken place after. It was apparent those things were not something ordinary people were privy to. Elder Hua, you said earlier that only the Yellow Emperor alone from the various Devata realms that you know of is comparable to Sword Saint Feng Qingyang? When Duanling Tian recalled Elder Hua's words, he gasped. Yes. Elder Hua nodded his head solemnly. I don't know when the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang existed, but even if he underwent transcendence after Gongsun Xianyuan, I'm certain his strength is in no way inferior to Gongsun Xianyuan. Perhaps he has already become the Heavenly Emperor of another Devata realm. Transcendence. Transcendence again? This was not the first time Duanling Tian heard of transcendence, but he had zero understanding of the word. Duanling Tian could not help but ask, Elder Hua, what exactly does transcendence mean? What connection does it have with the Devata realms? Transcendence means once your strength has reached a certain level, you'll resonate with the Devata realm. From there, the transcending calamity will take place. If you manage to overcome the transcending calamity, you'll able to enter the Devata realm using the heavenly path the Devata realm will specifically open up for you, Elder Hua explained. In this boundless universe, there's a total of 81 Devata realms. The Jade Emperor Heaven that I was in previously is only one of them. If someone from planet Yen Huang undergoes transcendence, he would go to the Jade Emperor Heaven since it's the closest. As for the people of this planet, I have no idea where they would go after they've undergone transcendence, Elder Hua added. I meant it when I told you previously that you stand a chance of returning to planet Yen Huang. As long as you achieve transcendence and transcend to the Devata realm that's closest to this planet, you'll be able to go to the Jade Emperor Heaven through the transporting formation.
When you arrive at the Jade Emperor Heaven, you can then find your way to planet Yen Huang, Elder Hu finished saying in one breath.
There was no doubt Elder Hu's words had greatly shocked Duan Ling Tian. There was a total of 81 Devata realms in this boundless universe. The Jade Emperor Heaven was only one of them? A person who could form the sword heart in the mundane planet. I'm afraid there are very few who can do this even among all of the mundane planets underneath the 81 Devata realms. Due to this reason, you must never look down on the person who passed the Sovereign Heart Sword's legacy to you, Elder Hu said again.
Elder Hu, you keep mentioning sword heart, but I wonder what is it? Duan Ling Tian asked, perplexed.
It's difficult for me to explain sword heart in detail. You only need to know it's the summit of sword Tao in the mundane planets. There are many people who could form the sword heart in the Devata realms, but almost all of them achieved their sword heart in the Devata realm.
That's nothing at all. After all, the cultivation environment and resources in the Devata realms are just too good. Basically everyone, apart from those sword cultivators who are naturally inept, can form the sword heart.
The sword heart comprehended in the mundane planets, on the other hand, is a different thing. Those who have comprehended sword heart in the mundane planet will undergo divine baptism from the Devata deities when transcending to the Devata realm. Their sword heart will then transform into the divine sword heart. In the Devata realms, those who possess the divine sword heart are all people who have obtained the sword heart in the mundane planet. Like I said earlier, such an existence is very rare in all 81 Devata realms.
Gongsun Xianyuan, who's originally from the mundane planet, Yen Huang planet, is one of them. The Feng Qingyang you mentioned is also one of them, Elder Hu slowly explained.
When he reached the end of his sentence, he paused for a moment so Duan Ling Tian would have time to process the information. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, was in a daze. At this moment, he finally realized just how remarkable sword Saint Feng Qingyang was. He was actually a first-rate peerless sword Dao genius even in the Devata realm. Moreover, the era sword Saint Feng Qingyang belonged to was a long, long time ago. According to Elder Hua, sword Saint Feng Qingyang could possibly be a heavenly emperor in one of the Devata realms now. He was someone comparable to the Yellow Emperor Gongsun Shenyuan. Duan Ling Tian's heartbeat quickened. He could not calm his chaotic emotions for a long time after that. The sovereign heart sword he obtained was actually left behind by such an amazing person.
According to your words, the highest stage, Heartsword amalgamation of the Sovereign Heartsword legacy you've obtained must be the stage that leads to Sword Heart. If you manage to forge the Sword Heart before you undergo transcendence, your achievement in the future won't be inferior. That Sword Saint Feng Qingyang and Yellow Emperor Gongsun Shenyuan, Elder Hua added. His words sent another wave of excitement to Duan Ling Tian.
He could still remain calm about Sword Saint Feng Qingyang since he did not know much about him. However, the Yellow Emperor Gongsun Shenyuan was someone he often heard about and remembered. He could even be considered as his ancestor. After all, his soul originated from the Hua nation on earth. He was the descendant of Hua nation, the descendant of Yen Huang. The moment he thought about how he could have the same achievement as the ancestor of Hua nation, Gongsun Shenyuan, it became impossible for him to calm chaotic emotions. Even I am envious of your blessed life. Not only did you obtain the recognition of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, but you even obtained the sovereign heart sword that sword Saint Feng Qingyang left behind.
That's the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation technique that could forge the sword heart in the mundane planets.
Sometimes, I even suspect you're the reincarnation of a Devata deity. Otherwise, how can you be so blessed? Elder Hu sighed as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated gaze. When Duan Ling Tian heard this, he smiled awkwardly. He did not know what to say at this moment. Even since his soul had crossed over to this world from the earth, everything felt like a dream to him. However, he also knew that everything was real. When he recalled the fortuitous meetings he had encountered on his journey, he could not help but sigh emotionally in his heart. His blessing was indeed different compared to ordinary people. Somehow, Duan Ling Tian's eyes had been opened a lot after listening to Elder Hua's words. He now knew about the Devata realms and also the worth of the Sovereign Heartsword's legacy that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang left behind.
Moreover, according to Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's message in the Sovereign Heartsword, he seems to be someone from Fog Rain progeny or something.
Apparently, I'm also the only successor of the Fog Rain progeny. Duan Tian was confused about the Fog Rain progeny since Sword Saint Feng Qingyang did not give him a detailed explanation on this.
If it's possible, make sure you put in more effort in the Sovereign Heart Sword.
Only then you'll able to forge the Sword Heart. Naturally, such a Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation technique like the Sovereign Heart Sword will also be a great help to the other martial tactics that you cultivate.
You don't have to worry about it negatively affecting your other martial tactics, Elder Hu told Duan Tian. Initially, Duan Tian did not know what he meant. However, when he tried to cast the various Saint-grade martial tactics, apart from being more skilled, there was a hint of sword intent from the Sovereign Heart Sword as well. The Sovereign Heart Sword was almost similar to a martial tactic, but at the same time it was different. It was superior to martial tactics.
The Sovereign Heart Sword was a tactic that worked on all other tactics. It was a law that all tactics abided to. Besides, Duan Tian did not forget about the research he made on the Jasper Celestial Sword previously. Now that he could lift it and was skilled in it, he must be able to wield it. However, before trying the Jasper Celestial Sword again, he spent some time increasing the true energy that had been depleted from his Qi.
After recovering his true energy, he once again merged his true energy with the Jasper Celestial Sword. He was also cautious this time around since he was afraid of being almost sucked dry by the Jasper Celestial Sword like the previous time.
After trying a few times, Duan Tian discovered he could indeed wield the Jasper Celestial Sword now. Naturally, with his current strength, he would not be able to unleash the Jasper Celestial Sword's full potential. Even so, the strength he was granted just by merging his true energy with the Jasper Celestial Sword was ridiculously powerful.
Duan Tian had already made an estimation.
When he infused 30% of the true energy in his Qi into the Jasper Celestial Sword and casually waved the sword around, his strength was in no way inferior to his offensive attack unleashed at full strength.
If I infuse 50% of the true energy in my Qi into the Jasper Celestial Sword, I'm 90% confident I can kill someone at the Imminent Saint stage. After experimenting with merging 30% and 50% of his true energy in his Qi into the Jasper Celestial Sword and brandishing his sword twice, Duan Tian already had an answer in his heart. However, even if I infuse all the true energy in my Qi into the Jasper Celestial Sword with my current cultivation base, I still won't be able to kill the weakest Saint Stage powerhouse. The gap between Saint Stage and non-Saint Stage is just too wide.
It's more than twice as powerful. Duan Tian knew this very well. With his current cultivation base, even if he used his full strength to control the Jasper Celestial Sword, he could only kill an imminent Saint Stage powerhouse. Although his sword might be a threat to a Saint Stage powerhouse, he was still unable to kill him. However, if my cultivation base breaks through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, my Qi will expand once again and the true energy will increase. At that time, if I infuse all my true energy into the Jasper Celestial Sword, I don't think an ordinary Saint Stage powerhouse would be able to take down my sword. The moment Duan Tian thought of this, his heart was overwhelmed with excitement.
Although he could already defeat an enemy of a higher level with his current strength, he could only defeat an imminent Saint Stage powerhouse at most even if he used the Jasper Celestial Sword and all of his techniques.
The difference between the Saint Stage and the non-Saint Stage was just too wide. With his ability that far surpassed other people who were at the same level as him and his horrifying brute strength, it would still be difficult for him to defeat a Saint Stage powerhouse when he had not broken through to the Saint Stage yet. However, everything was different now that he had the Jasper Celestial Sword.
By the time he made a breakthrough to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, those at the bottom of the Saint stage definitely would not be able to withstand the sword if he wielded it with his full strength.
However, I mustn't do that unless it's necessary. After all, if I deplete all my true energy, I'll be like a spent arrow. If someone seizes the chance to attack me, it'll be difficult for me to escape. Duan Tian knew this very well.
After a series of experiment, the true energy in Duan Tian's Qi had been depleted by 80%, so he began to recover them again. After spending some time recovering his true energy, Duan Tian was not in a rush to leave the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda.
Instead, he continued to stay in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate diligently so that he could progress and break through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage.
Once he had broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage with the help of the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would not need to worry about ordinary Saint stage powerhouses. Due to this reason, Duanling Tian cultivated even more diligently. While Duanling Tian was cultivating diligently, somebody else in the Moon Illumination Sect's inner court was in a bad mood. That Duanling Tian really refuses to come out? Lu Huan's expression was grave. He did not expect Duanling Tian would not leave by Li Hong's residence at all since his return. It left him with no chance to make a move at all. Don't tell me I have to let him go? Lu Huan's eyebrows were furrowed as he walked back and forth. His face was so dark as though ink would drip out from it. If he stays in by Li Hong's residence and doesn't come out for several years, don't tell me I'll have to watch as he grows stronger? No, this can't continue on like this. Lu Huan kept shaking his head as he took a deep breath. He looked as though he had gone insane. With Duanling Tian's innate talent, his strength will most likely surpass mine in a few years. Currently, I can still defeat him. It'll be impossible in a few years' time. Although Lu Huan was unwilling, he had to admit this. Duanling Tian's innate talent in martial Dao was indeed shockingly remarkable. I can't let him continue to grow. A dangerous idea quickly popped up in Lu Huan's mind. He could hardly compose himself. Although this might not impact him much, it'll at least ensure that he won't be able to cultivate in peace. As long as he leaves by Li Hong's residence and the sect, I'll have a chance to make my move. 1 month later, a few Moon Illumination Sect's disciples found a body not far away from the Moon Illumination Sect's monastery gate. There was a Moon Illumination Sect's identity order token hanging by the body's waist. Moreover, it was an inner court disciple's identity order token. A commotion immediately broke out in the sect. Killing a Moon Illumination Sect's disciple in the proximity of the Moon Illumination Sect, and it was an inner court disciple on top of that. This was no doubt giving a huge slap to the Moon Illumination Sect's face. Who was so daring? While the Moon Illumination Sect was still in an uproar over the death of an inner court disciple, another shocking news began to spread out. The inner court disciple was killed because he personally witnessed the death of Elder Xiaofeng. Due to this reason, he met with a misfortune. Nobody knew where this news came from, and nobody knew who had spread the news. However, in just a few days, this news had swept through the entire Moon Illumination Sect. The Moon Illumination Sect was in an uproar again. Elder Xiaofeng was dead? The people who received the news first were shocked when they heard about Xiaofeng's death. These people were the nominal disciples in Xiaofeng's residence. No wonder the sect leader previously came to ask us if Elder Xiaofeng told us where he was going. Perhaps the sect leader had already known something had happened to Elder Xiaofeng at that time. The group of nominal disciples in Xiaofeng's residence exchanged glances with each other. They could piece the puzzles together immediately. At the same time, many inner court elders who usually interacted with Xiaofeng came to Xiaofeng's residence in an attempt to confirm if the news was true. When they found out Xiaofeng had left a long time ago and did not come back since then, they realized the news might not be a baseless rumor. After these inner court elders had confirmed the news, almost the entire sect was certain about Xiaofeng's death. Moon Illumination Sect's forbidden area. Crash. A cup was thrown violently on the ground and shattered into pieces. The person who had smashed the cup was an old man. Currently, the old man's expression was grave. Soon after, the old man left his mansion and arrived at a mansion nearby. Sect leader, didn't you say that nobody in the sect knows about Xiaofeng's whereabouts? Then how did someone spread the news of an inner court disciple being killed after witnessing Xiaofeng's death? The person whom the old man went to look for was Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect. Jiang Wei was not shocked when he saw the old man came to seek for an explanation. Instead, he smiled wryly. Junior uncle, the news is just a baseless rumor. I've investigated for a few days now, and I couldn't find from where or who the news came from. Someone must be pulling the strings from behind, Jiang Wei said with certainty. I don't care if there's anyone pulling the strings from behind. I must get to the bottom of this matter. If you can't do it, I'll investigate it personally. It has been a long time since an old fellow like me has flexed my muscles. Perhaps I can seize this chance to move around a little, the old man said in a deep voice.
Please be rest assured, Junior Uncle Qian. I'll find out the cause of Zhao Feng's death as soon as I can. Jiang Wei pledged sincerely and solemnly. Please just wait for my news, Junior Uncle Qian.
He was really worried the old man would personally make a move. He also knew about the old man's temper. He would do everything for the sake of Zhao Feng, his illegitimate son.
Sect leader, my patience is limited. After taking a deep look at Jiang Wei, the old man finally turned and left. After the old man left, Jiang Wei's face was no longer filled with respect. Instead, it had turned glum. Although the old man was his senior, he was still the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect no matter what. The way the old man had threatened him really annoyed him. He felt as though his prestige as the sect leader had been provoked.
However, the moment he recalled the old man's strength was in no way inferior to his, the annoyance in his heart vanished without a trace. Besides, no matter what, the old man was a patron to the Moon Illumination sect.
The old man's matter was a duty that he could not simply disregard. I hope you've hidden yourself well. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a terrible death when I find you. The moment he thought of that person who spread the news about Zhao Feng's death, Jiang Wei's expression turned extremely grave. Among the people I know, other than Junior Uncle and myself, the only other person who knows about Zhao Feng's death is Lu Huan. Apart from that, I suppose only the person who knows about this is Zhao Feng's killer. As the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, Jiang Wei was naturally
very meticulous.
Due to this reason, the first person he had suspected was Lu Huan. However, how could he possibly give himself away so easily if he was the culprit? Jiang Wei had tried to test Lu Huan several times, but it yielded no results. Perhaps it's time for me to release another wave of interesting news. When Lu Huan saw Jiang Wei had left his mansion, a cold sneer crept up on the corner of his mouth. Duan Ling Tian, by Li Hong. Prepare to accept the gift that I'm sending your way. The moment this news is out, I don't believe you'll be able to sit still anymore. Duan Ling Tian. Lu Huan muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming viciously. When the news of Zhao Feng's death began to die off, another news spread out and caused another commotion in the sect again.
The reason Elder Zhao Feng left was to take revenge for his direct disciple, Feng Fan. Who knows, as the saying goes, there'll always be someone stronger. Elder Zhao Feng failed to seek revenge but was killed instead. This was the news that's spreading around in the Moon Illumination sect.
Just like before, nobody knew where the news came from, and nobody knew who had spread the news. Regardless, this news was equally as shocking as the news before, causing an uproar in the Moon Illumination sect. So Feng Fan was actually Elder Zhao Feng's direct disciple. No wonder he had a saint weapon that was carved with a 2-star saint inscription, even though he was only an outer court disciple. No wonder he had no inclination of becoming a disciple of all those outer court elders who kept eyeing him because he was a powerhouse ranked on the Earth ranking.
At this moment, many questions the outer court disciples had were all answered as well.
All of those things they felt puzzled about actually had a reason behind them.
Seek revenge for Feng Fan. Isn't senior brother Duan Ling Tian the one who killed Feng Fan? Someone said, baffled.
That's right. The person who killed Feng Fan is senior brother Duan Ling Tian. However, Feng Fan was the one who issued a death duel invitation to Duan Ling Tian. Even if he died, it was because he was much weaker than his opponent. He can't blame senior brother Duan Ling Tian, right? If Elder Zhao Feng really went to seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian, then he really didn't have the bearing of an inner court elder. Indeed, the moment the death duel invitation is issued, it's up to God to decide. This is the law that's passed down in the Moon Illumination sect. Even if he's an inner court elder, he would have to abide by the law as well.
I heard senior brother Duan Ling Tian left the sect for some time previously. Don't tell me Elder Zhao Feng was killed after he left. I wonder what motive the person who spread the news has? Don't tell me he wants to say the person who killed Elder Zhao Feng is senior brother Duan Ling Tian?
How absurd. Although senior brother Duan Ling Tian is already a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, it's still impossible for him to kill Elder Zhao Feng. Elder Zhao Feng was a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse after all. As some whose strength was ranked in the top 3 among the inner court elders, Elder Zhao Feng was not only a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse,
He was also a powerhouse at the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. It's basically impossible for someone to kill him if they're not at the imminent Saint stage. Don't forget Duanling Tian still has Elder Bai Li Hong behind him. Elder Bai Li Hong's strength is comparable to an imminent Saint stage powerhouse you know. Then, in that case, are you saying it's Elder Bai Li who killed Elder Xiaofeng? Unlike the news before, this news concerned Duanling Tian, a popular figure in the Moon Illumination sect. Due to this reason, things became even more heated. In the end, many people suspected Xiaofeng had died in Bai Li Hong's hands. Unfortunately, Bai Li Hong met the sect leader when he left my mansion. Otherwise, the sect leader would most likely suspect him. Although Lu Huan was satisfied with the results of the news he spread, he felt a little rueful as well. Although sect leader knows it's impossible for Bai Li Hong to kill Xiaofeng, this issue will not end so fast. Who knows? It could be a powerhouse whom Bai Li Hong had hired to protect Duanling Tian who killed Xiaofeng. Lu Huan smiled sinisterly. All in all, there's no way for Duanling Tian to disentangle himself from this matter for a while. I hope he'll be disturbed and go outside for a walk. The moment Lu Huan thought of this, his eyes flashed viciously. This was his real intention. Meanwhile, all was not calm in the Moon Illumination sect's forbidden area. Junior Uncle Qian. I'm willing to swear using the lightning penalty oath and guarantee with my life that I saw Elder Bai Li with my own eyes when I went to investigate this matter the moment Elder Xiaofeng's soul pearl shattered. Jiang Wei pledged sincerely and solemnly to the old man before him. If Elder Bai Li really killed Elder Xiaofeng, it would be impossible for him to return so quickly. Besides, as far as I know, Elder Bai Li stayed at Elder Lu Huan's mansion for quite some time. In other words, when Elder Xiaofeng was killed, Elder Bai Li was at Elder Lu Huan's mansion. It's impossible for him to be at two places at once. Right now, Jiang Wei really itched to slaughter the man who spread the news again and again. Before the previous one had died down, a new wave had risen again. Was he really that eager to stir up trouble? Perhaps he didn't personally make a move. It could have been carried out by a powerhouse he hired to protect Duanling Tian. The old man narrowed his eyes. His eyes flashed coldly as he said in a cold voice, "No matter what, I want to confront him personally about this. Junior Uncle Qian, why you're making it difficult for me." When Jiang Wei heard the old man's words, he could not help but smile wryly. "Sect leader, I know it's difficult for you because he's a 3-star saint inscription master. Rest assured, sect leader. If he can prove he has nothing to do with Xiaofeng's death, I'm willing to disregard my old face and apologize to him," the old man replied with a deep voice. Now that the situation had come to this, Jiang Wei knew he could no longer reject the old man. Even if he wanted to, he could not reject him at all. At all. The old man had already made up his mind, and this was not something he could meddle in. "Junior Uncle Qian, since you've already made up your mind, I'll follow along," Jiang Wei said. The old man no longer said anything and allowed Jiang Wei to follow him. Soon after, they arrived at Bai Li Hong's mansion. When Bai Li Hong received news that the sect leader was here, he was not surprised at all. He had already heard the news that was spreading outside. It had nothing to do with him, so he was not worried at all. However, his mood was a little dark even though he was not worried. If the news was real, did that not mean Xiaofeng did indeed try to kill junior brother previously? To think he thought Lu Huan was the only one who was out for his junior brother's blood. He had actually missed Xiaofeng. It's a good thing nothing happened to junior brother. Otherwise, how can I explain this to teacher? The moment he thought of this, fear lingered in his heart. However, he was surprised when he arrived at the main hall. This was because sect leader Jiang Wei was not the only one who came to his mansion. There was another familiar face as well. It was none other than one of the few saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect. It was Qian Kong, the supreme elder of Moon Illumination sect. "Good day, sect leader Elder Qian." Although Bai Li Hong was a 3-star saint inscription master and had a special position in the Moon Illumination sect, he still did not dare to act haughtily in front of Jiang Wei and Qian Kong. "Elder Bai Li." Jiang Wei smiled in response to Bai Li Hong. If it was another time, Qian Kong would have smiled in response to Bai Li Hong. However, at this moment, he bluntly said, "Elder Bai Li,
I'm here regarding Zhao Feng's matter. There was a rumor about a master and disciple relationship between you and Elder Zhao Feng. I have no idea why Elder Zhao Feng didn't become your disciple in the end. However, under such circumstances, it's indeed respectable that you're putting in so much effort in his matter. Although Bai Lihong was surprised Chen Kong was concerned about Zhao Feng's matter, he still smiled when he responded to him. He had also heard about Chen Kong and Zhao Feng's matter before and was curious why Chen Kong did not take Zhao Feng as his disciple in the end. Although I believe in your character, Elder Bai Li, I still hope that I can get a confirmation from you. Do you have anything to do with Zhao Feng's death? Chen Kong stared at Bai Lihong with a burning gaze, as though he was determined to see every subtle change on Bai Lihong's face. I've nothing to do with it. A smile remained plastered on Bai Lihong's face as he shook his head. Do you dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath that you have nothing to do with Zhao Feng's death? Chen Kong continued to ask. The moment Bai Lihong heard Chen Kong's words, his smile froze immediately before he asked in his deep voice. You don't believe me, Elder Chen? It's not that I don't believe you, I just want to confirm it. Elder Bai Li, if you dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath that you have nothing to do with Zhao Feng's death, I, Chen Kong, will bow and apologize to you. Chen Kong once again opened his mouth, saying irrefutable and shocking words. Chen Kong's words shocked Bai Lihong. Chen Kong was willing to bow to him as an apology for Zhao Feng's sake? Did he hear this clearly? Bai Lihong could not help but look at Jiang Wei, who had remained silent since earlier. It was as though he was trying to ask him why did Chen Kong care so much about Zhao Feng? Unfortunately, although Chen Kong knew the truth of the matter, there was no way he could reveal it. Elder Bai Li. The relationship between Elder Zhao Feng and Elder Chen is even stronger than the relationship between a father and son. This was the only answer Jiang Wei could give. Stronger than the relationship between a father and son? When Bai Lihong heard Jiang Wei's words, he scoffed immediately. If it really was stronger than the relationship between a father and son, why did Chen Kong not take Zhao Feng as his disciple previously? Elder Chen, you asking me to swear on the lightning penalty oath is no doubt questioning my character. I've not stooped so low as to lie in my entire life. However, since you insist that I swear on the lightning penalty oath, I'll do as you wish, Bai Lihong said with a grave expression as he looked at Chen Kong. The moment these words left his mouth, he instantly swore on the lightning penalty oath in front of Chen Kong and Jiang Wei. He swore he, Bai Lihong, had nothing to do with Zhao Feng's death at all. Boom! 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 9 claps of thunder reverberated in the sky, but the lightning penalty did not come. This meant that Bai Lihong did not lie. Jiang Wei immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He was truly worried Bai Lihong had something to do with this matter. If that was the case, he would be stuck in the middle, not knowing what to do. Chen Kong was a guardian of the Moon Illumination sect. Bai Lihong was the only 3-star saint inscription master in the Moon Illumination sect. Both were equally important to the Moon Illumination sect, and he did not wish to lose either of them. This matter had concluded well. Elder Bai Li, I apologize for my rashness. Chen Kong was a man of his words. After Bai Lihong swore by the lightning penalty oath, he really bowed as an apology. Although it was not entirely sincere, he still lowered his proud head. Elder Chen, if there's no other matter, please don't get offended that I don't see you out, Bai Lihong said indifferently. Based on his words, it was obvious he was asking them to leave. Nonchalantly, he was someone with a good temperament, but Chen Kong's action today had lit a flame of rage in his heart. Junior Uncle Chen, let's go. There was no doubt Jiang Wei understood Bai Lihong's feelings. He immediately asked Chen Kong to leave with him. Not yet. However, Chen Kong shook his head and looked at Bai Lihong before saying, Elder Bai Lihong, please ask that junior brother Duanling Tian of yours to come out. Elder Chen, what do you mean? Bai Lihong asked in a hostile tone as his expression turned grave immediately. Elder Bai Li, I believe that Zhao Feng's death is unrelated to you, but I can't be certain this matter has nothing to do with your junior brother Duanling Tian. So, please ask your junior brother out so I can confirm this, Chen Kong said. What? Do you also want my junior brother to swear on the lightning penalty oath that he has nothing to do with Elder Zhao Feng's death? Elder Chen Kong. Bai Li Hong mocked. That's right. Chen Kong nodded his head as though it was a matter of course. Elder Chen, apart from respect for you, I swore on the lightning penalty oath earlier is because I didn't want to put the sect leader in a difficult position. Otherwise, with my temper, I would have never sworn on the lightning penalty oath.
That's a disgrace to me. Bai Li Hong said coldly, his words left no room for doubts.
Elder Bai Li, I've already apologized to you, Chen Kong replied in a low voice.
Apologized? Bai Li Hong flashed a dazzling smile. Elder Chen, if that's the case, I would like to ask whether you'll swear on the lightning penalty oath per my request if I agree to apologize to you?
Why not? Chen Kong answered indifferently.
Very good. Please swear on the lightning penalty oath, Elder Chen, that you've never committed incest with your mother before. How about it? Although I believe in your character, I still want to confirm it with the lightning penalty oath, Elder Chen, Bai Li Hong said coldly and ignored the sudden change of expression on Chen Kong's face.
What a poisonous sentence. Even Jiang Wei's expression changed. His true energy began to stir. He was prepared to protect Bai Li Hong in fear that Chen Kong would attack him out of rage. His heart was also filled with bitterness and helplessness. How come he never knew Elder Bai Li actually possessed such a poisonous tongue? Even if Chen Kong dared to swear on the lightning penalty oath, he would never do it. This was because it would be a huge disgrace for him. Not only would it be a disgrace to him, but to his mother too.
Bai Li Hong, it has been so many years, but you're the first person in a long time to make me feel murderous. A hint of killing intent could be seen in Chen Kong's eyes as he stared at Bai Li Hong. If it was not for Jiang Wei, whose strength was not inferior to him standing next to him, if he was not the one who had humiliated Bai Li Hong first, he would have already made his move.
Elder Chen, I just want to use this to tell you that there are some lightning penalty oaths that can't be sworn even if one has the courage to. Bai Li Hong said nonchalantly, seemingly unafraid of Chen Kong.
Having said that, without waiting for Chen Kong's reply, he turned to look at Jiang Wei. Sect leader, I'm sure you've thoroughly investigated the origin of my junior brother, right?
Do you think he has the ability to kill Elder Zhao Feng without my help?
The lightning penalty oath I swore earlier is enough to prove that Elder Zhao Feng's death has nothing to do with me, and it also has nothing to do with my junior brother. Bai Li Hong said sternly, today, Elder Chen Kong has already humiliated me, and I won't allow him to humiliate my junior brother as well. If I, Bai Li Hong, can't even protect my junior brother, where should I look for my prestige to continue living in this world?
Bai Li Hong became emotional when reached the end of his sentence.
Please calm your anger, Elder Bai Li. It's also my fault for not telling junior Uncle Qian properly about this. When Jiang Wei saw how worked up Bai Li Hong was, he began to panic. He looked at Chen Kong. Junior Uncle Qian, since Elder Bai Li has already sworn by the lightning penalty oath that he has nothing to do with Elder Zhao Feng's death, it must have nothing to do with his junior brother Duan Ling Tian. I've investigated his junior brother before. He came from Mount Hill City, one of the 18 cities under the command of our Moon Illumination sect. On top of that, he's from the mortal continent, so he doesn't have any other special background.
It's impossible for him to kill Elder Zhao Feng with his strength. With his background, it's impossible for him to find someone more powerful than Elder Zhao Feng to help him, Jiang Wei quickly said. He wanted to disperse Chen Kong's suspicion. He was really worried he would pick a fight with Bai Li Hong again.
After listening to Jiang Wei's words, Chen Kong's face eased up a little. However, killing intent could still be seen in his eyes when he looked at Bai Li Hong. Bai Li Hong, on the other hand, looked at him in the eyes, unafraid. It was as though he was not worried Chen Kong would attack. Humph. After snorting coldly, Chen Kong left like a gust of wind.
Regardless, Bai Li Hong was still a 3-star saint inscription master who was important to the Moon Illumination sect. Chen Kong knew very well if he had attacked, Jiang Wei would definitely block it. Moreover, it would only make Jiang Wei feel dissatisfied with him. That was why he had held back.
If it was just him alone, naturally, there was no need for him to fear Jiang Wei since his cultivation base was at the saint stage.
However, he still had many descendants in the Moon Illumination sect. If he wanted his descendants to have a good life in the future, he could not afford to offend Jiang Wei too much. He had to know when to stop. Now that Jiang Wei had gone so far as to explain everything to him, he would be going against him on purpose if he had persisted. Elder Bai Li, I'm sorry about the trouble today. After Qian Kong left, Jiang Wei sighed in relief before he apologized to Elder Bai Li with a bitter smile on his face.
Sect leader, it has nothing to do with you. You don't have to apologize. Bai Li Hong shook his head. Naturally, he would not vent his anger toward Qian Kong on the sect leader. All along, the sect leader had been very accommodating.
Otherwise, he would not have resisted the offers from the other forces and would have left the Moon Illumination sect. Regardless, I should take some responsibility for this matter. How about this? I heard several of your junior brother's family and friends have joined the sect. I'll give each of them 1 million merit points as a token of my apology to you, Elder Bai Li. Jiang Wei was an old fox. He knew he would be rejected if he offered to directly compensate Bai Li Hong. Therefore, he proposed to give merit points to Feng Wudao and the others. As it turned out, he was right.
If that's the case, then I must thank you, sect leader. Although Bai Li Hong was unwilling to accept Jiang Wei's compensation, the compensation would affect his junior brother's family and friends. Moreover, such a large number of merit points was indeed useful to them.
Hence, he did not reject it. You're welcome, Elder Bai Li. Jiang Wei sighed in relief when he saw Bai Li Hong did not reject the compensation.
Jiang Wei, as the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, would naturally keep his words. Not more than half a day later, an inner court elder came to Bai Li Hong's mansion and transferred the merit points to Feng Wudao and the others. All of them received 1 million merit points each. Feng Wudao and the others were no longer newcomers in the Moon Illumination sect. All of them knew the importance of merit points. Due to that reason, they were all dumbfounded. These are the merit points the sect leader gave us? Feng Wudao and the others only shifted their eyes away from the crystal cards in their hands after the inner court elder left. For a time, they kept staring at each other. They could see the surprise in each other's eyes.
They were uncertain of what had happened. The sect leader of Moon Illumination sect was too high above them. He was not someone they had contact with. However, someone with such a high status had given them 1 million merit points each without a reason. It must be Elder Bai Li's doing, Sima concluded. Everyone agreed. Only Elder Bai Li had the capability to do so. Duanling Tian only learned about the incident a few days later. When he exited the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he had gone to see Feng Wudao and the others, intending to check on them to see if they had familiarized themselves with the Moon Illumination sect. It was then he learned from Feng Wudao and the others that each of them had obtained 1 million merit points. He was slightly surprised when he heard the merit points were given by the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect. He immediately realized that things were not as simple as that. What a joke! Giving each person 1 million merit points would add up to more than 10 million merit points. Even if the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect had more than enough merit points, it was impossible he would just freely give it away. Moreover, he had given it to a group of people who had just recently joined the sect. Driven by his curiosity, Duanling Tian instantly went to see Bai Li Hong. Senior brother, I heard the sect leader had given Uncle Feng and the others 1 million merit points each. What's that about? Duanling Tian asked bluntly when he saw Bai Li Hong. Bai Li Hong smiled faintly when he saw the confusion on Duanling Tian's face. It's nothing. The sect leader just wanted to compensate me. He knew I won't accept it if he gives it to me directly, so he came up with this method where I have no reason to reject it.
Sect leader is compensating you? Duanling Tian heard him and became more confused. Why is he compensating you?
Because of Zhao Feng. Bai Li Hong stared intently at Duanling Tian.
In the past few days, Bai Li Hong had mulled over that question a lot.
Was Zhao Feng's death really a coincidence? Although he did not think his junior brother had the strength to kill Zhao Feng, everything was too much of a coincidence. In the past, it was not rare for Zhao Feng to leave the sect alone. However, nothing had ever happened. This time, Zhao Feng had met with an accident when he was hunting down his junior brother. An accident that killed him. Zhao Feng. Duanling Tian raised his eyebrows after listening to Bai Li Hong. I think I've heard of him before. He seems to be the master of Fengfan whom I've killed.
Although Duanling Tian seemed calm on the surface, he was affected inwardly.
It seems that Zhao Feng also had a soul pearl. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Recently, 2 pieces of news were widely spread out in the sect. Junior brother, you're unaware of it. right? Bai Li Hong asked with a smile. What news? Indeed, Duan Tian was unaware because he had been in closed-door cultivation inside the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to try and break through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Although he had yet to break through, he had already arrived at the bottleneck. Due to the fact that Feng Wudao and the others had not gone out recently, they were also unaware of the news. That was why they did not say anything to him about this. Following that, Bai Li Hong told Duan Tian about the two news. Duan Tian lifted his eyebrows. I didn't expect so much to happen while I was in closed-door cultivation. Who do you think the news came from? Senior brother. Is there even a need to guess? Bai Li Hong narrowed his eye as his eyes gleamed coldly. It was as though he was waiting for a chance to devour that person. It's true. There's no need to guess. Duan Tian smiled. As for the compensation from the sect leader, it has something to do with the rumors. A few days ago, the sect leader and Elder Qian Kong came to confirm if I have anything to do with the death of Zhao Feng. Bai Li Hong began to recount what had happened a few days ago. Elder Qian Kong? Duan Tian questioned. He's one of the Moon Illumination sect's supreme elder and one of the Saint Stage powerhouses in the sect, Bai Li Hong explained. Saint Stage powerhouses? Duan Tian was slightly surprised. Is he related to Zhao Feng? He would never believe there was no relation between Zhao Feng and Qian Kong if Zhao Feng's death had driven Qian Kong to take such an extreme measure. I also didn't expect Zhao Feng's death would make Qian Kong apologize to me. To be able to make a Saint Stage powerhouse bow for his sake, the relationship between Zhao Feng and him is definitely not as simple as it seems. It's impossible they're not even master and disciple. Bai Li Hong said with great certainty. Perhaps he was his illegitimate son, Duan Tian said casually, but he did not expect something he had uttered so casually as a joke was the truth. Senior brother, you're so fierce when you asked Qian Kong to swear on the lightning penalty oath. At that time, Qian Kong probably wanted to kill you, right? Duan Tian seemed to be smiling, but he was feeling quite heavy-hearted. Bai Li Hong had done that to defend him. However, he could not even admit to Bai Li Hong that he had killed Zhao Feng. He naturally can't wait to kill me, Bai Li Hong sneered. It's a pity the sect leader wouldn't let him do it. Besides, even if he really kills me, his days in the Moon Illumination sect wouldn't be good. At that time, it was not only the sect leader, the other Saint Stage powerhouses in the sect would also be dissatisfied with him. He might be able to leave, but he's not alone. He still has his descendants to consider. Although Bai Li Hong made light of the situation, Duan Tian could feel the danger Bai Li Hong was in at that time. He felt touched but also afraid. If something really happened to Bai Li Hong because of him, he would never forgive himself. Senior brother, there's something I haven't confessed to you, Duan Tian said to Bai Li Hong after he took a deep breath. I was the one who killed Zhao Feng. Boom. Duan Tian's words were like a bolt of lightning to Bai Li Hong. His junior brother killed Zhao Feng? Although he had originally suspected Zhao Feng's death had something to do with his junior brother, he did not expect him to be the one who killed Zhao Feng. He had thought his junior brother had some secret background and had summoned a powerhouse to kill Zhao Feng. Duan Tian's words made him realize how wrong he was. Bai Li Hong was stunned for a while before he asked in disbelief, Junior brother, you really killed Zhao Feng? Senior brother, there's no reason for me to lie to you. Before I left the sect, I had intentionally leaked the news of me returning to my hometown to bait Lu Huan. Who would have known Lu Huan did not come, but Zhao Feng came instead. It was completely out of my expectation, Duan Tian said. He really wanted to kill me. Unfortunately, he still died in my hands. Junior brother, you should tell senior brother about your plan in advance. Lu Huan did not go after you when you left because I was keeping an eye on him. Bai Li Hong said with a bitter smile. Under my surveillance, how could he find a chance to go after you? Senior brother, Bai Li Hong's words rendered Duan Tian speechless. He had been thinking, there was no way Lu Huan would not come after him with his temperament. As it turned out, senior brother had obstructed Lu Huan's way. Junior brother, it's better to discuss your future plans with senior brother first, just in case I spoil your plans again. Bai Li Hong said with a sigh, emphasizing on the word plans. Senior brother, I shouldn't have hidden this from you. Although Bai Li Hong did not blame him, Duan Ling Tian still felt bad. Junior brother, you actually managed to kill Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. In terms of strength, apart from those at the Saint stage, only the few vice-sect leaders, another inner court elder and me are stronger than him. How strong are you exactly? Bai Li Hong asked solemnly. He was curious about Duan Ling Tian's current strength. To be honest, senior brother, currently, I'm not afraid of anyone below the Saint stage, Duan Ling Tian said bluntly without hiding anything. He sounded extremely confident when he spoke. Naturally, he kept his next thought to himself. When I break through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, I'm confident I can even kill ordinary Saint stage powerhouses. You're also confident you can win an imminent Saint stage powerhouse? Bai Li Hong gasped. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. An imminent Saint stage powerhouse was strong, but he could crush them in one move by using the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, with his current strength. It seems like I no longer have to worry about your safety. Junior brother, your current strength has already surpassed mine even though I'm your senior brother. Bai Li Hong sighed. He did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words at all. Although Bai Li Hong sighed, he was actually happy for Duan Ling Tian because this meant he could protect himself better now. No matter how strong I become, you're always Duan Ling Tian's senior brother, Duan Ling Tian said solemnly. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Bai Li Hong nodded. An expression of contentment was apparent on his face. Junior brother. Suddenly, Bai Li Hong seemed to have thought of something and the smile on his face disappeared. He said to Duan Ling Tian solemnly, It's okay for you to reveal your current strength to me, but don't reveal it so easily to other people. Otherwise, I'm afraid it'll cause trouble. I understand. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was not stupid. Naturally, he knew what Bai Li Hong meant when he said it would cause trouble. If the Supreme Elder, Qian Kong, learned of his current strength, he would probably condemn him immediately because his current strength was sufficient to kill Zhao Feng. Moreover, the news was obviously released by Lu Huan. He must know it won't affect us too much, and yet he still did it. He must be plotting something, Bai Li Hong added. It's not hard to guess his plans. He must have seen that I didn't leave the mansion for such a long time after I returned. He's worried I might go into closed-door cultivation for a few years and come out stronger than him. If that happens, the power dynamic between us would totally shift, Duan Ling Tian said with certainty as his eyes gleamed. That should be the case? Bai Li Hong nodded in agreement. He sneered. Unfortunately, he would have never dreamed that Junior Brother's current strength is far superior to his. You can even kill Zhao Feng. It'll be as simple as killing chickens or cutting grass for you to kill him. Since he's so eager, I'll have some fun with him, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as his eyes gleamed coldly. He was already unafraid of Lu Huan when he left the Moon Illumination sect previously. At that time, he had not inherited the Sovereign Heart Sword and he still could not wield the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. Now that his strength had increased, naturally, he was even more unafraid of Lu Huan. This time, senior brother definitely won't ruin your plan, Bai Li Hong said somewhat awkwardly after he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. However, junior brother, I suggest you wait for a while before you execute your plan. At this moment, apart from Lu Huan, I'm afraid there are other eyes that focused on your every movement. Bai Li Hong said solemnly as though he had remembered something. Senior brother, you mean Qian Kong? Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows. Yes. Bai Li Hong nodded. I have a feeling the relationship between Qian Kong and Zhao Feng is definitely not so simple. In fact, it runs deeper than an ordinary relationship between a master and a disciple. Based on Qian Kong's reaction a few days ago, he won't let Zhao Feng's death go so easily. I'm worried he's watching your every move as well. Understood. Duan Ling Tian nodded as he formulated a new plan in his heart. If that's the case, I'll wait till I break through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage before I have some fun with Lu Huan, Duan Ling Tian said, emphasizing on the word, fun. In the subsequent days, Duan Ling Tian began his earlier routine. He silently cultivated on the third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and the outside world. Meanwhile, sect leader Jiang Wei's words had quickly spread in the Moon Illumination sect.
Elder Bai Li had already sworn on the lightning penalty oath that he had nothing to do with Elder Zhao Feng's death. If anyone else dares to smear Elder Bai Li's name, they'll be severely punished. Those were Jiang Wei's exact words. As Jiang Wei's words spread around the Moon Illumination sect, the entire sect began to liven up again. As it turns out, the 9 claps of thunder that day were the 99 heavenly tribulation oath resonating with Elder Bai Li's oath. Since he swore on the lightning penalty oath, Elder Bai Li must have nothing to do with this matter. I didn't expect the sect leader to ask Elder Bai Li to swear on the lightning penalty oath for Elder Zhaofeng. Isn't he afraid Elder Bai Li would be disappointed by his lack of trust? Elder Bai Li is the only 3-star saint inscription master in the Moon Illumination sect. If we offend him, he can just leave the sect. The 8 other great sects and Mountain Shade Black Market have long wanted Elder Bai Li to join them. The sect leader has gone overboard on this matter. Similar remarks were circulating in the entire Moon Illumination sect. Most people were on Bai Li Hong's side. At the same time, the other supreme elders in the Moon Illumination sect's forbidden area also learned about this incident and had gone to sect leader Jiang Wei immediately. Sect leader, you've gone overboard on this matter. If Elder Bai Li had left the Moon Illumination sect due to that, you'll be a sinner in the Moon Illumination sect. Humph. It's just Zhao Feng. Even if he's killed by Elder Bai Li, so what? He's worthless to the Moon Illumination sect compared to Elder Bai Li. The few supreme elders began to question Jiang Wei as soon as they saw him. Jiang Wei felt aggrieved. He instantly looked at Qian Kong, whose face had darkened. Junior Uncle Qian, you won't let me take all the blame for this matter, will you? Qian Kong was dragged along by the other supreme elders. Although he did not want to go, he knew he had to. Naturally, he did not come to criticize Jiang Wei, but he had come to stop the other supreme elders from criticizing Jiang Wei. Sure enough, after Jiang Wei had spoken, the other supreme elders shifted their attention to Qian Kong. Junior brother Qian, what's that about? Junior brother Qian, could it be the person who asked Elder Bai Li to swear on the lightning penalty oath wasn't the sect leader, but it was you? If that's the case, then you're foolish. Senior brother Qian, I know Zhao Feng almost became your disciple, but he didn't after all. Why do you care so much about his life or death? It's not worth it to offend Elder Bai Li for him. The other supreme elders were either Qian Kong's senior brothers or junior brothers. They were the older generation of Moon Illumination sect. When they spoke to Qian Kong, they were not as polite as they were to Jiang Wei. What if he's my son? Faced with the criticism from his senior brothers and junior brothers, Qian Kong's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. Eventually, he revealed the relationship between Zhao Feng and himself. Silence immediately descended on the scene. It was obvious the Moon Illumination sect's supreme elders did not know about the relationship between Qian Kong and Zhao Feng. They were all dumbfounded and could only smile bitterly after they heard Qian Kong's words. If that was the case, they could not really blame Qian Kong. After all, they would have probably done the same if they were in his position. Jiang Wei, who was standing at the side, also heaved a sigh of relief. He did not care how those below him were talking about this. But he cared about what the seniors thought about him because they were the guardians of the Moon Illumination sect. In Jiang Wei's opinion, the current outcome was the best ending. However, he did not know that for some people this incident was just beginning. It was far from being the end. In the inner court of Moon Illumination sect, that Duan Ling Tian is so patient? Lu Huan's expression turned extremely displeased. He thought Duan Ling Tian would be unsettled by it. His composure completely exceeded his expectation. For a time he felt ashamed and helpless. Was all his effort of doing things in the dark all in vain? He could not resign to this. He really could not. However, what could he do? Wait. Just wait. I don't believe Duan Ling Tian can hide at Bai Li Hong's mansion forever, Lu Huan said as he gnashed his teeth. Meanwhile, in an area close to the Moon Illumination sect's central area, a figure rapidly flew out from an independent courtyard in a mountain obscured by fog. The figure disappeared into the clouds in just a blink of an eye. Soon after, the figure arrived at the depth of a mountain. Master, you're finally back, Han Xuanai said excitedly when she saw the shapely and beautiful woman in front of her. Xuanai, I've already asked my friend to divine about the safety of the sister Kur you mentioned. She is safe for now.
However, in the near future, she'll be facing a crisis. It might possibly kill her. Whether she's able to overcome it will depend on her good fortune. The beautiful woman smiled dazzlingly when she saw Han Xuanai before sighing solemnly. Earlier when Han Xuanai heard that Kuer was safe and sound, she had smiled. However, when she heard the subsequent words from the beautiful woman, her expression changed immediately. A crisis that might kill her? Master, Senior Prophet, he really said so? The friend her master was referring to was the famous old prophet in the Tao Martial Saint land. She certainly would not doubt the words of the old prophet. The old prophet was a legendary person in the Tao Martial Saint land. Even Han Xuanai's father, the mansion master of the Greenwave Han Mansion, had never seen him before. On the contrary, when Han Xuanai was young, she had followed her master and met the old prophet once. The old prophet had foretold she would follow Qing Nu to the distant mortal continent, Cloud Continent, a few years later. At that time, she would have a fortuitous opportunity waiting for her. Although up until now she had no idea what the old prophet meant by fortuitous opportunity, the trip to Cloud Continent was the happiest days of her life. That was where she met brother Ling Tian, sister Kuer, sister Li Fei, as well as Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White. She was free in front of them. They were not like the people from the Greenwave Han Mansion who only treated her as their little princess. Master, is there any way to resolve Sister Kuer's impending crisis? Han Xuanai's voice trembled when she spoke. She did not want to see misfortune fall on her kind sister, and she did not want to see her brother Ling Tian upset. If something really happened to Sister Kuer, how could brother Ling Tian accept it? That old fellow said she'll have to depend on herself. The beautiful woman sighed. No way. I have to go to Half Moon Island. I want to find Sister Kuer. After Han Xuanai said that, she turned around, preparing to leave. She's no longer on Half Moon Island, nor is she on Cloud Continent. The beautiful woman's words stunned Han Xuanai. She turned around and looked at the beautiful woman as she asked, Master, where's Sister Kuer now? I can't say where exactly. The beautiful woman shook her head. However, I returned this time to tell you I'll have to leave for a while. Master, you're leaving? Before the beautiful woman finished her sentence, Han Xuanai's face changed slightly. In her opinion, her master was no different from her mother. Naturally, she would not want her to leave. Yes, the beautiful woman nodded. I have to leave this time to do something very important. As for you, your sister Fair, and that three little fellows, you can go back to Cloud Continent and have a look around. According to the old fellow's prediction, your brother Ling Tian should have returned to Cloud Continent. Maybe this time you can confirm his whereabouts. Brother Ling Tian. Han Xuanai's eyes lit up after she heard the beautiful woman's words. As for the Dragon Clan, the beautiful woman said as she lifted her arm and retrieved an exquisite small sword before handing it over to Xuanai. If you encounter the Dragon Clan, infuse some true energy into it to activate it. You don't have to worry about what will happen after. After passing the small sword to Xuanai, the beautiful woman had vanished without a trace. Master! Han Xuanai gripped the small sword tightly. She felt like crying. Over the years, her master had stayed in the Greenwave Han Mansion, silently accompanying her. Now that she had left, she did not know when they would meet again. Although her master had told her long before that one day she would have to leave, she did not think that day would come so fast. However, after Han Xuanai thought about it, with her master's cultivation base, she could go anywhere she wanted to. As long as she was still alive, they would be reunited one day. Xuanai, after today, you may officially cultivate my red dust progeny mental cultivation method without hesitation. It's about time for my red dust progeny's heir to shine. Han Xuanai's master's voice rang in her ears in a timely manner. After the beautiful woman left the Greenwave Han Mansion, she headed north. Fire Worship Sect. Fire Worship Sect. I didn't expect the saint girl of the Fire Worship Sect who had been lost for so many years would turn out to be someone around him. I hope the Fire Worship Sect didn't go overboard this time. Otherwise, our 7 Absolute Sect won't let it go even if we're small in number and meager in strength. Now, the heir of the first Absolute of the 7 Absolute Sect who has been silent for a long time has also shown himself. Perhaps it's just like what the old prophet said. It's time for our 7 Absolutes Sect to shine. The beautiful woman muttered to herself. A long time ago, the Seven Absolutes sect was one of the famous top-tier forces in the Tao Martial Saint Land. After that, the Tao Martial Saint Land split into two and the Seven Absolutes sect left the world and became reclusive. That was how the world had gradually forgotten about it. Since the founding of the Seven Absolutes sect, there were never more than 20 people in the sect. However, it was precisely this sect that managed to stun the entire Tao Martial Saint Land for an era. It was the same era when someone very prominent existed. That person was none other than Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. One person with one sword, invincible in the Tao Martial Saint Land. A sect that stunned the Tao Martial Saint Land for an era and a powerhouse who shone for an era. There were very few people who could connect the two together. There were even fewer who knew Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was the heir of the Seven Absolutes sect's first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny. The Seven Absolutes sect have 7 absolutes. Fog Rain was the first absolute.
Prophet was the second absolute and Red Dust was the 7th absolute.
In addition to these 3 absolutes, the other 4 were hidden in the Tao Martial Saint Land, biding their time to reveal themselves at the right time in a notable manner.
I heard from the old prophet that this generation's heir to the first absolute, the Fog Rain, is obscenely lucky even though he couldn't predict his future.
Perhaps I'll be lucky enough to witness the Seven Absolutes sect returning to its former glory. The beautiful woman's eyes sparkled when she thought about this. After Han Shui and I returned and prepared to return to Half Moon Island and Cloud Continent with Li Fei and the 3 little fellows, something unexpected happened, so she had no choice but to temporarily cancel her plans. Li Fei was giving birth soon, in the Moon Illumination sect's inner court, by Li Hong's mansion.
Why do I feel uneasy all the time recently? It seems like something's going to happen. Duan Lingtian frowned. He was on the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Originally, he should have broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. However, he could not focus on his cultivation because of a sudden wave of unease.
He forced himself to cultivate, but he found himself getting more and more frustrated. In the end, he could only leave the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and walked out of his room to get some fresh air.
Duan Lingtian was not thinking about anything apart from getting some fresh air. Therefore, after leaving by Li Hong's mansion, he also left the Moon Illumination sect's estate.
In fact, it seemed as though he did not hear the greetings from the other Moon Illumination sect's disciples along the way. It was as though he had lost his soul. What's wrong with senior brother Duan Lingtian? He doesn't seem right. Look at him. His eyes look dull. What could have happened to make him look like he has lost his soul? The Moon Illumination sect's disciples who had encountered him along the way also felt like something was not right. The current Duan Lingtian seemed as though he had lost his soul. Duan Lingtian, you finally came out. Lu Huan, who had been waiting outside the Moon Illumination sect for a long time, quietly followed Duan Lingtian when he confirmed by Li Hong was not around. Naturally, he was very cautious. In fact, he did not plan to attack anywhere near the vicinity of the sect.
And Lu Huan, who was tailing Duan Lingtian, soon discovered his unusual mood. Did he discover me?
However, he sighed in relief when he found no other abnormalities in Duan Lingtian's behavior. Half a day had gone by, although Duan Lingtian was merely walking, he was already far away from the Moon Illumination sect. When Duan Lingtian entered a dense forest, Lu Huan could not wait any longer and prepared to attack. Boom!
A thunderous explosion reverberated in the air. Lu Huan, an inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect, actually launched a sneak attack on Duan Lingtian. He had unleashed his full strength when he attacked, intending to kill Duan Lingtian in one blow.
When he saw his attack was about to land on Duan Lingtian, Lu Huan sneered.
In his opinion, he had finally gotten rid of his biggest worry today.
However, as more violent noises sounded in the air, the smile on Lu Huan's face froze. God! What did he see? Lu Huan clearly saw as his attack was about to land on Duan Lingtian. A light shield had suddenly risen from Duan Lingtian's body. Upon closer inspection, the light shield was actually formed by rays of rapid-moving golden sword ray. It actually managed to block his attack that he had unleashed with all his strength. Lu Huan's face changed dramatically when he saw the golden light shield had merely trembled but did not collapse.
At this moment, he realized he had underestimated Duanling Tian.
Stagnation territory. Without hesitation, Lu Huan immediately released his territory that encompassed a 100-meter radius.
Lu Huan's territory was called the stagnation territory.
Anyone within the territory, apart from himself and those whose cultivation base was above him, would feel some obstruction when they circulate the true energy in their body. It would feel as though there was an unknown force suppressing their strength. At the same, Lu Huan took out his saint weapon. His true energy consolidated weapon and true energy consolidated beast also appeared above him.
At this time, Duanling Tian had already turned around. Light had returned to his soulless eyes.
He was not surprised to see the person who had launched the sneak attack was Lu Huan. He said softly, "Elder Lu Huan, you really won't let go of any chance to kill me. You must have been the one who provoked Zhao Feng to come after me, right?"
"So what?" Lu Huan sneered. "It's a pity he was useless. Getting killed by a powerhouse before he could even kill you."
"What if I say I was the one who killed Zhao Feng?" Duanling Tian's rang in Lu Huan's ears again.
However, Duanling Tian did not actually speak. He had used true energy voice transmission instead. "You." Lu Huan was obviously shocked after he heard Duanling Tian's true energy voice transmission. After a while, he said disdainfully, "You killed Zhao Feng?"
"What nonsense! Whether it's nonsense or not, you'll know soon enough," Duanling Tian responded indifferently.
Meanwhile, his true energy had formed the divine dragon phenomenon above his head. Blood energy pulsated around the divine dragon phenomenon, making it look even more lifelike.
Suddenly, a dragon's cry reverberated in the air. The huge body of the divine dragon phenomenon shook and flew straight at the relic phenomenon and giant beast phenomenon above Lu Huan's head.
The appearance of the divine dragon phenomenon momentarily stunned Lu Huan.
Dragon. It was an actual dragon. At this moment, he was too shocked to even register Duanling Tian's cultivation base that was at the perfection Saint Rudiment stage. There was only one thing left on his mind. Duanling Tian's true energy consolidated beast was a dragon.
Moreover, the dragon was formed from the blood essence as the foundation. Boom!
Boom!
Two loud explosions caused Lu Huan to regain his senses. At this time, both his relic phenomenon and giant beast phenomenon were easily overpowered and defeated by Duanling Tian's divine dragon phenomenon.
"You?" Lu Huan looked at Duanling Tian in shock. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian immediately took out the Jasper Celestial Sword and wielded it with 30% of his strength. Chi! 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 The sound of something breaking immediately resounded in the air. It was the sound of the stagnation territory, Lu Huan's true energy consolidated territory, shattering. It was destroyed by Duanling Tian in just one move.
"No! It's impossible!" When Lu Huan saw this, his eyes widened. Shock filled his face.
In just a blink of an eye, his true energy consolidated weapon, true energy consolidated beast, and true energy consolidated territory were continuously destroyed by Duanling Tian. Only Lu Huan knew his own feelings at this moment.
"Show!" Lu Huan was still in shock when the Jasper Celestial Sword in Duanling Tian's hand moved again. A sword ray swept out at lightning and severed Lu Huan's hand that was holding his saint weapon. It looked as simple as chopping firewood.
Lu Huan gasped in pain. When he looked at Duanling Tian again, it was as though he had seen a ghost. How am I so strong?" Duanling Tian finished Lu Huan's sentence with a faint smile on his face. "Elder Lu Huan, do you believe me now?
Do you still feel like I'm talking nonsense?"
It's impossible. It's impossible that you're so strong." Lu Huan was still reluctant to believe it. It was, after all, quite unbelievable.
"How long has it been?"
Duanling Tian, who was just like an ant to him previously, had grown stronger than him. Moreover, the sword in his hand was extremely terrifying. With just a casual wave of his hand, he had broken his stagnation territory. "Nothing's impossible," Duanling Tian said faintly, while he swung the Jasper Celestial Sword in his hand again, and another sword ray swept out. This time, it stabbed Lu Huan's chest. Lu Huan, who was prepared for this, immediately cast his defensive martial tactic, intending to dodge the attack. However, could he dodge it? Show! The sword ray whizzed past like an arrow shooting across the sky, It penetrated the light shield formed by Lu Huan's defensive martial tactics as easily as breaking a twig before it pierced his heart. Lu Huan, an inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect, died just like that in the hands of an inner court disciple who had entered the sect less than 2 years ago. While Duan Ling Tian conveniently kept Lu Huan's saint weapon and spatial ring, he eliminated all the evidence like he had done it 100 times before and returned to the Moon Illumination sect's estate. It was not his intention to lure Lu Huan out when he left the sect this time. He simply wanted to get some fresh air because he felt uneasy as though something was about to happen when he was cultivating. However, after the run-in with Lu Huan, the unease he had felt had vanished. Duan Ling Tian did not realize that while he was killing Lu Huan, a figure in the distance was quietly observing him. That figure came and left without a trace. His strength was obviously far superior to Duan Ling Tian. Those who could conceal themselves without being discovered by Duan Ling Tian had to be saint stage powerhouses. I didn't think Duan Ling Tian has been hiding so deeply. This means Qi Ming probably died in his hands as well. Moreover, the sword in his hands exuded an extremely dangerous vibe. This is so weird. The saint stage powerhouse who left after Duan Ling Tian left slowly revealed himself. It was a middle-aged man with a muscular body. The muscular middle-aged man was none other than the saint stage powerhouse who guarded the Mountain Shade black market in the area under the influence of the 9 sect alliances, Tai Wu. Ever since the leader of the Mountain Shade black markets branch dismissed the mission against Duan Ling Tian, Tai Wu became curious about Duan Ling Tian. He had decided on a whim to lurk around the Moon Illumination sect recently. As he was lurking around today, he finally saw Duan Ling Tian leaving the Moon Illumination sect's estate. More interestingly, there was a Moon Illumination sect's inner court elder tailing Duan Ling Tian, intending to kill him. He watched silently at the side from the beginning until the end. In the beginning, he thought Duan Ling Tian was going to die. However, the result was completely beyond his expectation. The one who died was not Duan Ling Tian but the inner court elder of Moon Illumination sect. The divine dragon phenomenon and a mysterious sword. At this moment, it seemed to him that Duan Ling Tian was shrouded in a veil that he could not see through. That mysterious precious sword was so powerful, it would be a lie to say he was not moved. However, he discovered his heart palpitating for no reason when he thought about the sword. It was as though the sword was dangerous and was a threat to his life. Due to this reason, he did not dare to act impulsively. I'm really curious what reaction the people from Moon Illumination sect would have when they see the scene of Duan Ling Tian killing the sect's elder. After glancing at the Dao talisman in his hand, a sinister smile appeared on Tai Wu's face. As a saint stage powerhouse, Tai Wu's speed was way faster than Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian was walking leisurely back to the sect. Hence, Tai Wu arrived at the Moon Illumination sects much earlier than he did. Once Tai Wu appeared above the Moon Illumination sect, the several saint stage powerhouses in the forbidden area of the Moon Illumination sect, including the sect leader, Jiang Wei, instantly discovered his presence and flew up into the air. At this moment, Tai Wu quickly crushed the Dao talisman in his hand. Suddenly, a screen appeared in the sky above the Moon Illumination sect. It was a crystal-clear mirror. If Duan Ling Tian were there and had seen this, he would have been shocked because it was extremely similar to the 3D images on Earth. The Dao talisman Tai Wu used was a mirror image talisman. The mirror image talisman can record things that one saw, regardless if it was people or objects. All of it could be recorded. After crushing the Dao talisman, Tai Wu hid away. Meanwhile, Jiang Wei and the others' attention were focused on the mirror image in the sky. This was because they were familiar with one of the two figures. It's Lu Huan. One of the Moon Illumination sect's supreme elders cried out in a low voice. Who's that young man? Lu Huan seems to be following him. The few supreme elders of Moon Illumination sect were staring at the mirror image in the sky. A purple young man was walking in front while Lu Huan followed after him. Naturally, these old people in the Moon Illumination sect did not know who Duan Ling Tian was because they had never seen him. This included Jiang Wei. Although he had long known about Duan Ling Tian and even had him investigated, he had never seen him before. It was only natural he did not recognize him.
Although Jiang Wei and the other Saint Stage powerhouses of Moon Illumination sect did not recognize Duanling Tian, it did not mean the others from the sect did not recognize him. When the mirror image appeared in the sky, the entire Moon Illumination sect was in an uproar. It's the sky screen's mirror image. Many well-informed Moon Illumination sect's disciples cried out. Sky screen's mirror image would only appear if there's a mirror image talisman. Although the mirror image talisman doesn't have an exact grade, only Dao talisman masters above 4-star can draw it. Who's so generous to be using a mirror image talisman this way? Many Moon Illumination sect's elders exclaimed in surprise. Quickly, come and have a look. This elder Lu Huan. He seems to be following someone. Quite a lot of inner court disciples in the sect recognized Lu Huan. The person he's following seems to be senior brother Duanling Tian? That's right. It's senior brother Duanling Tian. What's elder Lu Huan trying to do? He's actually following senior brother Duanling Tian. You don't know? Where have you been? Senior brother Duanling Tian is from Mound Hill City. His teacher is the city governor of Mound Hill City, Fang Hui. Elder Lu Huan and Fang Hui are mortal enemies. It's only natural that he wants to kill Duanling Tian. The entire Moon Illumination sect was in an uproar over the mirror image in the sky. Many people even had their hearts in their mouths. They were worried about Duanling Tian. In Bai Li Hong's mansion, Feng Wudao and the others were looking at the mirror image in the sky as well. The mirror image in the sky could be seen in every corner of the Moon Illumination sect, especially to those who were practicing their Saint-grade martial tactics in the courtyard. What's that? Feng Wudao and the others did not know what the mirror image talisman was, so they were clueless about what was happening. Oh no! When Bai Li Hong saw the mirror image in the sky showing Lu Huan attacking Duanling Tian, his expression changed immediately. Those who did not know better would probably think he was worried for Duanling Tian. However, even since he learned about Duanling Tian's strength, he longer worried about his safety. Duanling Tian's strength had surpassed him. Even if Lu Huan launched a sneak attack, he would not be able to harm Duanling Tian. Without even the need to guess, he knew what the outcome was. Lu Huan must be dead. Bai Li Hong's expression had changed because he realized someone had recorded the conflict between Duanling Tian and Lu Huan using the mirror image talisman and revealed it to everyone in the Moon Illumination sect. Who is it? So vicious. Bai Li Hong looked upset. He wished he could tear down the mirror image in the sky. However, he knew he could not do that since he was not strong enough. Once the mirror image talisman was activated, no one could destroy it unless it was a Saint Stage powerhouse. At this moment, Bai Li Hong was only angry at himself for being so weak and could not help his junior brother to tear down the mirror image in the sky. It's okay if it's just the sect leader, but if Qian Kong sees this, Bai Li Hong became even more anxious when he thought of this. Duanling Tian? He's Duanling Tian. At the same time, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, Jiang Wei, finally found out the purple-clad young man in the sky screen's mirror image was Duanling Tian. His expression changed immediately. Naturally, he knew of the conflict between Lu Huan and Duanling Tian. However, he did not think Lu Huan was crazy enough to try and kill Duanling Tian. At this moment, Jiang Wei felt slightly regretful he did not secretly get rid of Lu Huan before this. He could already imagine how furious Elder Bai Li would be and vent his anger out on him and the entire Moon Illumination sect. It was not something he was willing to see happen. At the same time, the other Supreme Elders, apart from Chen Kong, also had a change of expression. Their thoughts were similar to Jiang Wei. All of them were worried Bai Li Hong would witness the scene of Lu Huan killing Duanling Tian. The sky screen's mirror image must be destroyed. Jiang Wei and the other Supreme Elders' gaze turned cold as they all prepared to strike and destroy the sky screen's mirror image. However, just as the true energy circulated in their bodies as they prepared to strike, the image in the sky screen's mirror image changed just in time. The change stunned them so much that they simultaneously and involuntarily dispersed the true energy they had condensed. It could be seen on the sky screen's mirror image that Lu Huan had launched a sneak attack on Duanling Tian, intending to kill him with his palm. At the crucial moment, a golden light shield rose from Duanling Tian's body and easily blocked Lu Huan's palm that seemed to contain all his fury. That's
Such a strong defensive move. At this moment, everyone in the Moon Illumination sect was shocked. Duan Ling Tian's defensive move had stunned them. Based on Elder Lu Huan's gesture, he had obviously unleashed his full strength. However, I didn't expect senior brother Duan Ling Tian to be able to block it so easily. Incredible. Incredible. Since when did senior brother Duan Ling Tian become so strong? That's too terrifying. Is senior brother Duan Ling Tian really human? All of the Moon Illumination sect's disciples were stunned by the mirror image in the sky. Without even turning around, he managed to block Lu Huan's full-force attack with his defensive martial tactic. How strong must Duan Ling Tian be? Even ordinary Paramount Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivators probably could not block Lu Huan's full-force attack so easily, right? Junior brother. If it was another time, Bai Li Hong would probably sigh in relief seeing his junior brother safe. However, not only did he not feel relieved now, but his heart became heavier. The subsequent scene was not something he was willing to look at. At the same time, Feng Wu Dao and the others who were staying at Bai Li Hong's mansion felt nervous for Duan Ling Tian when they saw Lu Huan had launched a sneak attack on Duan Ling Tian. After a moment, they let out their breath when they saw him blocking Lu Huan's attack. What's happening in the mirror image in the sky? Why does it feel so real? Feng Wu Dao and the others were confused. Eventually, it was Sima who regained his senses first. Do you still remember, in the jade token we borrowed from the Merit Pavilion, it has records of a Dao talisman called the Mirror Image Talisman. It seems like this is the effect of the Mirror Image Talisman. Seems like it. It's really the effect of a Mirror Image Talisman. Mirror Image Talisman. I think only Dao Talisman Masters above 4 stars would be able to draw that. Are there any 4-star Dao Talisman Masters in the area under the influence of the 9-sect alliance? After hearing Sima's words, Feng Wu Dao and the others also reacted. The thing that formed the gold shield seems to be Sword Ray. Such a strong defense obviously came from a high-grade defensive move. In the sky, the few Saint Stage powerhouses of Moon Illumination sect had seen through Duan Ling Tian's defense in just a glance. Duan Ling Tian is actually so strong? Jiang Wei was also shocked by the scene before him. Moments later, a smile appeared on his face again. I didn't expect such a monstrous martial Dao prodigy to appear in our Moon Illumination sect. If we cultivate this person properly, it's not impossible for our sect to advance and become a 6th-rate force. At this moment, Jiang Wei's heart was filled with excitement. His gaze when he looked at Duan Ling Tian was as though he was looking at a treasure. All the eyes of the Supreme Elders, apart from Chen Kong, had lit up as well when they saw this scene. Although they had heard about Duan Ling Tian previously, they thought he was just a lucky boy who was nothing without Bai Li Hong. They had finally realized the person whom Bai Li Hong acknowledged as his junior brother was no ordinary man. To possess such strength before the age of 40. How heaven-defying would he be when he had grown into his full potential? Chen Kong's face was very gloomy. This is Bai Li Hong's junior brother, Duan Ling Tian? I didn't expect him to be so powerful at this age. It seems like he definitely has something to do with Zhao Feng's death. Killing intent shone in Chen Kong's eyes when he thought about this. Soon after, the mirror image in the sky changed again. In the mirror image, Duan Ling Tian turned around and confronted Lu Huan. At this time, Lu Huan cast his True Energy Consolidated Weapon, True Energy Consolidated Beast, and True Energy Consolidated Territory. He even brought out his Saint Weapon. He was fully prepared to kill Duan Ling Tian. Although the mirror image that the Mirror Image Talisman recorded was without sound, some people could read lips. Coincidentally, Chen Kong was one of those people. Lu Huan opened his mouth and his face turned gloomier. You killed Zhao Feng? What nonsense! Those were Lu Huan's words. Whether it's nonsense or not, you'll find out soon enough. And these were Duan Ling Tian's words. The subsequent scene shocked everyone in the Moon Illumination sect who saw the sky screen's mirror image once again. Facing Lu Huan, who had unleashed all his techniques, Duan Ling Tian cast his True Energy Consolidated Beast. Everyone instantly discovered Duan Ling Tian was already a Perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. True Energy Consolidated Beast was the sign of a Perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. The following scene shocked them even more. They clearly saw the giant beast phenomenon that solidified above Duanling Tian was a dragon. An actual divine dragon.
Dragons, for most of the people present, were undoubtedly a legendary existence. Among the people present, only Feng Wu Dao and a few others had really seen a dragon before. Duanling Tian had formed a divine dragon phenomenon. Moreover, judging by the blood energy surrounding the divine dragon phenomenon, it was obviously condensed from the blood essence as a foundation. This meant Duanling Tian had obtained a divine dragon's blood essence.
For a time, many people, including Jiang Wei, could not help but feel jealous. They were jealous of Duanling Tian's fortuitous encounter. He actually managed to obtain a divine dragon's blood essence before reaching the perfection saint rudiment stage. In the next moment, they could clearly see Duanling Tian's divine dragon phenomenon had easily defeated Lu Huan's relic phenomenon and giant beast phenomenon.
So strong.
It's a divine dragon after all. I didn't expect the giant beast phenomenon Duanling Tian formed for his true energy consolidated beast is actually a divine dragon phenomenon. A group of Moon Illumination sect elders exclaimed. Senior brother Duanling Tian is really heaven-defying. Isn't he? Not only did he break through to the perfection saint rudiment stage, but he has also condensed a heaven-defying phenomenon like the divine dragon phenomenon. Senior brother Duanling Tian is a miracle of the younger generation of Moon Illumination sect. I don't know if senior brother Duanling Tian can defeat Elder Lu Huan. After all, Elder Lu Huan is a paramount saint rudiment stage powerhouse. He has the true energy consolidated territory that's even stronger. The group of Moon Illumination sect's disciples looked expectantly at the screen in the sky. Duanling Tian answered their question through his actions.
Duanling Tian could be seen bringing out a sword before he swung it around. Following that, the air trembled for a moment before Lu Huan's stagnation territory shattered.
When Lu Huan was still in shock, Duanling Tian swung his sword again and chopped off one of Lu Huan's hands.
Because the mirror image was recorded by a saint stage powerhouse, Tai Wu, using the mirror image talisman, every detail was recorded clearly. Even if it was a weaker Moon Illumination sect's disciple, they could see the entire process clearly even though Duanling Tian's attack speed was extremely fast.
So strong. That's terrifying. The Moon Illumination sect, regardless if it was the elders, deacons, or disciples, all of them were dumbfounded by Duanling Tian. Those who had enmity with Duanling Tian, especially, gasped and were drenched in cold sweat. A few moments later, everyone saw Duanling Tian pierced Lu Huan's chest with his sword and killed Lu Huan. At this moment, no one pitied Lu Huan. He had brought this upon himself. After all, he was the one who had intended to kill Duanling Tian first. He has finally avenged Master. At the outer court of the Moon Illumination sect, Ling Yun and Xiong who looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. God bless the Moon Illumination sect. God bless the Moon Illumination sect. The sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, Jiang Wei, and the other Moon Illumination sect's supreme elders were extremely excited due to the appearance of such a monstrous prodigy in the sect. They saw the future of Moon Illumination sect in Duanling Tian. Due to their excitement, they did not even notice Chen Kong's silent departure. When Chen Kong left the group of people, Bai Li Hong had also left his mansion. He was headed toward the monastery gate. He intended to intercept Duanling Tian at the gate and advise him to leave the Moon Illumination sect. Naturally, it was because of Chen Kong he was doing this. In his opinion, Chen Kong would definitely think Duanling Tian was the one who killed Zhao Feng after watching that scene. Based on the way Chen Kong had reacted toward Zhao Feng's death, it was unlikely he would let Duanling Tian go.
As soon as Bai Li Hong had left his mansion, Qian had arrived at Bai Li Hong's mansion. After searching the entire place, he still could not find Duanling Tian. His expression turned grave immediately. Don't tell me he isn't back yet?
The moment he thought of this, he searched the entire Moon Illumination sect with his fastest speed. In the end, he also appeared at somewhere near the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate and waited there. Bai Li Hong. When he arrived near the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate, he instantly noticed Bai Li Hong, and his expression turned grave immediately. However, he did not act rashly in order to not alert Bai Li Hong and immediately concealed himself at the side.
Bai Li Hong was waiting, and so was he. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, was unaware of all that had happened in the Moon Illumination sect. At this moment, he was returning to the Moon Illumination sect, blissfully unaware. Soon after, he saw a black dot in the distance. As he continued moving forward, the tiny black dot began to grow bigger and bigger before it turned into the Moon Illumination sect's estate. The Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate also appeared before his eyes. "I'm back." Upon seeing the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate, a smile flashed across Duan Ling Tian's face. "I'll find a time to return to Mount Hill City to inform teacher about Lu Huan's death. I'm sure teacher will be happy." Duan Ling Tian. At the moment when Duan Ling Tian was walking toward the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate, a thunderous voice resonated in the air. It was so loud that it spread everywhere. Everyone in the Moon Illumination sect's estate also heard this thunderous voice. At this moment, the sky mirror in the sky had also disappeared. Almost everyone in the sect was shocked for a moment before they looked in the direction of the sect's monastery gate. They could all sense there was a show to be watched at the place where the voice came from. The Moon Illumination sect's elders and disciples surged toward the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate. Sect leader Jiang Wei, who was hovering high in the sky, was puzzled. He recognized the owner of the voice. "It's Junior Uncle Qian." "Junior Brother Qian? Senior Brother Qian?" At this moment, the few Moon Illumination sect's saint stage powerhouses, who were also the supreme elders of the sect, could not help but frown. They were confused and could not figure out what was happening at this moment. "Shit!" Jiang Wei was the first to realize what was happening, and horror dawned on him immediately. "Why?" The few Moon Illumination sect's supreme elders looked at Jiang Wei one after another. Junior Uncle Qian just witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength, and he must have come to the conclusion that Duan Ling Tian had killed Zhao Feng. "We must stop him." The moment his words left his mouth, he instantly vanished from his spot, making his way to the sect's monastery gate at his fastest speed. The instant the supreme elders heard his words, they began to figure out what was happening. Horror instantly dawned on them as well. Junior Brother Qian is confused. Senior Brother Qian is being too rash. A few supreme elders snapped inwardly as they followed Jiang Wei at lightning speed. They knew the severity of this matter. They were very familiar with Qian Kong's temper. Since he was certain Duan Ling Tian had the capability to kill Zhao Feng, he definitely would not show any mercy to Duan Ling Tian. He was the kind of person who would rather wrongly kill 1,000 people than let one person go. However, Duan Ling Tian was currently a treasure of the Moon Illumination sect, in their eyes. The future of the sect depended on him. Due to this reason, they would not let Qian Kong harm him. So far, the situation did not look very promising. Even if they arrived in time, Duan Ling Tian would have probably already been killed by Qian Kong. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was also stunned by the sudden angry voice that resonated in the distance. He was momentarily confused. "Junior brother." In the next moment, a familiar voice rang in the air. He could tell it was his senior brother, Bai Li Hong's voice. At this moment, Bai Li Hong's voice was laced with panic. The moment Duan Ling Tian heard Bai Li Hong's voice, he could not help the wave of panic that washed over him as well. At this moment, he felt pressure shrouding his body in just a blink of an eye. Everything in a 100-meter radius around him had turned into a golden ocean in just a flash. Territory. It's not an ordinary Paramount Saint Rudiment Stages territory. This was the first thought that rose in Duan Ling Tian's mind as horror dawned on his face. Even at this moment, he still had no idea what was going on. Why was someone at the Saint stage attacking him? Just when Duan Ling Tian was almost suffocated to death by the golden ocean-like territory, an angry voice entered his ears through voice transmission. "Duan Ling Tian, you're going to accompany my son, Zhao Feng, in the afterworld." The voice made Duan Ling Tian feel like fainting even more. During this critical moment, under the heavy pressure, a vast true energy swept out of Duan Ling Tian's qi and began to flow rapidly through his 99 saint veins. Through the 9 dragons, the true energy completed one great qi circulatory cycle in just a blink of an eye before rushing into Duan Ling Tian's qi. In just a second, the qi located deep in the spot between Duan Ling Tian's eyebrows trembled as though it had exploded. The feeling of fainting appeared again. However, Duan Ling Tian did not feel the pressure time.
Instead, he felt as though his body had become lighter. This was because he had made a breakthrough.
Under the heavy pressure, he had made a breakthrough to the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. He had achieved this effortlessly.
Duanling Tian was originally just a step away from entering the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. All the time he had spent cultivating on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had not been spent in vain.
Due to some reason, he kept having trouble taking the last step into the next stage. The pressure from the territory and thunderous voice transmission of a Saint stage powerhouse had spurred him on and helped him to overcome the critical step and break through to the next stage. After he had broken through to the paramount Saint Rudiment stage, although the pressure from the Golden Ocean still existed, it was no longer as powerful as before.
However, the sense of crisis that was almost suffocating turned stronger instead. At the same time, he could feel a wave of terrifying aura coming toward him at a ridiculously fast speed. Without any hesitation, Duanling Tian immediately activated his strange pupil. His spiritual energy continued to deplete rapidly, causing his image in his vision to slow down.
Duanling Tian seized the chance at this critical moment and quickly took out his Jasper Celestial Sword. A steady flow of true energy surged out from his Qi Si that had expanded after his breakthrough into his Jasper Celestial Sword.
However, Duanling Tian still kept 10% of his true energy to himself. 90% of his true energy was quickly infused into the Jasper Celestial Sword.
At this instant, the Jasper Celestial Sword began to tremble violently as it emitted a piercing and blood-curdling aura. The green energy around the sword even made the air in the surrounding tremble.
Duanling Tian did not have time to think at all. He raised his hand and swung the celestial sword out without any hesitation at all. Duanling Tian realized he was completely calm when lifted his hand up. He felt as though he had just obtained a faint connection to the Jasper Celestial Sword in his hand. The connection was very mysterious. He could feel it, but he found it hard to describe it using words.
Swish! The sound of sword whistling in the air appeared by Duanling Tian's ears before it disappeared.
Under the eyes of the group of Moon Illumination Sect's elders and disciples who had surged out from the Moon Illumination Sect's estate, an ancient figure standing near Duanling Tian was cut into two. At the same time, the golden ocean in the sky also began to vanish.
Junior Uncle Qian.
Junior Brother Qian.
Senior Brother Qian. At the moment when the ancient figure was cut into two by the sword ray, a few sorrowful cries rang out in the air. It was none other than the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, Jiang Wei, and the few supreme elders.
Initially, they felt a little dejected when they thought about Qian Kong killing Duanling Tian. However, the scene that followed without warning had thoroughly shocked them.
Duanling Tian had killed Qian Kong with just one blow. Jiang Wei and the others were not the only ones who were shocked. Even Taiwu, who was hiding high up in the sky, was shocked. Cold sweat began to break out on his forehead.
Lucky! How lucky! At this moment, there was only one thought left in his mind. He felt fortunate he did not try and snatch the mysterious sword from Duanling Tian. Although he felt he was more powerful than Qian Kong, he was not confident he would be able to fully block the sword. The sword was just too fast and too powerful. It had shocked him and made his heart quiver. Although Bai Li Hong was also dumbfounded by Duanling Tian's tyrannical attack, he regained his senses first and quickly urged him, "Junior brother, run." Perhaps he had no idea why Duanling Tian's sword was so terrifying, but he had a feeling it had come with a price. It would probably be difficult for Duanling Tian to attack with the sword again. "I'll protect your family and friends," Bai Li Hong continued to urge him.
Qian Kong. When Duanling Tian heard his words, his mind instantly cleared.
As it turns out, Zhao Feng was really Qian Kong's illegitimate child. Duanling Tian recalled the voice transmission Qian Kong had transmitted to him. He also realized that his speculation before was correct.
However, he was puzzled. How did Qian Kong know he was the one who killed Zhao Feng?
Judging by how angry and threatening Qian Kong was, it was obvious Qian Kong was certain Duanling Tian had killed Zhao Feng. However, Duanling Tian knew he did not have much time to think about this. Qian Kong was a supreme elder of the Moon Illumination Sect. As a saint stage powerhouse, he was like a patron to the sect. He had killed Qian Kong in front of so many people, his crime would not be small. The most important thing was, he was able to kill Qian Kong not because he was powerful, but it was because he had used the Jasper Celestial Sword. He had used 90% of his strength wielding the sword. At this moment, he was only left with 10% of his true energy in his Qi. When he thought of all these, his heart jolted. Senior brother, I'll leave Uncle Feng and the others to you. At this instant, sword Qi roamed freely and waves of sharp tyrannical sword rays swept out in a 100-meter radius. It was similar to a sword territory. This was the territory Duan Ling Tian had mastered after breaking through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. True energy consolidated territory. As for what kind of territory, it was out of Duan Ling Tian's control. After breaking through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, Duan Ling Tian discovered what kind of territory he possessed. It was the 10,000 Swords territory. Duan Ling Tian had a feeling the territory he had consolidated had something to do with the Sovereign Heart Sword. After Duan Ling Tian discovered what kind of territory he had comprehended, it was only natural he knew what his territory could do. 10,000 swords roamed about in a 100-meter radius around him. In the next moment, the 10,000 swords charged toward him quickly as though they were going to pierce his heart. The 10,000 swords looked spectacular. The ear-piercing sound of sword whistling could be heard as the swords swept past. In just a blink of an eye, the 10,000 swords gathered at the bottom of Duan Ling Tian's feet before it transformed and solidified into a dazzling sword. It brought him away at the speed of light as he rapidly disappeared in the distance. What a terrifying territory! It's so fast. That speed far surpassed the speed of an imminent Saint stage powerhouse. It's comparable to a Saint stage powerhouse. Tai Wu, who was watching from high above, was shocked as well. However, his face doesn't look well. It's obvious the mysterious sword had depleted a lot of his true energy. It's unlikely he'll able to attack with the sword again for now. As a Saint stage powerhouse, Tai Wu was naturally observant. He could easily see through Duan Ling Tian's current situation. Due to this reason, he instantly chased after him. As soon as Tai Wu gave chase to Duan Ling Tian, Zhang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, and the few supreme elders regained their senses. They had an appalled expression on their faces as they also chased after Duan Ling Tian. It did not cross their minds that thing would turn out this way. Duan Ling Tian had killed Qian Kong. Who was Qian Kong? He was the older generation's powerhouse in the Moon Illumination sect, a veteran who had lived together with them in the sect. However, he had died before their eyes. The person who killed him was a Moon Illumination sect's disciple. All of them held Duan Ling Tian in high regard and felt that if he continued to grow, he would definitely bring glory to the Moon Illumination sect. However, things had developed to this stage. Everything was out of their control now. It would not have been too bad if they were the only ones who witnessed Duan Ling Tian killing Qian Kong. The problem was more than half of the people in the sect had witnessed it as well. Although Qian Kong was the Moon Illumination sect's supreme elder and many disciples had not seen him before, there were still some elders and disciples who recognized him. If the person who killed Qian Kong, a supreme elder of Moon Illumination sect, was nurtured by the sect and became the sect leader in the future, the sect would turn into a huge joke. Due to this reason, they knew Duan Ling Tian could no longer remain in the sect the instant he killed Qian Kong. Since he could no longer remain here, he might resent the Moon Illumination sect due to Qian Kong's matter. There was only one option left to them, and it was to kill Duan Ling Tian now to avoid trouble in the future. They could not take any risk. Duan Ling Tian would be a potential threat to the Moon Illumination sect when he grew stronger. They must eliminate the threat while it was still in its infancy. At this moment, Bai Li Hong was relegated to the back burner. Although a 3-star Saint Inscription Master was very rare, it was negligible in the face of the life or death of their sect. Before they chased after Duan Ling Tian, Zhang Wei, the sect leader, did not forget to instruct the few vice sect leaders, keep an eye on Bai Li Hong. Don't let him and the people in his mansion leave. The moment the few vice sect leaders heard these words, they instantly went to Bai Li Hong's mansion and intercepted Bai Li Hong in a timely manner when he was about to leave with Feng Wu Dao and the others. Elder Bai Li, sect leader, has given an order that none of you can leave this place. Please forgive us for this offense, one of the vice sect leaders said as they surrounded Bai Li Hong and the others. Bai Li Hong did not panic at all when faced with the few vice sect leaders. Instead, he asked nonchalantly, "Guys, let's make a trade, shall we?" "What trade?" The few vice sect leaders frowned. If you let me go, I'm willing to give each of you a saint weapon inscribed with 3 3-star saint inscriptions, Bai Li Hong replied. Bai Li Hong's words instantly made the few vice sect leaders' eyes lit up. Are you serious?
I can swear on the lightning penalty oath. However, it's not convenient for me to take the lightning penalty oath in the sect now. I'm sure all of you wouldn't want the 99 heavenly tribulations resonance being seen by the others, right? Bai Li Hong asked again. Let's go. The few vice sect leaders exchanged glances with each other immediately. Not only did they disobey the sect leader's order, but they also escorted Bai Li Hong, Feng Wudao, and the others to leave the Moon Illumination sect's estate. Naturally, nobody noticed they had left due to how stealthy they were. They had come to this decision because Bai Li Hong's offer was too enticing. Let alone them, even the sect leaders and the supreme elders did not have a saint weapon with 3 3-star saint inscriptions. In their opinion, it was not important if Bai Li Hong lived or died. The most important thing to them is the benefits they would get. As for sect leader Jiang Wei, they could shirk the responsibility and say they failed to chase after Bai Li Hong. When Bai Li Hong arrived at a place far from the Moon Illumination sect's estate, he swore by the lightning penalty oath and struck a deal with the vice sect leaders before they finally let Bai Li Hong leave. Although they had not obtained the saint weapons with 3 3-star saint inscriptions yet, they were not afraid that Bai Li Hong would renege on the deal since he had sworn by the lightning penalty oath. Bai Li Hong had sworn to give them a saint weapon with 3 3-star saint inscriptions each after 3 years. 3 years were not long to them. Naturally, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, Jiang Wei, was unaware of this. Otherwise, he would be angered to the point of throwing up blood. While Bai Li Hong brought Feng Wudao and the others away from the Moon Illumination sect, near the Moon Illumination sect's estate's monastery gate, the group of Moon Illumination sect's elders, deacons, and disciples finally regained their senses. The incident earlier had greatly shocked them. Those Moon Illumination sect's elders, in particular, who recognized Qian Kong, muttered bewilderedly, Duan Ling Tian actually killed Elder Qian Kong? How's that possible? Elder Qian Kong was a supreme elder of our sect and he was a saint stage powerhouse. Why had he his been? Impossible. Impossible. How can Duan Ling Tian be so powerful? The group of Moon Illumination sect's elders was in a great shock. Some of them even used various methods to check if they were dreaming. Elder Qian Kong? Supreme Elder? Saint Stage Powerhouse? Naturally, the disciples of the sect had also heard the elder's words. The identity of the old man who was killed instantly began to spread. Qian Kong was a Supreme Elder of Moon Illumination sect and a Saint Stage Powerhouse. My goodness! I'm not dreaming, right? Senior brother Duan Ling Tian first killed Elder Lu Huan and now Elder Qian Kong? Elder Qian Kong was a Saint Stage Powerhouse for Lord's sake. A Saint Stage Powerhouse is basically invincible compared to martial and Dao cultivators below the Saint Stage. Don't tell me senior brother Duan Ling Tian is actually a Saint Stage Powerhouse, too. When senior brother Duan Ling Tian left, it seems like he had used his true energy consolidated territory. His strength is not as simple as the one he had shown Elder Lu Huan. The true energy consolidated territory is the trademark of a paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Powerhouse, so senior brother Duan Ling Tian must at least be at the paramount Saint Rudiment Stage now. What paramount Saint Rudiment Stage? In my opinion, senior brother Duan Ling Tian is originally a Saint Stage Powerhouse. Otherwise, how can he kill Elder Qian Kong? I also think senior brother Duan Ling Tian is a Saint Stage Powerhouse. The group of Moon Illumination sect's disciples buried their heads together in a discussion. When each of them mentioned Duan Ling Tian, respect and shock could be seen on their faces. It was not only them, but even the sect elders did not realize how exhausting it was for Duan Ling Tian after he had killed Elder Qian Kong. Apart from Mountain Shade Black Market's Taiwu, the few Saint Stage powerhouses and Jiang Wei could see the strike had taken a toll on Duan Ling Tian. They knew it would be difficult for Duan Ling Tian to strike that powerfully again for the time being, so they immediately chased after him. Otherwise, would they really dare to chase after someone who had killed Qian Kong with just a swing of the sword? Naturally, apart from trying to eliminate future trouble, the main reason chased after Duan Ling Tian was to see the unique sword in his hands. As Saint Stage powerhouses, apart from having extraordinary eyesights,
They also possessed insight that was far superior to ordinary martial artists.
At that moment when Duanling Tian brandished that sword, they could clearly see the aura on Duanling Tian's body was not powerful. What was powerful was the sword in his hand. The few Saint Stage powerhouses, including the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, Jiangwei, also began to have greedy thoughts about the sword in Duanling Tian's hands. Due to this reason, they instantly pursued Duanling Tian without a second thought.
Far ahead of them, Duanling Tian's face turned paler and paler as he moved forward on his sword. When he swung his sword to kill Qian Kong earlier, it had looked deceptively simple, but in fact, he had depleted 90% of his true energy. He had used his remaining true energy to cast his true energy consolidated territory, the 10,000 Swords territory, to quickly leave the Moon Illumination sect. One had to admit the flying sword's speed was fast. However, this was the exact cause of its heavy consumption of a lot of his true energy. Duanling Tian did not fly too far before he noticed the true energy in his body had almost reached zero, and his spiritual energy in his mind had almost reached zero as well due to the strange pupil he had cast earlier.
Currently, Duanling Tian felt extremely unwell mentally.
What should I do?
The few Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect will definitely come after me. After killing Qian Kong, Duanling Tian had noticed the few figures flying out from the sky above Moon Illumination sect's estate were the few Saint Stage powerhouses of the sect.
Although he had killed Qian Kong with just a strike, it was mainly because of the Jasper Celestial Sword.
If he did not have the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would only be invincible against those below the Saint Stage even if he had broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage.
Without the Jasper Celestial Sword, he might not even be able to defeat the weakest powerhouse at the Saint Stage, let alone killing a Saint Stage powerhouse with just one strike. Currently, it was nearly impossible for him to use the Jasper Celestial Sword since it had used up 90% of his true energy.
They're getting closer to you. At the same time, Elder Hua's voice resonated from Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, reminding him of the approaching danger.
Elder Hua, what should I do now? Duanling Tian smiled wryly. Not only did the flying sword under his feet become slow, but it had also begun to dissipate as though it would vanish completely at any given time. Find a place free of disturbance and place the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda there. As long as they don't completely destroy the surrounding, you should be safe, Elder Hua said after a moment of silence. The moment Elder Hua's words left his mouth, Duanling Tian immediately guessed what he meant. This might work. The moment the idea popped into Duanling Tian's mind, he did not hesitate. He descended from the sky with his sword before putting it away and entered a dense forest immediately. Soon after, a huge boulder appeared before his eyes. This is it. Duanling Tian mobilized his remaining true energy and lifted the huge boulder. Then, he dug a hole underneath the boulder and threw the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda inside. After that, he put the huge boulder down and entered the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda with just a thought. Boom!
When Duanling Tian placed the huge boulder down, the little hole that housed the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda that had transformed into a speck of dust was completely concealed.
In such circumstances, unless the pursuers destroyed the surrounding environment in a frenzy, it would be impossible for them to force Duanling Tian to appear. After Duanling Tian had entered the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, he instantly went to the third level to recover his true energy and spiritual energy. This was the most important thing to him now. When Duanling Tian hid himself, Tai Wu, the Saint Stage powerhouse from the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in the 9-Sect Alliance's district, had appeared in the sky above the forest Duanling Tian was hiding in. Hiding, are you? Looking at the forest beneath his feet, he smirked coldly. In the next instant, his eyes narrowed and he hid himself as well as though he had noticed something. The moment Tai Wu hid himself, Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, and the supreme elders appeared above the forest. They all came to a halt and began searching their surroundings. His aura seems to have disappeared right around here, Jiang Wei said with a frown.
Let's search around here. The group of Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect split up and began to search. Some patrolled in the sky while some entered the forest to do a thorough search. As Saint Stage powerhouses, their spiritual energies had already formed the divine consciousness.
Everything in the scope of their divine consciousness would be visible to them. In the sky above, Tai Wu, who was hiding, began to turn grave. He was not afraid of the saint stage powerhouses in Moon Illumination sect. However, he was no match for them if they joined forces. Due to this reason, he felt extremely anxious. He was afraid Jiang Wei and the others would beat him to it and snatch the mysterious sword away from Duan Ling Tian's hands. There was nothing he could do now except to silently watch by the side. I hope you've hidden yourself well and not let them discover you. Otherwise, you'll really disappoint me, Tai Wu thought to himself. It was apparent his words were meant for Duan Ling Tian. One could just imagine how speechless Duan Ling Tian would be if he heard these words. As Tai Wu continued to feel anxious, the Moon Illumination sect's people searched the surrounding for a whole hour. In the end, they regrouped and discovered all of their efforts had been in vain. Tai Wu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. We didn't get him. Jiang Wei frowned. However, it's clear his aura had vanished here. Don't tell me he can fly underground. Maybe he has a way to mask his aura to avoid discovery. A Moon Illumination sect's Supreme Elder speculated. It's possible. Another Supreme Elder of the sect agreed. I guess this is the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, how can a martial cultivator who has not even entered the saint stage escape our divine consciousness? In the end, the few saint stage powerhouses of Moon Illumination sect, including Jiang Wei, came to a conclusion. How could they have guessed that the Seven Treasures Exquisite would mask Duan Ling Tian's aura as soon as he entered it? The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had such an ability because it was a celestial supreme treasure. I suppose we can only split up to find him. Soon after, the few saint stage powerhouses of the sect came to an agreement again. They split into groups of threes to thoroughly search for Duan Ling Tian's tracks. When Tai Wu saw the people from Moon Illumination sect had split up, he did not instantly reveal himself. His expression was calm, as though he was waiting for something. Soon after, Jiang Wei and the Supreme Elders gathered again. It was apparent their departure earlier was just an act to lure Duan Ling Tian out, since they were uncertain if he was still in the area. At this moment, they were certain he was no longer in the area and finally split in three directions to look for him. Tai Wu finally came out of hiding at this moment. Hermf! If it wasn't because I was the closest to him and knew that he's hiding here, I would have also been deceived like those trash from the Moon Illumination sect. After Tai Wu appeared, he looked down at the forest beneath his feet and chuckled coldly. Based on his words, it was obvious he was certain Duan Ling Tian was still in the area. Duan Ling Tian, although I've no idea what kind of secret tactic you used to hide yourself, you'll still have to reveal yourself before me today, no matter how great your secret tactic is. As Tai Wu chuckled to himself, he stretched both his arms out. At that instant, a vast rolling true energy surged out from his arms. As though they had transformed into two magnificent dragons, they bellowed and howled as they swept out. In the next moment, the two magnificent dragons transformed from his true energy descended into the forest like two huge long whips. The air seemed to disappear and the sound of danger appeared in their wake. Bang! Bang! At the same time, the two magnificent dragons also caused the ground to quake. Although the two magnificent dragons did not crash against the huge boulder the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was hiding under, due to the trembling of the ground, the huge boulder had overturned. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was instantly sent flying by the earthquake. Before the fourth level was restored, the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was still unstable. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian, who was hiding inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to recover his true energy and spiritual energy, had also been sent out by the earthquake. Due to the fact that he did not have much of his true energy left, when Duan Ling Tian was sent out, he rolled on the ground and he was covered in dust from head to toe. He appeared extremely wretched. Damn it! He regained his senses at this moment and realized what he dreaded the most had happened. He knew there was a risk hiding in this manner since he did not know if his pursuers would destroy the surroundings. He would be kicked out of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda if they destroyed the surroundings. He had no other option at that time, so he had to take a risk. Who knew he would be so unlucky? I can't believe it failed. Duan Ling Tian, who felt unlucky, sighed inwardly. He instantly shifted his gaze to the figure descending from the sky. He could not help but frown when he saw the black figure. He doesn't seem like one of the saint stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect. Besides, his vibe is different from those from the Moon Illumination sect.
The person descending from the sky was none other than Tian Wu.
Duan Ling Tian. After Tai Wu appeared, he studied Duan Ling Tian curiously. You have quite a lot of tricks up your sleeves. You even managed to trick those trash from the Moon Illumination sect. Unfortunately, you're still too naive to try and trick me. Tai Wu.
Who are you? Duan Ling Tian's face turned grave immediately. He realized he was right. The black-clad man before him was not from the Moon Illumination sect. He even dared to call the saint stage powerhouses of the Moon Illumination sect trash. It seemed like he was even more powerful than the saint stage powerhouses from the sect.
My identity isn't important. You only need to know that you'll die in my hands today. Tai Wu replied nonchalantly. Although Tai Wu could be considered as a high-ranking official in the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in the 9-Sect Alliances district, he was still an assassin after all. All Mountain Shade Black Markets assassins had sworn on the lightning penalty oath that they would not reveal their identities.
I have no enmity with you, so why do you want to kill me? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he asked in a deep voice when he heard Tai Wu's words. You and I have no enmity with each other. However, it's unfortunate that a man's wealth can be the cause of his own ruin due to others' greed. I've taken a liking to the sword in your hand. Tai Wu smiled sinisterly. A hint of greed could be seen in his eyes.
Sword. When Duan Ling Tian heard Tai Wu's words, he was puzzled. However, he soon regained his senses and realized he was referring to his Jasper Celestial Sword.
Stop acting dumb. You've barely broken through to the saint stage, and yet you could kill Qian Kong with the help of that sword. It was the sword that helped you, right?
Although Qian Kong was trash, he was still a saint stage powerhouse no matter what. If you didn't have that sword, you wouldn't have been able to kill him with just a strike. Tai Wu smirked.
Are you talking about this? Duan Ling Tian asked. He raised his hand as the Jasper Celestial Sword appeared.
When Tai Wu saw the Jasper Celestial Sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand, his eyes lit up immediately.
If you're interested in this sword, I'll give it to you under the condition that you can actually wield it. Duan Ling Tian turned his hand and gripped the sword's sheath before presenting the sword's hilt to Tai Wu as though he was really giving it to him.
Seeing how easygoing Duan Ling Tian was, Tai Wu became guarded immediately. Instead of taking the sword, he asked solemnly, Boy, what tricks are you playing now? What tricks can I play? Duan Ling Tian mocked himself. If I still have any tricks left to play, would I be standing here talking nonsense with you?
You're an almighty saint stage powerhouse. Don't tell me you're so scared that you don't even dare to touch the sword I'm giving you. Duan Ling Tian emphasized on the word giving a lot.
When Tai Wu heard his words, he returned to his senses and realized Duan Ling Tian had no energy left to activate the precious sword in his hands. Otherwise, just like Duan Ling Tian said, he would not be wasting time talking nonsense. He would have already used his sword.
The way Duan Ling Tian had wielded the sword to kill Qian Kong was still vivid in his mind.
Although the sword seemed common, it actually contained formidable energy. The wave of energy the sword had emitted even made his soul tremble. There was no doubt he would have died if that sword was aimed at him.
After Tai Wu thought it over, he put his heart to rest and reached out to take the Jasper Celestial Sword that Duan Ling Tian passed to him.
However, his expression changed in the next instant. He discovered the Jasper Celestial Sword that was as light as a feather in Duan Ling Tian's hand was alarmingly heavy in his hand. He could not lift it even after he used all his strength. After a long while, Tai Wu withdrew his hands and asked in his deep voice, Boy, what's going on?
You're a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, but you can wield the sword freely. So why can't I lift it?
In his opinion, there had to be secret regarding the sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand. He would have to find out and master the secret if he wanted to lift the sword.
I've given you the sword. You can't blame me if you can't lift it. Duan Ling Tian sighed as he shook his head.
Tai Wu did not notice the dread in the depth of Duan Ling Tian's eyes had disappeared. It was now calm as though his mind had undergone a huge change.
Boy, you must have tricked me. Tai Wu's face paled and turned green as he snarled, I'm warning you, you better tell me the secret of the sword if you're sensible. Otherwise, I'll still kill you even if I can't obtain the sword.
When he reached the end of his sentence, A murderous gleam appeared in his eyes as though he wanted to devour someone. What trick can I pull? Duan Ling Tian continued to shake his head. There was no fear on Duan Ling Tian's face as Tai Wu had expected. He was calm as though he did not take Tai Wu's threat seriously. Boy, do you doubt my words? Do you think I won't kill you? Tai Wu asked coldly as his expression turned grave.
Duan Ling Tian smiled nonchalantly but did not respond.
Boy, I can destroy you or kill you if I want to. I'm warning you, you better cooperate with me obediently. I might spare your life if I'm in a good mood, Tai Wu smirked. You can destroy me? When Duan Ling Tian heard Tai Wu's words, he was dumbfounded. He did not know what he meant by this at all. You must not know of the interesting things that happened in the Moon Illumination sect before you returned, right? Tai Wu smiled sinisterly. Although I don't know why Chen Kong wanted to kill you, there's no place for you in the Moon Illumination sect even if you didn't kill him. The punishment for killing an inner court elder is death in the sect.
Killing a Moon Illumination sect's inner court elder?
Are you talking about Lu Huan? Duan Ling Tian frowned. He was even more confused by Tai Wu's words. I don't know Lu Huan, but the Moon Illumination sect's elder whom you killed had already reached the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. He must be a Moon Illumination sect's inner court elder. Tai Wu snorted.
You might be unaware, but I've recorded the entire scene of you killing the inner court elder with the mirror image talisman and broadcasted it to the entire sect before you returned. However, Tai Wu was in the dark, nothing that would happen to Duan Ling Tian even if he were exposed for killing Lu Huan if he did not kill Qian Kong.
Lu Huan only had himself to blame for his own death. Although he died, nobody in the Moon Illumination sect felt any sympathy for him at all. Everyone felt he was to blame and deserved to die. As for Jiang Wei and the others, they even regarded Duan Ling Tian as a treasure after witnessing his strength. If the incident with Chen Kong did not happen, they would have nurtured him to become the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect even if it was not for Bai Lihong's sake. Oh, I see. When Duan Ling Tian heard Tai Wu's words, some of the questions in his heart found their answers. No wonder Chen Kong wanted to kill me. He actually found out about my true strength. Naturally, he would think I have something to do with Zhao Feng's death. This suddenly dawned on Duan Ling Tian. Boy, I'll give you another 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, if you don't tell me the secret of this sword, I'll kill you. When he finished saying that, as though trying to prove a point, he even swore on the lightning penalty oath. Boom, 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 boom.
When the 99 heavenly tribulations sounded in the air, Tai Wu faced Duan Ling Tian triumphantly. It was as though he was not worried Duan Ling Tian would refuse to tell him the sword's secret.
Ha 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 ha. When Duan Ling Tian saw Tai Wu swearing on the lightning penalty oath, he laughed unrestrainedly.
What are you laughing about? Tai Wu flew into a rage out of humiliation.
Laughing at your ignorance. After Duan Ling Tian stopped laughing, he said nonchalantly, however, since you like swearing using the lightning penalty oath, I'll just play with you then.
Then he also swore on the lightning penalty oath. If I know how to let this person wield the sword in my hands, I'll be struck to death by the lightning penalty. Duan Ling Tian swore.
Duan Ling Tian was not punished by the lightning penalty at all after swearing. This proved he was not lying. You don't know how I can use it? Impossible. Impossible.
How can you use it then?
You're just an ant at the Saint Rudiment stage, so how can you use that sword when a Saint stage powerhouse, can't even lift it? Tai Wu's face turned grave immediately when he realized Duan Ling Tian was not lying.
He originally had a perfect plan.
As long as he obtained the sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand, he would be able to leave the 9 Sect Alliance's district, this shitty place, and back to the higher-level Mountain Shade Black Markets branch.
Not only did he want to go back, but he also wanted to kill all those that had gone against him previously.
However, the truth of the matter was he could not use the sword he had dreamed about. The universe is huge. Nothing's impossible. Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently.
Since I can't use it, you can't use it as well. Die. Die. Tai Wu's gaze suddenly narrowed as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. After Tai Wu snarled at Duan Ling Tian, he was so furious that he mobilized the true energy in his body, intending to kill Duan Ling Tian. At the moment when Tai Wu was angered to the point of being irrational, Duanling Tian said indifferently, "Unfortunately, you don't stand a chance anymore." At the same time, he casually threw an item out. A stone tablet with a chipped corner appeared out of thin air. After Duanling Tian threw it out, it seemed as though it had transformed into a bomb as it furiously flew at Tai Wu as though it had been injected with a booster. Slam! Before Tai Wu managed to react, the stone tablet had already slammed against his body. In the next instant, although there was no wound that could be seen on his body, his entire body suddenly fell forward. The eyes that were glaring at him had turned dim as though he had lost his soul. He indeed had lost his soul. To be more precise, his soul had been suppressed. The item that suppressed his soul was none other than the Devil Seal tablet. Earlier when Tai Wu tried to take the Jasper Celestial Sword from his hand with all his strength, Duanling Tian had discovered he was a devil cultivator. He did not feel worried anymore once he discovered Tai Wu was a devil cultivator. With his cultivation base at the Saint Rudiment stage, a devil cultivation at the first level of the Saint stage had no way to escape the Devil Seal tablet in his hands at all. The Saint stage was split into many different stages. Previously, Duanling Tian had heard from his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, that the strongest powerhouse in the 9 Sect Alliances district was at the peak of the first stage of the Saint stage. In the entire 9 Sect Alliances district, there were only 2 powerhouses who had achieved that. It was said that the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in the 9 Sect Alliances district was one of them. After killing Tai Wu, taking his spatial ring, and destroying his body to get rid of all the evidence, Duanling Tian immediately left the forest that was destroyed by Tai Wu. Currently, the most important thing for him was to find a secluded place to recuperate and build his strength. As for the other matters, he would make a decision once he had regained his true energy and spiritual energy. The group of Moon Illumination Sect's Saint Stage powerhouses, including sect leader Jiang Wei, had been pursuing and searching for Duanling Tian for more than 10 days. In the end, their efforts were all in vain, and they returned to the Moon Illumination Sect in disappointment. When they returned to the Moon Illumination Sect, Jiang Wei heard that Bai Li Hong had already escaped with the others. He instantly flew into a rage. He was not stupid. The first thought that popped up in his mind was the vice sect leaders must have let Bai Li Hong go. However, what could he do even if he knew the truth? Could he sentence them to death or kick them out of the Moon Illumination Sect? The vice sect leaders were all at the imminent Saint stage, and all of them were the backbone of the Moon Illumination Sect. Moreover, they might break through to the Saint stage at any given time. It was because Jiang Wei could not do anything at all even though he was furious. The reason the vice sect leaders of Moon Illumination Sect dared to make their own decisions and let Bai Li Hong go was also due to this. No matter what, Moon Illumination Sect's Chen Kong was dead, and Bai Li Hong was now gone. Along with the loss of the peerless genius, Duanling Tian, the sect had suffered an immeasurable loss. Due to this reason, sect leader Jiang Wei was in a bad mood for a time. Although he did not continue and pursue Duanling Tian, it did not mean that he had given up. He had secretly sent out elders whom he trusted to search for him. If the Moon Illumination Sect manages to obtain that sword, it's not impossible for the sect to rise up to the top of the 9 sects in one fell swoop. When he remembered the mysterious and precious sword Duanling Tian used to kill Chen Kong, he felt enthusiastic immediately. He must obtain that sword. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was hiding in a secluded place and cultivating on the 3rd floor of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. More than 10 days had passed outside, and a month had passed on the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The true energy in Duanling Tian's body had also almost fully recovered, while his spiritual energy was fully recovered. He did not stop cultivating because he was strengthening his cultivation base at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. His breakthrough to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage was done in haste, so his cultivation was not completely stable. He had seized the opportunity to stabilize it. After he had strengthened his cultivation base, he would return to the Moon Illumination Sect. His heart was filled with worries for Bai Li Hong, his family, and friends. Although he was worried, he did not think the Moon Illumination Sect would sentence them to death since it would bring the sect more harm than good. In his opinion, as a 7th-rate force, the Moon Illumination Sect would not do such a foolish thing. When Duanling Tian was strengthening his cultivation base at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, the Azure Cloud Mansion far away was in chaos as well. Whoosh! A rapid figure landed like the wind on the islands that were hovering in the sky. Elder Rong! Elder Rong! When the rows of black-armored guards patrolling the islands in the sky saw the figure slowing down, they came to a halt and bowed respectfully. This Elder Rong was an old man. He was dressed in a gray robe, and he had white brows and hair and a ruddy complexion. The aura he exuded was similar to a sage. However, his expression was grave at this moment, after he nodded indifferently at the black-armored guards he encountered. His body flashed as he increased his speed. Soon after, he entered the most splendid building on the Sky Islands. Lord Mansion Master. Soon after, the old man saw the Mansion Master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng. Elder Rong, why are you in such a hurry? Has something happened? Duan Rufeng asked. The old man had followed him for many years. He was the only one responsible for collecting intelligence. Unless something had happened, it was unlikely he would come looking for him in such a hurry. Mansion Master, if my memory is right, young master's name is Duanling Tian, right? The old man asked after taking a deep breath. That's right. Duan Rufeng nodded before asking joyfully, what? Elder Ku has brought Tianer back already? No. Facing the joyous Duan Rufeng, the old man merely shook his head and smiled wryly before he continued to say, I've received news that the Dragon Clan is now secretly searching for a young man called Duanling Tian. It's said that this is an order personally issued by the clan leader of the Dragon Clan. Moreover, a portrait has also been circulating in the Dragon Clan's intelligence department. This is copied by my underling, and I can see this person resembles you a little. Due to this reason, I suspect the person the Dragon Clan is looking for is young Mansion Master. The old man raised his hand and took out a portrait before passing it to Duan Rufeng. Duan Rufeng flattened the portrait and took a look. His gaze froze immediately. With just a glance, he knew the man in the portrait was his son, Duanling Tian. What's going on? My son's still on the mortal continent. How could he possibly have offended the Dragon Clan? Duan Rufeng's face was slightly grave. He had to be cautious since this matter concerned the Dragon Clan. Although his Azure Cloud Mansion did not fear the Dragon Clan at all, he could not help but worry about his son's safety since it was obvious they were not looking for his son to have a cup of tea. I feel puzzled as well. By right, young Mansion Master should be on mortal continent. Besides, Mansion Master, you said you've left a voice transmission jade slip for young Mansion Master, and you even had Kumi, that old fella, wait for him at the southern border of the Dao Martial Saint Land. If he has left the mortal continent, he should have gone to look for Kumi. However, up until now there's no news. The old man was the chief overseer of Azure Cloud Mansion's intelligence department. He could be considered as Duan Rufeng's eyes and ears in the Dao Martial Saint Land. He would know immediately if there was any disturbance or trouble in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, he was not bothered with those small, inconspicuous sects at all. Something must have gone wrong. Duan Rufeng's eyes gleamed before he said in his deep voice, Rong Yuan, I plan to make a trip back to Cloud Continent. Later, inform the madam and tell her I'm going out to oversee some matter. Remember not to say anything about this to madam. I'm afraid she'll be worried. Rong Yuan, apart from being the chief overseer of Azure Cloud Mansion's intelligence department, was also Duan Rufeng's right arm. After hearing Duan Rufeng's words, he quickly responded respectfully, yes. Duan Rufeng, on the other hand, immediately left the Azure Cloud Mansion after giving out his order. He left on his own without bringing anyone else. His destination was none other than the southern district of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Lord Mansion Master? Kumi, who had been waiting at the southern region by the shoreline of the Dao Martial Saint Land, did not expect the Lord Mansion Master to make a personal visit. He was extremely shocked. When Duan Rufeng saw the old man dressed entirely in a gray robe, he said expressionlessly, Kumi, follow me to Cloud Continent. The moment he finished speaking, he immediately left for Cloud Continent. The old man did not dare to slack and instantly followed him. Although this old man was also dressed entirely in gray like Rong Yuan, compared to Rong Yuan's sage-like appearance, he was the extreme opposite.
He emitted a chilling aura as though he was a ghost. Apart from that, he was also holding a cane.
If Han Xuan'ai was here, she would be able to recognize in one glance that this old man was the person who blocked her way when she brought the group of men from the Green Wave Han Mansion to leave the Dao Marshal Saint Land from the southern side in a mighty formation.
With just his strength alone, the old man managed to block the powerhouses from the Green Wave Han Mansion. Moreover, even Mu Yi, the strongest powerhouse beside her, was also very respectful to the old man. During the journey, Duan Rufeng said, "Kumi, Rong Yuan brought back news saying the Dragon Clan is looking for my son."
Although his tone was calm, Kumi could still sense the coldness in his voice. "Young Mansion Master?
Isn't young Mansion Master still on Cloud Continent?" Upon hearing that, Kumi's emotion was stirred as well.
"You've been waiting here for a long time. Did you encounter anything out of the ordinary? Did any powerhouse leave the Dao Marshal Saint Land and head in the Cloud Continent's direction?"
Duan Rufeng asked. "There was indeed a group of people who went south 2 days ago," Kumi replied after a moment of silence. "They're from the Green Wave Han Mansion, but they did not go to Cloud Continent. They searched for a long time in the sea region as though they were looking for someone. However, they didn't find what they were looking for." "Have you seen anybody from the Dragon Clan?" Duan Rufeng asked again. "Anyone from the Dragon Clan?" When Kumi heard his words, his heart clenched a little before he replied, "A year ago, Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon from the Dragon Clan, did pass by, and I spoke to him a little. According to him, he was heading to an island a distance away from Cloud Continent. He had just returned from there not long ago. Although he was smiling, it seemed as though he was feeling defeated. This must be it. It must have something to do with Diju." When Duan Rufeng heard this, his face turned grave immediately. The instant Kumi heard his words, he seemed to have guessed something. His expression changed drastically at once. "Mansion Master, I've been careless.
If something really happened to young Mansion Master because of Diju, I, Kumi, will kill Diju even if I die in the Dragon Clan's hands." Kumi's words were said coldly. "There's no point in saying all these now. The most important thing is to head to Cloud Continent to learn more about the situation. Since the Dragon Clan is looking for my son, I'm sure my son is safe at the moment." When Duan Rufeng thought of this, he heaved a sigh of relief. Moreover, after he recalled the old prophet's words, he put his heart to rest again.
According to the old prophet, Duan Rufeng's son had a long life.
The moment Duan Rufeng and Kumi realized some conflict might have arisen between the Dragon Clan's clansmen and Duan Lingtian, they instantly increased their speed as they headed south to Cloud Continent. With their speed, it did not take them long before they arrived on Cloud Continent. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all these. After strengthening his cultivation base at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, he left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda.
After leaving the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the first thing Duan Lingtian did was to head back to somewhere near the Moon Illumination sect and lurk there for a few days. In the end, an opportunity presented itself, and he knocked out a Moon Illumination sect's inner court disciple who was returning to the sect. He disguised himself and took his inner court disciple's order token. He managed to enter the Moon Illumination sect freely and unobstructed. After entering the Moon Illumination sect's estate, he instantly went to the inner court district. Soon after, he learned that Bai Lihong had long brought Feng Wu Dao and the others away from the Moon Illumination sect. He instantly sighed in relief.
Since Senior Brother has already brought Uncle Feng and the others away, that means they're safe. With Senior Brother's strength and his identity as a 3-star Saint Inscription Master, even if he leaves the 9-sect Alliance's district,
there's no need for him to worry about not having a place to go. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he put his heart to rest.
After making sure that Bai Lihong and the others were safe, Duan Lingtian went to the outer court to take a quick look at Lingyu and Xionghu.
However, as it turned out, they were both not in. Did something happen to them? Duan Lingtian did not investigate further since he was worried his identity would be exposed.
He left the sect and went to Mount Hill City. However, he did not show himself.
Who knew if the Moon Illumination sect had sent someone to the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City to wait for him to show up?
Duan Lingtian asked around in the vicinity of Mount Hill City and learned that Fang Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City, was not implicated in the incident at all. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. I guess the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect is not completely unscrupulous, Duanling Tian muttered to himself as he left Mound Hill City. After leaving Mound Hill City, an idea popped up in Duanling Tian's mind, so he made up his mind and headed to Han River City instead. I wonder if Senior Brother brought Uncle Feng and the others to Han River City after they left the Moon Illumination sect? I suppose I'll try my luck there. Perhaps I might even obtain some useful news. Han River City was the main city in the 9 Sect Alliances district. Naturally, the news circulating there came directly from the source as well. Duanling Tian knew his way around Han River City very well since he had been here before. Once he arrived in Han River City, he stayed for a few days in a restaurant as he listened to things that were happening in the 9 Sect Alliances through the discussions between martial and Dao cultivators who came from different places. He was surprised when he learned the incident in the Moon Illumination sect did not spread out at all. Be it the death of a Moon Illumination sect Saint Stage powerhouse or the departure of Bai Li Hong from the Moon Illumination sect, both news did not spread out at all. Duanling Tian found the entire thing a little strange. He was unaware that after the few Saint Stage powerhouses returned to the sect when they failed to find him, sect leader Jiang Wei had ordered the inner and outer court elders to make the inner and outer court disciples swear on the lightning penalty oath that they would not reveal the incident that had taken place that day. The incident they meant undoubtedly referred to the incident of Duanling Tian killing Qian Kong and Bai Li Hong's departure from the sect. Any one of those incidents was more than enough to shake the foundation of the Moon Illumination sect. After all, Qian Kong was one of the few Saint Stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect. Bai Li Hong, on the other hand, was the only 3-star Saint Inscription Master in the sect. If outsiders found out Qian Kong had died and Bai Li Hong had left the Moon Illumination sect, it would no doubt deal a heavy blow to the sect. Although Duanling Tian stayed for a few days in Han River City, he did not directly ask any questions at all. At this moment, he was in a daze. Where he should go now? In his opinion, the 9 Sect Alliances district was not an entirely safe place. Due to this reason, he did not plan to stay long in the 9 Sect Alliances district. The Dao Martial Saint Land situation was more or less similar to Cloud Continent. The closer it was to the central district, the more powerful the martial and Dao cultivators were. There were many sects there. Many of them were 6th-rate forces or higher. I'll head north to the capital of Windfall Nation. Soon after, Duanling Tian made a decision. Previously, when he was still in the Moon Illumination sect, Duanling Tian had already learned about the forces surrounding the 9 Sect Alliances. He knew that the large expanse of land at the northern district of the 9 Sect Alliances belonged to a 6th-rate Saint Nation known as Windfall Nation. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, apart from sects and clans, there was also Saint Nations. These Saint Nations were originally clans. However, they refused to ally with any forces and ruled the vast expanse of their land and surrounding, creating their own territories and forming nations. More than half of the 9 great sects in the 9 Sect Alliances district came from the vast expanse of land seized by Windfall Nation. They would rather reign in hell than serve in heaven, so they came to this isolated and barren land at the 9 Sect Alliances district to build an estate that belonged only to them so they could live a carefree life without being under anyone's rule. It was said that because Windfall Nation was now a vast country, it did not take interest in the land the 9 Sect Alliances district was occupying. Due to this reason, the 9 great sects lived a carefree life here. What lay between Windfall Nation and the 9 Sect Alliances district was an arid desert. In this desert, apart from being home to many powerful wild beasts, the environment was horrible as well. Even with Duanling Tian's current cultivation base, if he did not use his flying sword from the 10,000 Swords territory, it would take him 10 days to cross the desert. Standing at the border of the 9 Sect Alliances district and looking at the boundless desert ahead, Duanling Tian, who had decided to cross the desert to head to Windfall Nation, muttered to himself, "Perhaps, the reason Windfall Nation did not occupy the land the 9 Sect Alliances district is occupying is due to the desert." While Duanling Tian was entering the desert, he was unaware Duan Rufeng, his cheapskate father, had already arrived at the 10 great dynasties of Cloud Continent. After he went to the Darhan dynasty, he entered the Darkstone Empire, followed by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and finally the Crimson Sky Kingdom. "Kumi, wait for me here."
Duanru Feng told Kumi as he looked down at the Crimson Sky Kingdom beneath his feet. Yes, Mansion Master. Kumi was very respectful in front of Duanru Feng. He did not dare to overstep the boundary at all. Then, Duanru Feng entered the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. One must admit that Duanru Feng was smart since he came to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he finally obtained the clues that he was looking for. These clues were the ones left by Duanling Tian for Li Fei before he left Cloud Continent. He knew Li Fei would return as long as she was alive. However, it was completely out of his expectation that the first one to obtain the clues he left behind would be his cheapskate father, Duanru Feng. Even the voice transmission jade slip Duanling Tian left behind for Li Fei was in Duanru Feng's hand. From the voice transmission jade slip that Duanling Tian left behind, Duanru Feng learned about everything that had happened.
What a great dragon clan!
How bold of Diju!
Good.
Very good.
You actually destroyed my son's sect?
I'll definitely go to the Dragon Clan to demand an explanation. Murderous intent gleamed in Duanru Feng's eyes. However, his heart turned heavy again when he learned that one of his daughters-in-law had been taken away by someone. Fire worship sect?
What kind of background does my daughter-in-law have? Her twin sister actually claims she's from the fire worship sect. Doesn't the fire worship sect belong to the upper province?
Why did she suddenly come to the lower province? Wait a minute. Rower told me before that my daughter-in-law, Kur, is Tianer's childhood friend. They had grown up together. How's it possible that she has anything to do with the fire worship sect? However, someone claiming to be from the fire worship sect had taken her away. Moreover, that person claims she's Kur's twin sister. Not only is she powerful, but she's even stronger than Diju. Duanru Feng thought to himself, his mood dampened. Although he did not think much of Diju, he knew how powerful he was. After all, Diju was one of the 2 5-clawed golden dragons in the Dragon Clan currently.
Although he had not grown to his full potential yet, his strength was still formidable.
If that woman was really Kur's twin sister, then she should be only 30-something years old, right? Someone who was only a little over 30 years old was more powerful than Diju? So young, and yet, she's already monstrously strong. In that case, I don't think she's lying. It's very likely she came from the fire worship sect. Only those young talents from the upper province's top first-rate force are so strong at this young age. Duanru Feng gasped when he thought of this.
Even he had only heard of the upper province in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Up until now, he had never encountered anyone from the upper province before.
It has been passed down from the ancient times that there are 3 religions and 9 forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The 9 forces refer to forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land, from the first-rate to 9th-rate forces. The 3 religions, on the other hand, points to the 3 top first-rate forces with the longest legacy in the Dao Martial Saint Land. They're also the most mysterious and powerful sects. Fire worship sect is one of them.
Ever since the Dao Martial Saint Land split into 2, the 3 great sects and a group of powerful sects had put down their roots in the upper province.
So many years have passed, very few people from the lower province would even mention the 3 great sects anymore. The information Duanru Feng knew about the fire worship sect suddenly appeared in his mind.